Yesterday, a terrifying roar erupted from the depths of the Pacific Ocean. It is suspected that a ninth-rank beast emperor is attempting a breakthrough. Coastal cities are advised to strengthen their defenses. 1 month ago, a breach appeared in the defensive net of Liang City in Chuan Province, resulting in a beast-tide invasion and the tragic deaths of tens of thousands of civilians. After an in-depth investigation by the 8th-rank powerhouse Gale Sword, Li Chang, the case has finally reached a conclusion. A press conference will be held tonight at 9 o'clock sharp. Liu Yang, an outstanding graduate of the Ability Users University of Modu, broke through to the 5th rank yesterday and has officially decided to join the Ashes Guild. After 4 years of silence, the Miliguo has once again produced and shrank awakened ability user of the elemental wind type. This individual has already been specially recruited in advance by the Houston Ability Users University. After browsing through the trending news, Su Jingming put down his phone and rubbed his brow hard, a throbbing ache pounding in his head. Combining the unfamiliar memories that had appeared in his mind with the information he had just read, he could already be certain that he had indeed transmigrated. The world he had crossed into was called Blue Star, whose civilization and technological development were roughly similar to those of his previous life. Yet this world possessed two crucial additions. One was ferocious beasts, and the other was abilities. The former were terrifying, bloodthirsty monsters rampaging wantonly across Blue Star. The latter was the very source of humanity's power to resist the invasion of these beasts. I only drank a bit too much at my graduate farewell party, and after one sleep I've crossed into another world. Who am I supposed to complain to about this? And if I must transmigrate, couldn't I at least get a better starting hand? Su Jingming muttered at a loss for words. According to the memories he had just inherited, his predecessor bore the same name, Su Jingming, and was a third-year student at Second High School in Jiang City. Aside from a somewhat striking appearance, he was ordinary to the extreme in every other respect. Even the awakened ability he possessed was merely an rank weak electricity. Abilities, Su Jingming murmured. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Tiny blue-white arcs of electricity leaped and danced at his fingertips. In his previous world, such a trick would have caused an uproar wherever he went. Yet on Blue Star it was nothing out of the ordinary. In this world, everyone awakened an ability at the age of 16 and became an awakener. Abilities were myriad and bizarre. Some could command wind and fire, some could transform into beasts, and others could heal injuries. Different abilities also varied greatly in quality. According to Blue Star's grading system, abilities were divided into 9 tiers: SSSSS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The vast majority of people could only awaken Drank or A-rank abilities. Only a small fraction could awaken Crank or Brank, while those who awakened A-rank abilities were hailed as heaven's favored. As for the even higher Shrank, S-Shrank, and SS-Shrank abilities, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, with only one appearing in several years or even several decades. During the ability awakening ceremony 2 years ago, and without the slightest surprise, his predecessor had only awakened an A-rank ability, weak electricity. Abilities were further categorized into elemental enhancement, spiritual, restorative, natural, and special types. His weak electricity belonged to the lightning branch of the natural category among the 6 major types of abilities. Among the many ability lines, lightning was actually considered a rather good one. However, its mere A-rank rating doomed weak electricity to possess limited destructive power. The arcs currently coiling around his fingertips, for instance, inflicted damage comparable to an electric baton, perhaps even weaker. Did I transmigrate just to become a walking human stun baton? I want to smash the heavens with my fists and stand as a mighty powerhouse too. Extinguishing the arcs at his fingertips, Su Jingming propped his chin on his right hand and sighed as he gazed ahead. He was in a bright classroom. It was currently break time, and his classmates around him were chatting in small groups. Directly in front of him was a blackboard. In the lower right corner of the blackboard, a college entrance examination countdown showed the number 1 day. In his nation Daxiao, the college entrance exams were held every year on June 7th to select students for ability users universities where they would undergo further training. Today was precisely June 6th. The exams would take place tomorrow. Because of the existence of ferocious beasts ability, users formed a special class. They enjoyed the reverence of the populace and possessed all kinds of privileges. Put simply, ability users stood above ordinary people. It was worth noting that those who had merely awakened abilities were still only awakeners, far from truly wielding great power. Only after a period of cultivation could an awakener shed that identity and become a true ability user capable of clashing head-on with powerful beasts. Ability users were divided into 9 ranks from 1st to 9th. Each rank was further subdivided into lower, middle, and upper tiers. Even to reach the lowest 1st rank lower tier, an ordinary awakener would need 4 or 5 years of cultivation. Advancement was otherwise nearly impossible. But if one was admitted to an ability users university and guided by a mentor, that process could be dramatically shortened. This was the very reason the college entrance examination was so crucial. However, with only an rank ability awakened, his chances of entering an ability user's university were infinitesimally close to zero. Don't they say transmigrators all get benefits? Where's my system? Come on, save me already. Su Jingming muttered inwardly. The moment his mental complaint fell, an electronic chime sounded in his mind. Deep blue system initializing. System initialization complete. Distributing novice gift pack. Novice gift pack distribution complete. Would you like to claim it now? Listening to the prompts echoing in his mind, Su Jingming's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. A system, it actually exists. Once the shock passed, it was immediately replaced by a surge of wild joy. As a transmigrator, he naturally understood what a system signified. It meant he now possessed a chance to defy destiny and ascend to the summit. Exhaling slowly, Su Jingming calmed his racing emotions, and instead of claiming it, immediately asked in his heart what exactly is in the novice gift pack. 200 ability points, and the Shrank ability Zixiao Divine Thunder. Zixiao Divine Thunder and Shrank ability. Su Jingming's eyes blazed with sharp light as his breathing grew rapid. He did not yet know what ability points were, but he certainly knew what Shrank ability meant. It was a rare quality of power that hardly ever appeared across all of Blue Star. Just like the article he had seen moments ago in the trending news in the Miliguo, a nation as powerful as Daxiao and Shrank awakened ability user had only just appeared again after 4 long years. In Daxiao itself, no Shrank awakeners had appeared for 2 or 3 years. Any Shrank awakened ability user, so long as they did not die midway, would inevitably grow into a colossal figure in their own right, a giant that shook a region. System, if I claim the novice gift pack, will I obtain Shrank ability? To be absolutely sure, Su Jingming asked again for confirmation. Yes. With that firm reply, Su Jingming's eyes shimmered with light. Shrank ability, his chance to overturn his fate had arrived. Jingming stopped spacing out. Old Chun is here, his deskmate whispered. Su Jingming finally snapped back to reality and realized that class had started at some point. On the podium stood a middle-aged man with a crew cut. Chun Fan, the homeroom teacher of Class 5. I'll claim the novice gift pack as soon as class is over, and I'm back home, he thought. Though his heart burned with excitement, Su Jingming knew that claiming the gift pack in the classroom would be a terrible idea. He forced down his emotions and focused on the lesson in earnest. 12 years of bitter study were all for this very day. The college entrance examinations are imminent. You still need to keep your minds steady. Those taking the liberal arts exam, when you go home tonight, check whether your stationery is complete and usable. Those taking the martial exam must also prepare your combat uniforms and weapons. The voice of their homeroom teacher Chun Fan echoed through the classroom, and Su Jingming could not help but recall all the information about the college entrance examinations in his mind. In the Great Xia Nation, where he lived, universities were divided into 2 categories. One type was liberal arts universities that taught cultural knowledge, and the other was ability user universities that cultivated extraordinary martial power for humanity. Correspondingly, the college entrance examination was naturally divided into a liberal arts exam and a martial exam. The liberal arts exam needed no explanation. You simply sat in a classroom and answered questions. But for the martial exam, candidates had to don battle suits, take up weapons, and enter designated zones to fight ferocious beasts to the death. Their final scores were evaluated according to the number and types of beasts slain. Students chose between the 2 exams of their own accord. If they lacked confidence in their strength or had awakened a trash ability, they could simply choose the liberal arts exam and become ordinary people. Although his former self had only awakened in a rank ability, he had still chosen the martial exam. Su Jingming very much agreed with that decision. After all, taking the martial exam still offered a chance to fight for one's fate. If he did not even dare to participate in the martial exam, then he truly could only live as an ordinary person. I will emphasize this one last time: the martial exam carries the risk of death. For those whose awakened abilities are below rank, I do not recommend choosing the martial exam. Before 9 o'clock tonight, you still have the chance to change your preferred exam. If anyone wants to reconsider, you are welcome to come to me. All right, we'll stop here for today. Class dismissed. Before leaving homeroom, teacher Chun Fan deliberately repeated his warning, and his gaze swept over to Su Jingming. The latter could not help rubbing his nose. Of course, Su Jingming understood what his homeroom teacher meant. After all, among all the awakened students in class 3-5 who were taking the martial exam, he alone had awakened merely in a rank ability. Judging from previous year's martial exams, most of those who died in the examination grounds were students whose abilities were below rank. I know the homeroom teacher is worried about me, but in a world like this, one really cannot do without strength. To prevent beast incursions, every city in the Great Xia Nation was equipped with strict defensive measures: high-voltage electric grids, armed military forces with firearms, and squads of ability users. Yet these measures were not foolproof. At intervals, there would still be cities whose defenses were breached by beast tides, with countless citizens perishing within. Su Jingming absolutely did not want to face such a situation one day, only to discover that he had no power to fight back. Even if I only had an rank ability, I would still take the martial exam, let alone when I am about to obtain an even rarer rank ability. Su Jingming's gaze hardened as he began to pack his bag. Jingming, you really aren't going to change your choice? From the seat in front, a boy with a bowl-cut hairstyle turned around and asked. No. Su Jingming shook his head. The bowl-cut boy was his close friend Zhang Hao, who had likewise awakened an rank ability. The two were comrades in misfortune, but after awakening an rank ability 2 years earlier, Zhang Hao had simply thrown all his energy into the cultural curriculum. The exam he planned to take was the liberal arts exam. You've got guts. Zhang Hao gave a thumbs up. Among everyone in Class 5 of the 6 or 7 rank ability users, you're the only one daring enough to choose the martial exam. What you thinking of coming along to keep me company? Su Jingming raised a brow. Hey, I'm aiming for a liberal arts university to spend 4 leisurely years with the girls, Zhang Hao chuckled. As for heroic deeds like defending the nation, I'll just have to leave those to a mighty ability user like you. Zhang Hao spoke with a cheeky grin. Get lost. Su Jingming rolled his eyes and ignored him, slinging his backpack over his shoulder as he left the classroom. When Su Jingming was only a little over 10 years old, his parents both perished in a beast tide. Aside from leaving behind an apartment and a little over $1 million in compensation, they had left nothing else. Thus, when Su Jingming returned home, he was all alone. Fortunately, before crossing over into this world, he had also been an orphan and had long since grown accustomed to such an atmosphere. What was more, Su Jingming now had something far more important to do. Beginner's gift pack, here I come. Gazing at the blue virtual frame in his mind, Su Jingming no longer hesitated and slammed down on the claim button. Beginner's gift pack delivered. 200 ability points have been credited. Rank ability Purple Firmament Divine Thunder is now being granted. Progress 10%, 20%, 30%. Boom. With a muffled roar, it was as though boundless power suddenly exploded within Su Jingming's body. Immediately afterward, countless blue-violet arcs of lightning flickered and danced across the surface of his body, flaring and dimming. His whole figure seemed to transform into a sphere of blue-violet lightning. Crackle snap. Amid the shrill screech of electric arcs, endless lightning surged out from Su Jingming as its center, spreading in all directions and swallowing the entire living room. The sofa, television, coffee table, everything the lightning touched exploded apart at once. Thunder mingled with raging flames as it blasted the windows into shards and spewed outward. Mom, the big brother across the way's house is on fire. Call the fire department quick. Isn't that the Su family kid's place? Such an obvious explosion naturally drew the attention of the residential community's occupants, and many people dialed the fire department. Yet Su Jingming inside the room knew nothing of this. He only felt a warm current flowing through his body, as if he were filled to the brim with power. 50%, 60%, 70%. The metamorphosis continued. Seemingly because of the evolution of his ability, the world outside began to change. Outside, the originally bright mid-afternoon sky suddenly filled with dark clouds as though day had plunged into night. No raindrops fell, yet muffled peals of thunder rolled continuously. Within the clouds, one could even glimpse streaks of violet lightning darting like flood dragons. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Such terrifying lightning. I feel a heavy pressure bearing down on me. 3rd Legion of Jiang City enter alert status and prepare for battle. The bizarre shift in weather threw all the citizens of Jiang City into panic. Many feared that some lightning-controlling ferocious beast was about to invade. The legions stationed in Jiang City likewise swung into action and entered combat readiness. 80%, 90%, 95%, 98%, 99%. Inside the room, the evolution of Su Jingming's ability had reached its final step. Crack. In that instant, the sky flashed and a bolt of violet lightning descended from outside the window like a dragon, plunging straight into Su Jingming's body. As though its mission had been fulfilled, once the lightning struck, the dark clouds dispersed and the sky returned to clarity. Inside the room, the evolution of Su Jingming's ability also reached 100%. The blue-violet lightning that had encircled his body receded like a tide, all flooding back into him. After a long moment, Su Jingming, standing at the center of the ruined living room, suddenly opened his eyes, a streak of violet lightning flashing across his gaze. The ability evolution succeeded. At this moment, Su Jingming felt power coursing through every inch of his body. Almost unconsciously, he raised his right hand. With a mere stir of thought, countless arcs of violet lightning coiled forth. Unlike the blue-white lightning from before, this violet lightning brimmed with an ancient and overwhelming power that made one's heart tremble. So this is its rank ability, Purple Firmament Divine Thunder. A faint light flickered in Su Jingming's eyes. He had a hunch that if this bolt of lightning struck a human body, the result would be far from a simple stun like an electric baton. It was entirely possible that the person would be blasted to pieces on the spot. However, the commotion caused by receiving the purple cloud divine thunder was a bit too much. Su Jingming, having reigned in the thunder, looked around the wrecked living room and couldn't help but scratch his head. The entire living room looked as if it had been struck by missiles, with fragments of shattered items scattered everywhere. Some pieces still bore remnants of flames burning. The walls and floor also had many craters left by electric arcs. Fortunately, I sensed something was off during the transformation earlier and managed to control my power. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be this living room that faced disaster. Su Jingming felt a twinge of fear. The purple cloud divine thunder, originating from Eastern mythology, is one of the 10 primordial thunders of ancient times, possessing the power to annihilate immortals and gods. Although as merely an awakener, he couldn't fully manifest the might of the purple cloud divine thunder. If he were to unleash his power recklessly, he could easily blow apart an entire floor. The entire building would thus collapse. With the purple cloud divine thunder present, even if the building fell, he would be unharmed. However, the other residents in the building would surely suffer. Fortunately, he had tightly restrained the thunder's power, ultimately preventing such a tragedy. It seems I underestimated the power of the purple cloud divine thunder. Had I known it would be so noisy, I should have gone to the outskirts to claim the novice package directly. Though he said this, Su Jingming was still very satisfied. After all, the stronger the power of the ability, the more advantageous it would be for his future development. Oh right, the novice package also granted me 200 ability points. What are these for? Just as Su Jingming recalled the other reward from the novice package, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ability points can be obtained by defeating ferocious beasts. Consuming ability points allows you to enhance levels and skills, and you can see the number of ability points and upgrade options in the system panel. With this explanation from the system, Su Jingming understood. The so-called ability points were essentially like experience points in online games. The formula of defeating monsters to level up, though simple, is quite practical. A smile appeared on his lips as Su Jingming opened his system panel. Name: Su Jingming. Level: Awakener. Ability: Purple Cloud Divine Thunder S. Physical: 121 health. Mental: 140 mental strength. Skills: Marksmanship, Beginner, Lightning Gale, Strike, Beginner. Ability points: 200. The information on the system panel was quite concise, with plus signs indicating which could be upgraded and which could not. As for physical and mental attributes, they represent the two fundamental attributes of an awakener. His attribute values were quite decent. After all, most awakeners only have around 100 points in both. However, I have practiced marksmanship for 5 to 6 years, and my proficiency is still only at the beginner level. Isn't that a bit excessive? Su Jingming couldn't help but complain. Besides abilities, humans also use weapons as offensive means. However, unlike most people who choose swords or knives as weapons, he opted for the spear. He began practicing it when he was just a teenager, yet he only achieved the beginner rating even now. To note, the proficiency of a skill is divided into 6 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, and perfection. Beginner is equivalent to just starting out. As for the other skill, Lightning Gale Strike, it belongs to the category of spear techniques. He had purchased it for 3,000 Dasha coins after awakening his weak electric ability at the age of 16. Having practiced for less than 2.5 years, it was normal for it to only have a beginner level of proficiency. Looking at the information on the panel, with 200 ability points, I can use them to enhance my attributes or skills. What should I choose to invest in? After the complaints, Su Jingming fell into contemplation. Tomorrow is the annual college entrance examination. He must spend these 200 ability points wisely to enhance his combat strength as much as possible. Physical and mental attributes are the two fundamental properties. Enhancing these two attributes will correspondingly improve both combat skills and the manipulation of abilities. In that case, let's enhance the fundamental attributes first. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jingming split the 200 ability points in half, allocating them equally to physical and mental enhancements. Deep Blue: allocate points for me. Upon pressing the plus sign on the panel, Su Jingming first felt his health rapidly surge. The surging health flowed within him like a raging river. Subsequently, his thoughts were also enhanced, becoming much clearer. Moreover, not only that, even his control over the purple cloud divine thunder improved. Abilities fundamentally stem from human physical and mental attributes. The increase in these two properties also boosts the power of the abilities. Clenching his fist, feeling the surging power within him and the purple cloud divine thunder that he could summon at any moment, Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at his system panel again. Physical: 141 health, mental: 160 mental strength. Both fundamental attributes have increased by 20 points, which means that one ability point corresponds to 0. 2 health or 0. 2 mental strength. The exchange ratio is a bit low, but it's still acceptable. After all, it's a direct enhancement without side effects. It's a pity that the novice package only contained 200 ability points, otherwise I could have enhanced myself further. Of course, with my current strength, getting into an ability user university is more than sufficient. Since acquiring this great ability, Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, Su Jingming's strength has ranked quite high among the college entrance examination candidates in the Jiangnan province. Now that his two fundamental attributes have been enhanced, he can truly say he is among the top candidates in Jiangnan province. The reason he says among and not the strongest is simply because Jiangnan province has a massive population of over 80 million with more than 700,000 students participating in the martial arts college entrance examination. Among these over 700,000 candidates, the competition is fierce. These exceptional students may not have great abilities, but with the great abilities combined with combat experience and skill enhancements, they are equally formidable. After all, some students' families can hire renowned instructors to teach them rare and powerful skills. They can even arrange for bodyguards to take them directly into the wilderness to battle ferocious beasts, accumulating combat experience. In this regard, Su Jingming, as an orphan, cannot compare. However, his great ability is something other candidates cannot rival. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Before Su Jingming could react, the entire door was kicked open with a loud crash. Then a group of firefighters dressed in orange uniforms holding water guns appeared in his line of sight. Upon discovering that there was no massive fire in the room and that a living person was standing there, they were momentarily taken aback. Hello. Su Jingming blinked and tentatively greeted them. Facing the firefighters who had arrived at his door, Su Jingming explained that he possessed a lightning-based ability and had already brought the fire under control. The team swiftly inspected the interior of the house, confirmed no lingering safety hazards, and departed without further delay. Though before leaving they repaired the front door, and their captain handed Su Jingming a business card. He noted that Su Jingming's lightning ability made him exceptionally suited for fire and explosion control in electronic facilities, and added that upon graduating from university, Su Jingming could contact him directly at the Jiangxing Fire Department for employment arrangements. After all, the fire department was a government-affiliated institution, and with awakened individuals capable of manipulating water and fire already on staff, the risks to life during firefighting operations were significantly mitigated. To ordinary people, it was undoubtedly an admirable profession. Yet for Su Jingming at this moment it held not the slightest appeal. He casually slipped the card into the drawer of his bedside table, picked up the long spear leaning against the wall, and left the room. Xiaoming, was the fire just now all right? No problem, Uncle Yang. I've got it under control. Good, good. Judging by your appearance, you're heading to the martial arts academy. Yes, I'm going to train my skills. So diligent. Still practicing the day before the national exam. Unlike my own good-for-nothing son. Mingwei Residential Complex was where Su Jingming had lived for 18 years. Neighbors knew one another well. His gentle temperament had earned him deep affection among the elders of the community. Seeing him descend from the building, elderly residents strolling below or tending to grandchildren called out to him with genuine concern. Su Jingming responded to each with courteous composure. Then, spear slung across his back, he walked out of the complex, boarded a bus, transferred to the metro, and finally arrived before a sleek modern high-rise. Rising over 40 meters, its silver-white facade gleamed with futuristic intensity. The structure sprawled across vast grounds like a slumbering leviathan crouched low upon the earth. On its flank, 4 bold calligraphic characters blazed in the sunlight: Thunderclap Martial Arts Academy, each stroke radiant, alive with energy. Awakened individuals aspiring to ascend to the rank of Esper had to rigorously hone both body and spirit to amplify their abilities. Yet few families possessed private training facilities. Thus emerged martial academies, offering dedicated training spaces and expert instruction. Across the Great Xia Nation, 2 academies reigned supreme: Thunderclap Martial Arts Academy and Raging Bear Martial Arts Academy. Both had expanded nationwide, establishing branches in every city, including Jiangxing, a relatively remote city nestled in Jiangnan province. Beyond these 2 giants, Jiangxing hosted dozens of smaller private academies, but only Thunderclap offered free access to high school students. Hence, Su Jingming had always trained at Thunderclap. Today, he sought to gauge precisely how much his strength had surged following his acquisition of the Zixiao Divine Lightning and the subsequent enhancement of his foundational attributes. At that moment, outside the academy gates stood not only Su Jingming, but also other awakened individuals and espers, each carrying weapons. Luo Hung, the 9th rank esper who founded Thunderclap, wields and shrank lightning-based ability. I wonder, will the day ever come when I too found my own academy? With a quiet sigh, Su Jingming stepped inside. Thunderclap spanned 6 floors, each covering tens of thousands of square meters. Its second and third floors were reserved exclusively and freely for high school students. Upon entering, Jingming headed straight for his usual floor, the third. It was Wednesday. Senior students had been dismissed early while freshmen and sophomores remained at school. Most seniors were at home, immersed in final preparations for the national exam. Consequently, the usually bustling third floor felt unusually still and hushed. Only a dozen or so people lingered in the grand hall, yet among them Jingming recognized a familiar figure. She stood about 1.7 meters tall, her features exquisitely refined, her aura cool and aloof. Unarmed, dressed casually, she wore blue denim shorts that accentuated legs so strikingly fair they seemed to glow. A small group of stylish, well-dressed youths gathered around her. "Sister Chi, you've come to Thunderclap too." Jingming greeted her with an easy smile. Tang Chi, his maternal cousin, daughter of his aunt, was also a senior, though several months older than him. Orphan young Jingming had been regularly visited by his aunt, who lived in Jiangxing. Occasionally, Tang Chi accompanied her mother. Their relationship was neither close nor strained, merely cordial, distant. The reason was simple: his former self had been introverted and taciturn, and the disparity in family background left little common ground between them. 2 years ago, Tang Chi awakened in rank ability, while he himself manifested only in a rank 1, further widening the chasm between them. Tang Chi had not expected to encounter Jingming here. After a brief pause, she nodded faintly. I'm accompanying a friend." "Ah, I see." Jingming instantly understood. His aunt's family enjoyed comfortable means. Tang Chi typically trained at Raging Bear, a prestigious academy charging 100,000 yuan annually in membership fees. Thunderclap, by contrast, was rarely her destination. "All right then, Sister Chi, you enjoy your time. I'll head to the training chamber." With that, he offered a polite farewell and strode off without lingering. Chi, who was that? Quite handsome, isn't he?" A petite, charming girl beside Tang Chi asked, her clear eyes shimmering with quiet curiosity. Jingming, my cousin. Like us, he's a senior, and tomorrow he sits the martial arts national exam." Watching Jingming's retreating figure, Tang Chi's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Something about her cousin felt subtly different, though she couldn't quite name it. She couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed. Yet in the past, even chance encounters rarely prompted him to initiate conversation. This time, however, he had broken precedent, greeting her first. "Why inquire so closely, Xiaoya? Has spring stirred your heart? Looking for a boyfriend?" A young man in white casual wear smiled teasingly. Yet Xiaoya met the jest with unflinching candor. What's wrong with that? With looks like his, and assuming his ability isn't abysmal, wouldn't he make a perfectly presentable boyfriend? "My cousin may disappoint you. He awakened only in a rank ability." Tang Chi shook her head, already anticipating Xiaoya's reaction. Sure enough, upon hearing a rank, Xiaoya's curiosity dimmed considerably. Just a rank. What a pity. Everyone inhabited their own social sphere, where peers shared similar family backgrounds and temperaments. This circle boasted affluent origins and B or crank abilities alike. As for Jingming, his plain attire alone suggested modest circumstances. Coupled with his mere rank awakening, even Xiaoya, the most ardent aesthete among them, felt no spark of interest. Brave enough to sit the martial arts exam with only an rank ability, that at least commands respect. Respect? It's sheer recklessness. I'd rather he skipped it entirely. A youth with an ear stud quipped. Tang Chi sighed. In the martial arts exam, fatalities clustered overwhelmingly among Drank and lower awakened individuals. Had he manifested Drank, she would have raised no objection. But a rank. It was dangerously weak. Entering the exam amounted to walking towards certain death. And a rank awakener belonged firmly in the academic track. Graduate, join a corporation as a white-collar professional. No battles with monstrous beasts, no peril to life. Wasn't that a perfectly sound, peaceful path? And wouldn't it spare her mother endless worry? Enough, let's drop this. Didn't we come to tour Thunderclap? True. I've spent all 3 high school years at Raging Bear. This is my very first visit to Thunderclap. A little relaxation before the exam benefits both mind and body. Sensing Tang Chi's somber mood, the group swiftly pivoted the conversation, laughing lightly as they wandered the halls at ease. On the other side, Jingming was still unaware of the discussions that had arisen after his departure. At this moment, he found himself in a room of about 20 square meters. This was a personal training room provided by the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. In the past, such training rooms required prior bookings to use. Now, with fewer people, Jingming could use it directly. First, let me test my peak strength without the enhancement of abilities. Jingming took down the spear from his back, gripping it in his hand. Due to the rugged and thick skin of ferocious beasts, ordinary weapons could not penetrate their defenses. Therefore, the weapons used by ability users are all manufactured by specialized weapon companies. The spear in his hand belonged to the Heiyao series produced by Hung Yuan Group. The spear shaft was approximately 1.9 meters long with a sharp spearhead measuring over 20 centimeters, giving it a total length of 2. 1 meters. The entire Heiyao spear was made of grade alloy presenting a low-key black color. Holding the spear, Su Jingming gave it a slight shake, producing a deep sound of metal clashing. It was no big deal to shake it, but with that shake, he sensed something was off. The spear feels lighter. No, wait, it's because my physique has become stronger. Su Jingming quickly realized, however, at this point, I can't change weapons anymore. The alloy grades are categorized as SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, and F, corresponding to the levels of abilities. The rarer the alloy, the stronger and sharper it is, resulting in greater lethality against ferocious beasts. Naturally, the price also increases. When purchasing Heiyao series weapons from Hongyuan Group, one could freely choose the alloy materials and weight. Since he could only carry F-grade weapons and combat gear for the martial arts college entrance examination, the alloy quality was naturally chosen to be F-grade. As for the weight, it was set at 50 kilograms. Ultimately, this entire Heiyao spear cost him about 2,000, a classic case of poor in literature but rich in martial arts. Over the past few years, to train his physique abilities and to purchase combat gear, weapons, and combat techniques, Su Jingming spent quite a bit of money. Some of this money came from the enthusiastic support of his aunt's family, which was hard to refuse, while some came from the savings and compensation left by his parents. After spending all this, he had less than 500 left on him, making it impossible to buy heavier weapons. But it's alright, it will only have a slight impact on my strength. With a focused gaze, Su Jingming began to warm up. The spear was the weapon he had started practicing with when he was 12, and now nearly 6 years had passed. He was thoroughly familiar with the techniques of thrusting, stabbing, smashing, slashing, poking, and jabbing with the spear. In the training room, he began to move the spear, transforming it into a black phantom that surged with power. In just a moment, Su Jingming felt his muscles stretch and his blood flow become invigorated. He then gripped the spear and thrust it fiercely at a circular target on the front wall of the training room. Jump! Accompanied by a piercing sound of impact under the forceful kinetic energy, the circular target, made of memory metal, dented inward with an exaggerated curve. Only after the spear was withdrawn did it slowly recover. Meanwhile, a number popped up on the nearby smart screen: 321 cards. 321 cards. My pure physical strength has nearly doubled compared to before. Su Jingming's eyes lit up. Cards are a standard unit used to measure attack strength. One card is equivalent to the energy produced by the explosion of a black spider firecracker. Most awakened individuals can only achieve a maximum attack strength of around 100 cards, relying on physical strength. Previously relying solely on his body, Su Jingming could only produce an attack of about 140 cards. Of course, at that time, even using his abilities wouldn't yield much improvement. Of course, now it's different. With a thought, the Zhixiao Divine Thunder was summoned. Crackling. At this moment, Su Jingming seemed to transform into a thunder god surrounded by countless purple lightning bolts, the sharp sound of electric arcs jumping around. He pointed with his hand, and a bolt of purple lightning shot out, crashing violently into the target. This time, the target, made of memory metal after denting inward, took a full 7 to 8 seconds to recover. On the nearby smart screen, an exaggerated number also popped up: 3,012 cards. The power has actually reached 3,000 cards. That's nearly 10 times stronger than my physical strength. Su Jingming gasped. You have to understand, the typical attack strength of a first-tier ability user is only around 1,000 cards. An attack strength of 3,000 cards is something that only a mid-level first-tier ability user could achieve. No wonder it's its great ability. It's truly extraordinary. Su Jingming couldn't help but click his tongue. According to the information in his memory ability, users above the awakened level are divided into 9 tiers from 1st to 9th. Each tier is further divided into lower, middle, and upper levels. Yet he is just an awakened individual, and relying on his great ability Zhixiao Divine Thunder, he could already unleash an attack strength comparable to that of a mid-level first-tier ability user. No wonder all the countries are pursuing high-level awakened individuals. The gap between different qualities is simply too vast. However, 3,000 cards is not my limit. Su Jingming took a deep breath, channeling the electric light of Zhixiao Divine Thunder onto the Heiyao spear. Lightning gale break. In an instant, a flash of lightning lit up the training room as the spear surged forward like a purple-black dragon charging towards the wall. Boom! The lightning flashed, and under the tremendous impact, a deafening crash echoed, causing the entire training room to tremble slightly. When the lightning dissipated, the target, made of memory metal on the wall, appeared to have been pierced by lightning, with its center melted away, forming a metallic pit that could no longer be restored. Moreover, terrifying cracks spread from the center of the memory metal like a spider web, extending across the entire wall, revealing cables still sparking with electric arcs. These cables were connected to the memory metal used to measure attack strength. The state it was in clearly indicated it was unusable. Su Jingming turned to look at the smart screen on his right, and indeed it displayed no data. I entered a beginner training room, and the memory metal inside is designed to withstand the attacks of upper-tier, first-tier ability users. Now that the memory metal has been damaged, it is clearly due to the attack strength reaching its limit. This means my strike can already rival that of an upper-tier, first-tier ability user. Truly impressive for a combat technique. Lightning Gale Break is currently the only combat technique Su Jingming possesses. Of course, this technique was also carefully chosen, allowing him to merge his lightning abilities and spear techniques well. In fact, most combat techniques for ability users are closely related to the abilities they master. With peak attack strength comparable to upper-tier, first-tier ability users, it looks like the college entrance exam tomorrow will be a breeze. A smile of anticipation appeared on Su Jingming's lips as he stowed the Heiyao spear behind him and walked out of the training room. The training rooms at Thunder Martial Arts Hall have dedicated maintenance personnel, so even if the equipment gets damaged, it will be promptly repaired. Of course, there's no need for compensation. After all, those who can damage the equipment are precisely the kind of people most welcomed by the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. After taking a tour, I feel that our Baoxiong Martial Arts Hall is still better. The training rooms here are not only small, but the strength testing equipment is also outdated. Of course, do you think our annual membership fee of 100 Daxiao coins is for nothing? After walking around for a while, I really feel a bit bored. Why don't we go to the combat room for a few rounds? Tang Chi and her 3 companions walked through the corridor of Thunder Martial Arts Hall. They originally came to Thunder Martial Arts Hall to relax before the final college entrance exam, but after wandering around, they quickly felt bored. Therefore, when someone suggested going to the combat room, their eyes lit up, eager to try it out. Boom. At that moment, a sharp and somewhat piercing sound of impact rang out, causing the ground they stood on to tremble slightly. Such a powerful energy fluctuation. It has reached the level of ability users. A boy with earrings exclaimed. His awakened ability is a Crade mental type ability, making him very sensitive to energy fluctuations. I remember this floor is specifically for high school students. The few freaks from Jiangsheng who reached the level of ability users trained at Baoxiong Martial Arts Hall, how could they come to Thunder Martial Arts Hall? A cute girl named Xiaoya wearing a dress furrowed her brows in confusion. Though Jiangsheng is in a barren area of Jiangnan province, its educational foundation isn't very deep. But among the group of high school students, there are still 1 or 2 freaks who have broken through to become ability users. Is one of those freaks here to train? Or is there a new ability user among the high school students? Let's go take a look. The sudden commotion immediately piqued Tang Chi and the others' interest as they turned to head towards the training room. Tang Chi and her companions walked briskly down the corridor and turned a corner. To Tang Chi's surprise, she ran into Su Jingming, who was carrying a black spear on his back. After a brief moment of astonishment, she quickly regained her composure and asked, "Are you heading home?" "Training is over. I want to go back and prepare early," Su Jingming replied. "All right, good luck with the martial arts exam tomorrow, but remember to stay safe." Though she felt that it was reckless for someone with only A-level abilities like Su Jingming to participate in the martial arts exam. But after all, he was her cousin, so Tang Chi offered him some encouragement. "Okay, Chi Ju too." Su Jingming grinned, flashing a bright smile before walking past her. Tang Chi and her companions did not stop and continued searching for the source of the earlier power. There were not many training rooms nearby, only 8 in total. Thus it did not take long for them to find the training room that Su Jingming had used. Upon seeing the shattered walls inside the training room resembling a spider's web, the 4 of them stared wide-eyed. Even Tang Chi, who usually had a calm demeanor, had her mouth slightly agape. Wow, even the memory metal has been blown apart. What kind of intensity of attack could do this? The young man in white casual wear exclaimed dramatically. From the residual energy, I can still sense that incredibly violent power. The one who launched this attack, even if not a second-tier ability user, must be at the peak of the first tier. The young man with ear studs awakened with a mental type ability also spoke with a serious expression. The peak of the first tier? There might even be a chance it's a second tier. Are there such strong high school students in Jiang City? Xiaoya looked incredulous. It should not be a high school student. Perhaps it was some ability user who misunderstood the regulations, strayed into the 3rd level, and used the training room for a power test. Tang Chi shook her head. Indeed, an attack of this intensity could not possibly be achieved by a high school student. The peak of the first tier? Even geniuses from provincial capital cities can't do that, as such individuals would not appear in Jiang City. The others also sighed in relief. Just the few ability user candidates from Jiang City were already a tremendous pressure. If there were candidates who reached the 2nd tier, then this group, which had consumed who knows how many resources yet were not even ability users, might as well buy a tofu block and bump into it to end it all. Hey, only Su Jingming just walked by here. Do you think this attack could have been caused by him? Su Jingming is actually a super genius. He has just been hiding his strength and waiting to astonish everyone in tomorrow's exam. Xiaoya blinked, suddenly coming up with a whimsical idea. You've read too many stories about pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, haven't you? How could you even think of something so absurd? The young man with ear studs looked somewhat speechless. Hiding one's strength requires conditions as well. For an A-level ability user, having an attack strength of 300 calories is already impressive. This place has corridors on both sides leading outside. That powerful ability user must have left from the other side, which is why we did not encounter them. Ability ratings are not determined arbitrarily, but assessed based on development potential. A-level abilities fundamentally set Su Jingming's upper limit. That's true. Xiaoya thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Tang Qi, who had been listening attentively, suddenly began to doubt her earlier certainty upon recalling the tall figure that had just left. Is it really reckless for Su Jingming to participate in the martial arts exam? The liberal arts exam in Jiang City was held in the various school buildings. The martial arts exam, however, took place in the military district near the suburbs. Students needed to gather at the city sports hall first, and then they would be sent to the military district together. The gathering time was at 8 in the morning. Thus, on the next day, Su Jingming woke up early and donned his gear. In addition to the Flevel black spear that was about 2 meters long strapped to his back, he also wore an Flevel black combat uniform and black combat boots. The combat uniform and boots were made from the hide of ferocious beasts, making them exceptionally tough. While they were not easily damaged in battles against ferocious beasts, they could also withstand a portion of the damage. Coming for the martial arts exam. With a focused gaze, Su Jingming stepped out of his room with steady strides. Jiang City in the Jingxiuxiu district. This is a well-known villa area in Jiang City. Inside one of the villas, Tang Qi finished her breakfast, donned her gear, and was just about to head out. Suddenly, she was called to a halt by a noblewoman who bore a striking resemblance to her. Xiao Qiyu and Xiao Ming are in the same exam room, right? Mom, I told you last time there is only one martial arts exam room in the whole Jiang City, so of course we are in the same one. The college entrance examination is a grand event in the Great Xia Kingdom. To ensure that students get ample rest, noise management is implemented in various provinces and cities a month before the exam. Some upscale communities even hire special sound wave manipulators. At 9 o'clock in the evening, they use their abilities to isolate all external sounds from the community. On the day of the examination, the protection for the candidates reaches an extremely strict level. Not only is there traffic control on the roads, but armed soldiers and teams of ability users also patrol important traffic routes to prevent any sudden incidents. Because of this, the more than 40 buses participating in the martial arts entrance exam smoothly made their way through the city and quickly arrived at the military district located on the outskirts. The buses then stopped at an open area, and the students began to disembark. Around the open space, there was a soldier every 3 meters, standing tall with firearms in hand. The seriousness on their faces leaves no doubt that anyone daring to breach the formation would be met with a hail of gunfire. At the front of the open area stands a makeshift podium. Behind the podium is a large area enclosed by barbed wire. Inside the area lies the ruins of a broken-down town, vast and seemingly endless. Among the ruins, shadows of ferocious beasts flicker, accompanied by the roars and growls of these creatures. Ah, that is our examination site. Oh my, I think I just saw a unicorn rhinoceros. A unicorn rhinoceros. No way, this year's exam questions can't be that absurd, can they? The ruined town within the military district was originally named Weiyuan Town, a small village under Jiang City. It was breached by a beast tide several decades ago, turning it into ruins. Though it was later reclaimed by the military, its reconstruction value is minimal, so it became a training ground for stationed troops. However, every year on June 7th, it is also used as an examination site for the martial arts college entrance examination. Of course, the types of ferocious beasts placed inside will not be as random as during regular military training, but will be determined by the examiners of the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Entrance Exam. All martial arts examination sites in the prefecture-level cities of Jiangnan Province will use the same combination of ferocious beasts to ensure absolute fairness in the exam. The species and strength of the ferocious beasts dictate the difficulty of the martial arts entrance exam. Generally speaking, no powerful ferocious beasts will appear on the outskirts of the ruined town. Only common ferocious beasts like shadow cats and iron-haired pigs are expected. However, rare and powerful beasts like the unicorn rhinoceros and blade-claw tiger have also emerged in past examinations. This also means that the difficulty of this year's martial arts entrance exam is higher than usual and the risk of death is greater. Thus, upon seeing the unicorn rhinoceros through the barbed wire, many people's faces turned pale and they broke into a sweat. What if the unicorn rhinoceros appears? If one can't even handle a beast of this level, even if they miraculously get into a university for ability users, they won't amount to anything. A loud voice suddenly rang out from the crowd of students, drowning out their discussions. This was a young man dressed in light blue battle attire resembling an ancient swordsman holding a long sword in his hand. His demeanor mirrored that of a chivalrous hero, bold and sharp with eyes that possessed a powerful pressing aura like that of an eagle. Many students turned angrily to argue, but upon seeing him, they fell silent too, intimidated to speak. This scene puzzled Jingming, who turned to a tall classmate carrying a sword and shield beside him and asked curiously, "Who is this person? Such a big mouth." The tall boy named Lu Jie had awakened a clever enhancement ability that allowed him to enlarge. After using his ability, his body could expand more than double, and his strength would correspondingly increase. In Class 5, apart from his close buddy Zhang Hao, Jingming was closest to him. Who else could it be but Zhou Mingyang from the First High School of Jiang City, the Wind Blade Sword Master? Lu Jie pointed with his chin. So it's him. Jingming suddenly realized. Jiang City's First High School is the most prestigious high school in Jiang City. Not only do they offer genuine courses taught by ability users, but they also regularly arrange practical training with ferocious beasts. The students cultivated there are exceptionally fierce, and almost all of the top 10 candidates in Jiang City's martial arts entrance examination come from First High School. And this Zhou Mingyang is one of the most outstanding students of First High School. He possesses a Blevel element-type wind ability, Light Wind Gale. Upon using his ability, he can not only condense wind blades, but also reduce air resistance, significantly enhancing his speed in both attack and movement. Light Wind Gale ranks among the top tier of awakened abilities in all of Jiang City. Moreover, Zhou Mingyang is also one of the few candidates in Jiang City who has successfully transitioned from an awakener to an ability user. He is a hot favorite for the title of top scorer in this year's martial arts entrance examination and has earned the nickname Wind Blade Sword Master. Such a powerful ability user is naturally not someone ordinary candidates would dare provoke. Indeed, practicing swordsmanship requires this kind of unstoppable momentum. In the crowd, the principal of First High School nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing this scene. Soon all the students from the 40-plus buses entered the open area, lining up neatly according to their schools and classes. Each class was accompanied by their respective homeroom teachers. At this moment, a middle-aged man in military uniform walked up to the podium in front of the open area. He was tall and had a long scar running down the right side of his face. With just a glance, the previously whispering students in the open area immediately fell silent. If Zhou Mingyang's gaze merely conveyed a sense of pressure, then this officer's gaze felt like that of a ferocious beast, inducing a sense of dread. He is definitely an ability user above the second tier, Jingming thought silently. I am Wang Haiyang, the commander of this Jiang City martial arts entrance examination. Before the exam begins, I will reiterate the precautionary measures. This martial arts entrance examination will start promptly at 9 o'clock in the morning and end at 9 o'clock in the evening, lasting for a total of 12 hours. The examination site is the ruined town behind me, which like previous years is divided into an outer area, a central area, and a core area. The outer area consists of non-tiered ferocious beasts, while the central area contains peak non-tiered ferocious beasts and Tier 1 ferocious beasts. The core area is populated entirely by Tier 1 and above ferocious beasts, and the innermost zone is dominated by high-tier ferocious beasts and Tier 2 beasts. The voice of Commander Wang Haiyang echoed across the open area. He did not use a microphone, yet his voice was clearly heard by every student. The outer central core and innermost areas correspond to different levels of difficulty, much like a math exam. The innermost zone, home to high-tier and Tier 2 ferocious beasts, is akin to the final question on a math paper reserved for top students to tackle. A smile appeared at the corner of Jingming's mouth. In the past, he would only dare to eliminate ferocious beasts in the outer area. But now he not only has the confidence to enter the core area, but he can even venture into the innermost zone. Eliminating different types and levels of ferocious beasts will yield different scores. The higher the tier of the beast, the stronger its power, and the more points earned upon elimination. However, everyone should act according to their abilities and choose the area suitable for themselves to eliminate ferocious beasts. Now, let's begin distributing resources. With a wave of his right hand, Wang Haiyang signaled for several teams of soldiers to emerge from the side as a large truck approached from the distance. As the truck's cargo door opened, black tactical backpacks were visible inside. Under the distribution of the soldiers, each candidate received one tactical backpack. Inside the backpack were 3 items. One was a smartwatch used to record the number and types of eliminated ferocious beasts, accumulating points. Additionally, there was a map of the ruined town to confirm the candidates' locations. The second item was a set of 3 energy bars that could quickly replenish physical stamina upon consumption. The final item was a safety ball, a silver metallic orb. Once activated, it could create a high-voltage electric net around the user that ordinary ferocious beasts could not breach. However, using the safety ball also meant the end of the examination. Su Jingming strapped the smart watch to his wrist, placed the 3 energy bars in the tactical backpack on his back, and hung the safety ball at his waist. In this way, when danger arises, he can activate the safety ball at the fastest speed to preserve his life. Most other students opted for similar configurations. However, even with the safety ball, it does not guarantee absolute safety. After all, in the midst of battling ferocious beasts, life and death can be decided in an instant, and there may not even be time to use the safety ball. Each backpack contains a smartwatch, 3 energy bars, and 1 safety orb. Please verify your supplies immediately. Report any shortages to the main podium without delay. Wang Haiyang concluded his announcement and descended from the podium. It was now 8:40 am. Just over 20 minutes remained before the martial arts college entrance examination commenced. As Wang Haiyang stepped down, the students assembled on the open ground gradually relaxed. Does any team need a tank? I possess a Class D enhancement type ability, capable of both absorbing damage and delivering potent offense. This year's exam is exceptionally demanding. Forming teams is practically unavoidable. I wield a Class C mental type ability capable of temporarily paralyzing a beast's cognition. Any team interested? Our squad lacks a high-output combatant. Anyone with a Class D or higher offensive type ability is welcome to join. Team formation is explicitly permitted in the martial arts college entrance examination. However, points earned from jointly slaying beasts are equally divided among all team members, rendering cooperative tactics significantly less efficient than solo combat. Consequently, most candidates still opt to enter the examination zone alone. Yet the recent sighting of a unicorn rhinoceros has already confirmed that this year's examination will be extraordinarily challenging. Thus, even those who had originally intended to compete solo now began seeking teammates. Su Jingming, you haven't joined a team yet, have you? Why not join ours? We're still missing an auxiliary damage dealer, and your lightning type ability would complement us perfectly. From Class 5's contingent, a young woman clad in a silvery white form-fitting battle suit, her graceful figure elegantly accentuated, approached Su Jingming. She possessed delicate features and wore a gentle, faint smile. An ordinary student would likely have seized such an invitation from such a beautiful girl with unreserved eagerness. Yet Su Jingming's brow twitched faintly. Her name was Lin Qingyuan, the class monitor of Class 5, and widely regarded as a kind-hearted, amiable soul. Coupled with her striking beauty and poised physique, she enjoyed immense popularity within the class. Having learned of Su Jingming's orphan status during a prior conversation, Lin Qingyuan had since quietly extended support, assisting him discreetly in classroom activities and academic life. She believed her gestures went entirely unnoticed, yet the former Su Jingming, introverted and acutely sensitive, had swiftly sensed this subtle distinction, even secretly suspecting Lin Qingyuan harbored romantic feelings for him. But the Su Jingming who had transmigrated knew full well every act of hers stemmed solely from innate compassion, not affection. Her current invitation to join her team arose from the same benevolent impulse. Still, my dear auntie, must you choose this moment? This examination determines life and death. No candidate wishes for a liability in their ranks. Lin Qingyuan's public invitation would inevitably stir discomfort among her other teammates. Su Jingming glanced back, and indeed upon witnessing Lin Qingyuan's invitation, her fellow squad members' faces instantly flushed deep crimson. Monitor, I intend to enter the examination zone solo. Please proceed with your team formation. Su Jingming shook his head, inwardly marveling at Lin Qingyuan's innocent kindness. Indeed, judging by this alone, Lin Qingyuan's family must have shielded her meticulously. Otherwise, such gentle idealism could hardly have taken root. Is that so? Very well. Stay safe once inside. Lin Qingyuan had been preparing to persuade him further, but seeing the unwavering resolve in Su Jingming's eyes, she knew further entreaty would be futile. With a soft sigh, she turned away, disappointment etched across her face. Good riddance. That boy actually has sense. From Class 5's formation, Lin Qingyuan's teammates exhaled in quiet relief. Though Lin Qingyuan served as their squad leader, and they held no authority to override her decisions. Allowing Su Jingming, whose ability ranked merely classy, into their team would substantially diminish their collective score. You turned down senior beauty Lin's invitation. Jingming, you truly outdid yourself. Countless others would kill for such an opportunity. After Lin Qingyuan departed, Lu Jie sidled up, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Don't flatter yourself. I know our monitor's just naturally inclined to aid the vulnerable. Su Jingming rolled his eyes. Oh, you knew. I thought you'd mistaken it for secret admiration. Lu Jie feigned astonishment in reply. Still, seriously, you're entering solo. This year's exam is brutal. Even for someone with only a class ability, going solo is perilous. But if you'll call me big brother, I might just deign to escort you through it. Lu Jie tossed his hair with theatrical flair. Truth be told, he'd once been as taciturn as Su Jingming. Yet ever since awakening his Class C ability, he'd grown increasingly flamboyant. Though his phrasing was deliberately grating, Su Jingming recognized genuine concern beneath it, truly a loyal brother. Naturally, he'd never admit it aloud. Huh, need your escort? Su Jingming scoffed with exaggerated disdain, flashing a mysterious, inscrutable smile. Let me be frank. I am no longer who I once was. I have transcended my former self. I'm aiming for the provincial top scholar title of Jiangnan province. If you address me as Dad, I may graciously grant you entry among Jiangnan's top 100. With that, Su Jingming mimicked Lu Jie's flourish, flinging his hair back with equal swagger. Such is the peculiar camaraderie of young men vying in jest to become each other's father. Provincial top scholar. You really do talk big. I never knew you were this boastful. If Zhang Hao were here, he'd laugh until his teeth fell out. Lu Jie widened his eyes in mock amazement. Tisk tsk, truth-telling goes unbelieved these days. Truly moral decay advances apace. Su Jingming shook his head and sighed softly. Time slipped away swiftly amid their banter. Soon the clock struck 9. Whoosh! The gates to the ruined town swung open, drawn wide by soldiers. Wang Haiyang ascended the podium and declared the 2037th Jiangxing Martial Arts College entrance examination officially begins. Candidates, enter the examination zone. At his words, over 1,400 examinees surged forward as one. The martial arts exam has begun. This time I'll astound the world. My goal, Jiangnan Academy of Adepts. Fueled by anticipation and aspiration, battle-suited candidates, brandishing weapons, flooded into the ruined town like a swarm of locusts. Caught up in the fervor, Su Jingming unslung his spear and charged forward laughing, while the ruined town gaped like a fathomless maw, swallowing every student whole. Outside, the open ground rapidly emptied. Activate surveillance cameras and tracking drones. Commence live broadcast of the examination. The great Xian nation prides itself on martial virtue. Each year's martial arts college entrance examination is broadcast live nationwide. The broadcast is watched not only by education authorities and school principals, but also by organized viewing sessions for first and second-year high school students across the country. Once all candidates entered the zone, the tens of thousands of hidden cameras embedded throughout the ruined town simultaneously powered on. Simultaneously, over 50 military-grade drones ascended, tailing and filming star candidates, those already renowned prior to the examination. Moments later, holographic projections shimmered into existence above the open ground. Principals, homeroom teachers, and education officials exchanged greetings as they settled into the spectator stands. Though merely a small township beneath Jiangxing, the ruined town spans a vast expanse. Of the 1,400 candidates entering, only the entrance area grew momentarily congested. Beyond that, deeper penetration dispersed them like raindrops vanishing into the sea, leaving no ripple. Moreover, beasts possess intelligence. Thus, rather than launching immediate assaults upon this massive influx, the beasts withdrew into concealment. Teams and lone operatives alike now advanced independently into the heart of the ruined town. Zhou Mingyang of Jiangxing No. 1 High School, renowned for his light wind sword technique, activated his ability the moment he entered, summoning gales to reduce air resistance, then dashing forward with cheetah-like speed. Su Jingming selected a direction, gripped his spear, and strode onward, activating the smartwatch on his wrist. Instantly, a cerulean holographic interface projected from the device hovering before his eyes. A line of crisp black text appearing, "Please authenticate your identity via the smartwatch." In this era, Blue Star's technological advancement far surpassed his previous lives, holographic projection having long matured into routine application. Su Jingming showed no surprise, pressing his left thumb firmly onto the watch's display. Fingerprint verification in progress. Verification successful. Candidate Su Jingming, grade 12, class 5A, Jiangxing No. 2 High School. Admission number 2037-214-7849. His biographical data materialized upon the hologram. Meanwhile, 2 small panels appeared in the upper right corner. The first displayed his personal score name, Su Jingming, class, Jiangnan No. 2 High School, grade 12, class 5, score 0. The second panel showed the real-time Jiangxing Martial Arts Exam leaderboard. 1. Zhou Mingyang, 7 points. Jiangxing No. 1 High School. 2. Li Yuan, 5 points. Jiangxing No. 1 High School. 3. Zhao Hu, 4 points. Jiangxing No. 1 High School. 874. Su Jingming, 0 points. Jiangxing No. 2 High School. No wonder, they're from No. 1 High School. They've already slain a beast. Shaking his head, Su Jingming tapped the map icon on the holographic interface, prompting an interactive map of the ruined town to appear before him. The map formed an irregular circle color-coded to denote distinct zones. The outermost ring glowed green, the mid-zone yellow, the core region red, and the innermost sanctum a deep ominous crimson. A white dot, representing Su Jingming himself, pulsed at the very edge of the map. It's quite a distance from periphery to core. Let's head straight for the crimson zone. Su Jingming adjusted his bearing and marched resolutely toward the scarlet heart of the map. He hadn't gone far before a leopard-sized beast blocked his path. Its fur was jet black as ink, yet its vertically slit pupils gleamed a pale tangerine hue. Were it not for the fangs bared in its maw and the razor-sharp claws, still stained with dried dark red blood, it would have been an astonishingly beautiful creature. Beast Shadow Cat. Su Jingming instantly identified it, having memorized the bestiary of savage beasts cover to cover. A ubiquitous denizen of the wild zones, the shadow cat is anything but easy prey. Its prevalence attests not to weakness, but to exceptional adaptability, blinding speed, lethal claws and fangs, and a bite force exceeding 1,000 kilograms. Many candidates have fallen victim to its ambushes. Roar. Sensing human presence, the shadow cat unleashed a bloodthirsty growl and lunged forward on 4 powerful limbs. The scent of fresh flesh ignited its palate, accelerating its charge further. Novice adepts confronting beasts for the first time typically falter, unaware of their own panic. Yet Su Jingming, meeting a shadow cat for the first time in reality, remained utterly composed. In moments the beast closed within 3 meters and launched itself skyward. Claws raised high, it aimed squarely for Su Jingming's skull, swiping down with crushing force. Remember a beast's talons rival hardened alloy. A direct hit would shatter his cranium like a watermelon. Anticipating the carnage, a grotesquely eager expression flickered across the beast's snarling visage, almost human in its hunger. Then, without warning, a black blur streaked forth. The shadow cat was impaled clean through the throat by the spear's razor-sharp tip, frozen midair, skewered and pinned. Crimson blood erupted like a geyser from the severed carotid artery in its neck. Beast slain, unranked shadow cat. Ability points 3. Why are feral beasts branded as ferocious? Beyond their innate brutality, they all emit a distinct savage aura. That ferocious aura, if likened to humans, resembles the presence of a seasoned assassin. An ordinary person confronted by such a professional killer can be undone by a single look. It can very well induce shock, even strip one of courage. Feral beasts possess precisely that kind of aura. As a result, most awakeners facing a feral beast for the first time, under the intimidating presence, they often cannot muster more than 30% of their true strength. Some even freeze entirely, forgetting how to attack or employ their abilities and weapons. Thus, before the martial exam, families with some means hire professional ability users as bodyguards to escort their children into the wild zones so they can acclimate to fighting feral beasts. Su Jingming naturally lacked such resources. Therefore, before the martial exam, he had wondered whether his body would react negatively when he truly encountered a feral beast. Yet after encountering the Jingming, he showed no reaction at all to that ferocious aura. He could, as usual, precisely calculate the Jingming's leap trajectory and impale it with a single shot. I've heard that awakeners fighting feral beasts for the first time need several battles to overcome the fear of facing such formidable creatures. But some people are naturally insensitive to that aura. It seems I am one of those exceptions. Su Jingming jerked his right hand, using the momentum to withdraw the He Yao spear from the Jingming's neck. With a loud thud, the Jingming's body crashed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. This Jingming probably had never seen a long spear to leap like that. Was suicide. Unlike the cumbersome Tai Maozhu iron-haired boar and Bai Dao Hu armblade tiger, the Jingming moves with lithe grace, charging at a terrifying 17 milliseconds. Against the first 2 beasts, an awakener who cannot win can still flee. Face an Jingming, however, and there is no escape. It will chase you down to death. Thus, the Jingming earned the epithet Rookie Killer. Under normal circumstances, without ability aid and relying only on physical strength, Su Jingming could hardly achieve a one-shot kill, especially given his near absence of experience fighting feral beasts. Yet the Jingming made a fatal error. It leapt and swung its claws. Against awakeners wielding long swords or great blades, that move might work. By the time a sword or blade reached the Jingming, its claws would already be within striking range. But Su Jingming's He Yao spear measured a full 2.1 meters. As the saying goes, the longer the reach, the greater the advantage. The Jingming, still midair, never entered its effective range before Su Jingming drove the spear through it. Also, if not for the system prompt ID, almost have forgotten that killing feral beasts grants ability points. Staring at the newly added 3 ability points on his system panel, a heat of excitement rose in Su Jingming's chest. This meant that if he accumulated enough ability points in the coming fights, his strength could be enhanced further. But the ability points from killing a non-ranked feral beast are too few. I should hurry to the central area. Like ability users, feral beasts are ranked from 1st to 9th. 9 tiers in total. Beasts below first rank are called non-ranked feral beasts corresponding to human awakeners. Lacking experience against beasts, Su Jingming had originally planned to stay longer in the outer zones to adapt, since he barely reacted to the beast's aura lingering in the outer area seemed pointless. Su Jingming shouldered the He Yao spear and sprinted at full force toward the central district of the ruined town. Compared with Zhou Mingyang, who commanded wind element abilities, Su Jingming's charge was not particularly swift. Still, during the rush, he kept slaying beasts along the way. Killed one non-ranked feral beast, Tai Maoju ability points 5. Killed one non-ranked feral beast, Yingming ability points 3. Killed one non-ranked feral beast, Dujiaxi ability points 6. In his battles with feral beasts, Su Jingming did not use his abilities. On one hand, he wanted to temper his spear technique and gain combat experience. Using in-rank ability like Zixiao Shenlei Purple Heaven's Divine Thunder on these non-ranked beasts would only yield instant kills and offer no training value. On the other hand, the rarer an ability, the greater its drain. Su Jingming's original rank ability Ruo Dian Weak Electricity, when exerted fully, could last for a little over 3 hours. Swapped to in-rank abilities such as Zixiao Shenlei, and at full exertion it might not even be maintainable for an hour. The martial exam would last a full 12 hours. If he burned through his abilities early, by the time he reached the core zones and faced mid or high first-rank beasts, Su Jingming would have no other means of output. So he resolved to refrain from using his abilities for now and save them for the core area. Besides, after each battle, Su Jingming sensed his own improvement. The accumulation of fights sharpened his combat awareness and spear work at an astonishing pace. His technique grew smoother with each use, reaching a state of near-effortless control. This was unprecedented. Could my spear technique have advanced without me noticing? On the ruined old lane lay the corpse of a feral beast at Su Jingming's feet. The beast was as large as a small car, crowned with a knife-sharp horn, thick limbs, and dark brown hide. Even in death, it exuded a powerful, ferocious presence. This was the candidate's worst nightmare, the Dujiaxi. Its body bore bullseyed wounds, but the fatal strike had come to the head. The jet-black tip of the He Yao spear had in a ferocious motion driven through an eye socket straight into the brain, destroying vital neural tissue. The Dujiaxi was beyond any further death. PSHH. As the spear was withdrawn, red and white matter was brought out from the beast's skull. An ordinary person suddenly confronted with that sight, lacking mental fortitude, would likely vomit on the spot. Yet Su Jingming remained calm. He even opened his system panel on the spot. Name Su Jingming. Rank Awakener. Ability Zixiao Shenlei S. Physique 141 HP. Spirit 160. Skills Spear Technique Intermediate Shanyan Jifeng Pa Lightning Gale Break Beginner. Ability points 213. As expected, my spear technique has broken through to intermediate. Su Jingming's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but marvel. It seems real combat improves strength the most. Previously, he had practiced spear work for over 6 years, yet remained only a beginner. And he had elevated his technique to intermediate after only dozens of skirmishes with feral beasts. Though latent accumulation helped, it still proved the paramount importance of practical combat. Intermediate spear work already makes me feel effortless. What if I advance further? More than 3 hours had passed since the martial exam began. Along the way, though Su Jingming had not been actively seeking them, he had encountered over 40 beasts from lower tier in Yingmei to higher tier by Dao Hu and Dujiaxi. Each beast slain granted some ability points. He had not tallied the total until now. To his surprise, he had already amassed 213 ability points, enough to upgrade a skill. 213 ability points is only the beginning. Once I reach the mid-zone and use Zixiao Shenlei to slay beasts, the rate of accumulation will accelerate. With that in mind, after a moment's thought, Su Jingming could not resist the temptation and pressed the plus sign next to spear technique. Instantly, countless techniques related to spear work flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. This infusion of memory was not a fleeting montage. It would not be forgotten soon after. Instead, it felt as if Su Jingming himself had practiced spear work for decades. As the spear tech memory infusion completed, he snapped the spear forward with force. In the next instant, within a single second, the He Yao spear thrust 4 times in rapid succession through the air, like black lightning, swift, fierce, and deadly. On the weathered street, the He Yao spear, forged from great alloy, coiled and darted in Su Jingming's hands like a black celestial dragon, swift and supple. Hiss! As Su Jingming abruptly halted his sweeping motion, the spearhead of the He Yao spear transitioned instantaneously from blinding speed to absolute stillness. Friction with the air had heated it so intensely that wisps of steam rose from its tip. With this spear art alone, I could slay a level 1 ferocious beast. Su Jingming had once assumed spear mastery paled beside his physical constitution and mental acuity, the 2 foundational attributes. Yet under the guidance of the Shenlong system upon attaining an advanced level of spear art, he realized how grievously mistaken he'd been. His thrusting speed had more than doubled. Moreover, every nuance of long spear technique, parries, feints, strikes, and counters, had coalesced into instinctive fluency. No foe, however formidable, could evade his calibrated response. Indeed, even a level 1 ferocious beast whose physical might dwarfed his own many-fold would be toyed with, and ultimately slain, in this merciless dance of steel. Su Jingming then glanced at his system interface. Advancing his spear art to the advanced tier had cost him 200 psychic energy points, leaving only 13 remaining. Pity my points are insufficient. I truly relish witnessing the sheer terror of a master-tier spear art. Shaking his head, he opened the map. His avatar, a white luminist, hovered at the outer edge of the verdant perimeter zone, perilously close to the central amber sector. I'll reach the mid-zone in roughly half an hour. There dwell peak, pre-initiation beasts, and level 1 ferocious beasts. There my harvest of psychic energy points will accelerate dramatically. The ruins of Weiyuan Town, once a modern settlement built decades ago, retained the urban layout of its era, concrete structures divided neatly into downtown and suburban districts. Su Jingming now stood within a derelict residential complex on the outskirts of the ruined town. Years of beastly incursion and slow decay had left the entire compound in profound disrepair. 6-story apartment buildings lay partially collapsed, those still upright bore deep erosion scars. Weeds choked the cracked stone pavement, casting an aura of desolation. Just as Su Jingming sheathed the Heiyao spear and turned to depart, several other examinees emerged at the far end of the opposite road. They were a party of 5, 3 young women and 2 young men. At their head strode a tall, elegant woman clad in silvery white battle armor. She was Lin Qingyuan, class leader of Class 5, the very same who before entering the examination grounds had invited Su Jingming to join her team. Su Jingming. Lin Qingyuan spotted him instantly. Her delight evident, she strode forward with long, graceful strides, 3 steps compressed into 2. Most female battle armors were form-fitting, accentuating the wearer's silhouette. Lin Qingyuan's was no exception. The sleek silver-white suit clung tightly to her skin, tracing the elegant contours of her figure. Her armored legs, long, taut, and powerfully defined, moved with feline grace. Class leader. Along his path here, Su Jingming had encountered other examinees. Yet they hailed either from rival academies or different classes. This was the first time he'd met a fellow student from his own class, so a rare, genuine smile softened his features. Whoa, I never expected to find you here. Did you make it all the way alone? Lin Qingyuan scanned the surrounding ruins, seeing no one else, and asked curiously. Her 4 companions exchanged startled glances at the sight of Su Jingming standing solo. Typically, erranked psychic awakeners were eliminated within the first 1 to 2 hours of the martial examination. Yet it was already past noon, over 3 hours since the exam began. How then had Su Jingming not only survived, but advanced this deeply into the trial grounds? Going solo is simply more efficient. Su Jingming nodded honestly, offering no concealment. Impressive. Lin Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she raised a thumb. We owe our progress here entirely to Xiao Qiao's assistance. A petite young woman behind her shyly nodded. Xiao Qiao possessed a Drank support-type ability called Swift Stride, enhancing both her own and her allies' mobility. It was solely thanks to Xiao Qiao that Lin Qingyuan's squad had traversed such distances. I've just been fortunate. Most beasts I've encountered along the way weren't particularly strong. Faced with Lin Qingyuan's warm smile, Su Jingming, uncharacteristically, offered more than his usual terse reply. After all, in this nightmarish wasteland teeming with grotesque monstrosities, what greater solace could there be than the sudden appearance of a radiant beauty? After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su Jingming excused himself. Class leader time is critical. I'll speak with you after the exam. Yes, go ahead. Wishing you an outstanding score. Lin Qingyuan, well aware this was a high-stakes race against time during the martial examination, offered no objection. I truly hadn't imagined Su Jingming would advance this far. He must have weighed his decision carefully before registering for the martial examination. Orphaned at a tender age, Su Jingming had always struck Lin Qingyuan as a tragic figure. His perishing in the examination would have been doubly cruel, so seeing him alive and unharmed brought quiet relief to her heart. Captain, quickly! This unicorn rhino appears freshly slain. A sharp cry diverted Lin Qingyuan's attention. Her teammates clustered around the rhino's carcass, voices overlapping in excited speculation. Its blood remains unfaded. Death occurred mere minutes ago. The body bears numerous wounds, yet the fatal strike pierced the skull. Judging by the wound's shape, it was inflicted by a polearm, specifically a long spear. Though Lin Qingyuan's team had noticed the rhino's corpse earlier, they'd paid it little mind, assuming it belonged to some prior examinee squad's kill. But up close they realized the beast had died moments before, and every wound bore the unmistakable signature of a long spear. You don't seriously think Su Jingming slew this rhino? One male teammate voiced incredulity. Unicorn rhinos were notoriously tenacious, ferocious beasts. Even their 5-member team had dared confront one only after careful coordination. That alone a rank awakener could dispatch such a creature. Utterly unthinkable. If you're so skeptical, just check his ranking score. Another male teammate activated his smartwatch, swiftly locating Su Jingming's name on the live leaderboard. Rank 46, Su Jingming 256 points. Jiangqing No. 2 High School. Su Jingming, rank 46. Holy, did I read that right? Did he break into the top 50? Stunned, the boy blinked hard, then rubbed his eyes vigorously. When the digits remained unchanged, he recoiled, as if confronted by a specter voice cracking with disbelief. What do you mean, 46? You found Su Jingming's ranking. The rest of the team surged forward, drawn by the commotion. Upon seeing Su Jingming's name and rank shimmer across the holographic display, their expressions froze in identical wide-eyed astonishment. Even Lin Qingyuan, their composed captain, gaped with uncharacteristic childlike wonder. A shared incredulous thought rippled through them. Is it possible that a rank awakener could be this formidable? Impossible. The top-ranked Zhou Mingyang scored 412 points. It seems he has already unleashed a wave of slaughter in the central area. His swift and agile movement technique is indeed impressive, matching the speed of candidates in the provincial capital's martial arts examination. Speaking of which, Principal Liu is indeed formidable. Almost all of the top 10 are from your school. In the open space outside Ruins Town, there are 10 massive projection screens. These screens are tracking the top 10 students using military drones. Below these giant screens, there are thousands of smaller projection displays. These smaller projections are captured by fixed cameras placed throughout Ruins Town, and they are only enlarged to the main projection when necessary. Next to the projection screens is a ranking list detailing each student's scores and rank. In the temporary audience seating constructed beneath the projection screens, officials from the Education Bureau and principals and teachers from various schools are commenting on the ranked students. Among them, a middle-aged man in a suit with short hair is the focal point of the discussion. He is Liu Hang, the principal of Jiangqing First High School. Among the top 10 in the martial arts rankings, all but one student from the third high school are from the first high school. Zhou Mingyang is our ace from Jiangqing. He should be able to break into the top 100 in Jiangnan province this time in the martial arts examination. A short, stout, middle-aged man in the front row of the audience. Watching Zhou Mingyang wreak havoc on the first projection screen, he couldn't help but nod slightly. His name is Zhang Wenshan, the director of the Jiangqing Education Bureau. It's been many years since Jiangqing has produced a student who entered the top 100 in Jiangnan province. Sitting next to the Education Bureau Director, Principal Liu Hang of the first high school also expressed some sentiments. Jiangnan province is a populous province of the Great Xia Kingdom with 24 prefecture-level cities and nearly 34 county-level cities. Jiangqing is located in the most remote northern part of Jiangnan province, lacking resources, and its economic development ranks among the lowest of the 24 prefecture-level cities. Consequently, the annual educational funding allocated to Jiangqing from the provincial capital Ning'an City is also very limited. Because of this, Jiangqing has not been able to achieve good results in the martial arts examinations over the years. The best historical performance was about 7 or 8 years ago when someone awakened an A-level ability and managed to break into the top 100 in Jiangnan province. Years have passed, and while there have been A-level ability users emerging in Jiangqing, none have managed to enter the top 100 in Jiangnan province again. However, this year's Zhou Mingyang has rekindled their hope. I'm generally quite satisfied with the education at your first high school, said Education Bureau Director Zhang Wenshan, nodding. Moreover, the third high school is also commendable. They finally have someone in the top 10. However, the second high school is lacking. Their best score is only 18th place. Jiangqing First High School is the best school in Jiangqing. Compared to the first high school, the second and third high schools are significantly inferior. In previous martial arts examinations, the top 10 were monopolized by students from the first high school, with no visibility of students from the second or third high schools. This year we have indeed seen a few students with considerable talent. The principal of the third high school wore an uncontainable smile. In contrast, the principal of the second high school, Zhao Yao, appeared somewhat awkward. After all, in previous years the second high school had consistently outperformed the third high school. This year's situation seems to have reversed. But this year our high school's performance doesn't seem to be very good. Principal Zhao Yao of the second high school scoured the ranking for a long time and found that only 8 students from the second high school appeared in the top 50. Li Mingyang, Jian Tangju. These are all students from the elite class, but who is Su Jingming? I've never seen this name before. The martial arts examination results directly determine the distribution of educational funds among schools. Thus Xiao Yao is somewhat familiar with the outstanding students from his own school. But he had never heard the name Su Jingming. Perhaps he is a hidden student from another parallel class. He'll ask the homeroom teachers later to find out. Xiao Yao didn't pay much attention to it. After all, with so many students in the second high school, it's not surprising that one or two students might be hiding their true abilities. While Principal Xiao Yao didn't think much of it, Chen Fan, the homeroom teacher of Class 5 in the second high school, was stunned. He was very much aware of Su Jingming. The latter is merely an A-level ability user. How could he possibly make it into the top 50? Yet now he is the highest-ranked student in their entire Class 5. It's simply unbelievable. Could he have hidden his true strength? But no matter how hidden an A-level ability is still an A-level ability, it can't suddenly become S-level. So how did he manage to achieve such a high score? Homeroom teacher Chen Fan was perplexed. The martial arts examination involves genuine face-to-face battles with fierce beasts. There can be no dubiousness. Unfortunately, the main screen above only shows the top 10 ranked students. The thousands of fixed cameras below are so dense that they are impossible to discern. It is utterly impossible for Chen Fan to find a scene of Su Jingming among them. Without being able to see the footage, he has no idea how Su Jingming achieved such a high score. It was like a kitten smelling catnip, but unable to reach it, he felt an unbearable itch. In Ruins Town, after half an hour of rushing, Su Jingming finally entered the central area. Roar! Oh, whoa! Compared to the outer regions, the central area is clearly swarmed with more fierce beasts. As he walked along the road, Su Jingming could hear the roars and growls of fierce beasts in the distance. The air seemed to be saturated with a bloody and violent atmosphere. Crack! Su Jingming held a long spear in one hand with a nutritional bar clamped in his mouth, his battle boots stepping on a worn plastic basin by the roadside. The originally tough plastic had become as brittle as crispy noodles after decades of wind and rain shattering into pieces with the slightest pressure. As he walked, Su Jingming observed the surrounding environment. Ruins Town, once known as Weiyuan Town, had a population of nearly 1,000. When the fierce beasts breached the city's defenses, many people did not have time to evacuate, and nearly 50,000 to 60,000 people perished at the hands of the beasts. In the outer suburbs, there were no particularly remarkable signs. However, once he entered what would be considered the urban area of Ruins Town, the abandoned cars that hadn't been driven away and the dried dark red blood stains on the dilapidated ground revealed the brutality of the past. With a few scattered human bones that had not yet weathered the bloodiness and cruelty of that year could still be perceived. The urban area is the most densely populated place, and also the most severely afflicted by ferocious beasts in the past. Naturally, this is why the buildings in the city are more dilapidated compared to those in the suburbs. Wherever Su Jingming's gaze fell, there was hardly a single intact building. The Daxia Kingdom uses actual combat as the assessment method for its martial arts college entrance examination, not only to test strength, but also to allow awakeners to personally witness the devastating power of ferocious beasts. The Daxia Kingdom's protection for its citizens can be said to be taken to the extreme, apart from those unfortunate citizens whose cities have been breached by ferocious beasts. Other citizens may go their entire lives without ever seeing a ferocious beast in reality. For ordinary people, this approach poses no issue. However, to cultivate extraordinary beings, it is naturally better to understand the brutality of ferocious beasts as early as possible. Roar! Just as Su Jingming was deep in thought, a low growl echoed, and a ferocious beast sprang out from the ruins. It bore some resemblance to a tiger, but its size was significantly larger, with fur that was a mix of yellow and green. Most strikingly, it had bone blades growing from its forearms resembling sharp knives. Though they were made of bone, they shone with a metallic luster. Behind it, a tail like a whip drooped to the ground. A first-tier ferocious beast, the blade-armed tiger. Su Jingming's eyes narrowed slightly. Like the shadow cat, the blade-armed tiger is also a relatively common ferocious beast. Determining the level and strength of the blade-armed tiger is quite simple. One only needs to observe the length of the bone blades on their forearms. Those shorter than 20 centimeters are considered unranked, while those longer than 20 centimeters are classified as tiered ferocious beasts. This blade-armed tiger before him had bone blades measuring about 22 to 23 centimeters in length, making it a low-tier, first-tier ferocious beast. Compared to the unranked blade-armed tiger Su Jingming encountered earlier, this beast exuded a significantly stronger aura. In its amber eyes there was a raging bloodlust. It seems I am quite lucky, who I've just entered the central area and already encountered a first-tier ferocious beast. Downing the remaining liquid from the energy stick, Su Jingming felt a renewed sense of fullness in his abdomen and smirked slightly. Perfect timing to test my marksmanship on you. Casually tossing aside the energy stick, Su Jingming advanced, instead of retreating, charging at the blade-armed tiger with his black glint spear. Clang! The black glint spear scraped along the ruined concrete road, producing a harsh grinding sound and sparking. As a first-tier ferocious beast, the blade-armed tiger had already developed some intelligence. Seeing such a seemingly weak human daring to initiate an attack first, it let out an angry roar. Following that, its massive body charged at Su Jingming like a tank, even ignoring its gaping maw and sharp bone blades. Just the sheer size of this beast was enough to render most candidates helpless. However, Su Jingming showed no fear, his eyes betraying not a hint of panic. With a powerful grip, he swung the black glint spear, which seemed to whirl like a windmill. Then with a fierce thrust, he aimed it at the blade-armed tiger. Su Jingming's blood vitality was originally at 140 points, and his physique was stronger than most candidates. Now, with his marksmanship reaching an advanced level, the speed of his thrust was several times faster than before. Thus, facing a thrust that was as fast as lightning, the low-tier first-tier blade-armed tiger had no time to react, and a gaping hole appeared in its abdomen with a squelching sound. The wound was deep, piercing through its thick fur and skin, allowing the flowing blood to reveal the writhing organs within. Awoo! Ordinary creatures would undoubtedly lose their ability to move after taking such a heavy blow. However, the blade-armed tiger merely let out a pained howl, and then, as if its ferocity had been ignited, it lunged forward wildly. Indeed, as a first-tier ferocious beast, its vitality is tenacious. Without using any extraordinary abilities, Su Jingming did not expect this strike to directly kill it. Instead, he wielded the black glint spear and engaged in battle with the blade-armed tiger. With the aid of his advanced marksmanship, the black glint spear moved like a swimming dragon in his hands. With each thrust, a new hole appeared in the blade-armed tiger's body. Due to its length, the blade-armed tiger was unable to inflict any effective damage on Su Jingming. In less than a minute, this first-tier blade-armed tiger, capable of killing 99 of the candidates in the examination hall, was slain by Su Jingming. Its massive, riddled body collapsed with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Su Jingming himself, however, was unscathed, not a drop of blood, even staining his battle attire. This is the advantage of the spear. If one's strength is insufficient, they can be stabbed to death without even touching their opponent's clothing. Slayed one first-tier blade-armed tiger, 10 extraordinary points. With the death of the blade-armed tiger, the system notification sounded. The extraordinary points gained from killing a first-tier ferocious beast are almost double those from slaying an unranked ferocious beast. Su Jingming's eyes lit up. In that case, I must seize the opportunity to kill more ferocious beasts and harvest extraordinary points. With the black glint spear secured behind him, Su Jingming wasted no time and rushed toward the area where the roars of ferocious beasts were most densely concentrated. Based on the strength of the ferocious beasts, the ruined town was divided into 4 areas: the outskirts, the central area, the core, and the innermost core area. Most candidates' strength was only sufficient to operate in the outskirts. Only a few daring candidates would venture into the central area. The core area even made candidates from Jiang City's top high school rocket class hesitate. As for the innermost core area, where second-tier ferocious beasts reside, hardly anyone from Jiang City could enter. That is a place only the geniuses of provincial capital cities dare to tread. With the level Zixiao Divine Thunder, Su Jingming naturally had the qualification to enter. However, due to the limited duration of his extraordinary abilities, he planned to stay in the central area for now. He intended to enter the core area in the last 2 hours. Of course, the true wilderness area has no such divisions of strength as outskirts or central areas. It is entirely possible that while walking in the wilderness area, a high-tier ferocious beast could suddenly emerge and devour you. Su Jingming understood that this was the only opportunity he had to obtain a large number of extraordinary points. Thus, after slaying the blade-armed tiger, he began to search for more ferocious beasts. Upon locating them, Su Jingming did not even need to use extraordinary abilities. He could directly kill them with his formidable physique and advanced marksmanship. Find ferocious beasts. Slay them. Gain extraordinary points. Find ferocious beasts. Slay them. Gain extraordinary points. Throughout the process of killing ferocious beasts to obtain extraordinary points, he also discovered a pattern: the acquisition of extraordinary points was more closely related to the strength of the ferocious beasts. For instance, the shadow cat and the unicorn rhinoceros under the same tier, a single unicorn rhinoceros could deal with 3 or 4 shadow cats at once. It is precisely for this reason that the extraordinary points gained from slaying a peak unranked unicorn rhinoceros are even equivalent to those from killing a low-tier first-tier shadow cat. However, this pattern had little impact on Su Jingming at present. In any case, it was all about killing. Thus, Su Jingming did not pause for a moment. He was either battling ferocious beasts or on the road searching for them. As the number of slain ferocious beasts increased, the extraordinary points on the system panel surged, and his martial arts entrance examination score skyrocketed as well. Unbeknownst to Su Jingming, such a scene had caused an uproar in the outside world. The martial arts college entrance examination will last for a full 12 hours, during which the principals and class teachers from various schools will be present throughout. After all, with the Education Bureau director present, they cannot leave midway. Additionally, the results of the martial arts college entrance examination serve as the standard for the distribution of educational funds for the second half of the year, so the principals and teachers are very concerned about the students' performance. Of course, due to the long duration of the exam, the military district will provide lunch and dinner for the principals and teachers. Now, more than 4 hours have passed since the start of the martial arts college entrance examination, and the time has reached 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, most of the candidates in the examination hall have begun to consume their first energy bars. Outside the examination hall, the principals and teachers from various schools have finished lunch in the military canteen and are walking towards the audience seats. The first high school is still as formidable as ever. Almost all the top 10 are their students. The first high school receives the most educational funding every year, and their student intake is the best in Jingming, so it's not surprising they have such results. That's true. Speaking of which, our second high school has performed quite well this year too, with 8 students making it into the top 50. In previous years, having 5 or 6 would have been considered excellent. Unfortunately, this year the third high school has been even more impressive, with students breaking into the top 10, which puts us in an awkward position. In the ranks of teachers from Jiangcheng's second high school, people walked and discussed among themselves. They were not surprised by the first high school's solid educational foundation dominating the top rankings. Amidst the conversation, they discussed their own school and the third high school. By the way, teacher son, what's the situation with Su Jingming from your class? How come we didn't know you had such a notable student? Suddenly, someone mentioned Su Jingming and directed their gaze toward a middle-aged man in a black suit among them. His name is Sun Yang, the homeroom teacher of the rocket class at the second high school. Su Jingming is not from our class. I was just about to ask which class he is in. The rocket class homeroom teacher Sun Yang looked puzzled. Su Jingming is not from your class. But apart from the rocket class students, who else could be that impressive? The surrounding teachers were also slightly taken aback, inquiring which class Su Jingming belonged to. After all, every school rearranges classes after students awaken their abilities, placing those with potential and excellent capabilities into the rocket class. The second high school is no exception. Because of this, the students who perform well in the martial arts college entrance examination are mostly from the rocket class, making it rare for students from parallel classes to appear. How did your class perform, old Chun? In the back of the line, a bearded middle-aged man leaned close to Chun Fan, the homeroom teacher of class 5. And before he could respond, he continued, "Our class did quite well. Our top students have already made it into the top 100. The best students in the second high school are concentrated in the rocket class, which has led to the situation where students from other parallel classes are considered excellent if they make it into the top 100. Well, that's pretty good." Chun Fan glanced at him indifferently. This middle-aged man is Li Jun, the homeroom teacher of class 4 next door. Several years ago, they had a bit of a conflict, and their relationship hasn't been great. In the following years, Li Jun has been subtly and overtly opposing him, and they could be considered rivals. Not bad. Looking at his old rival Chun Fan's indifferent reaction, Li Jun couldn't help but show a smug smile. However, I'm afraid this year's entrance exam bonus will be a bit more for me than for you. To encourage a good study atmosphere, the bonuses for these homeroom teachers are directly linked to the students' performance in the martial arts college entrance examination. If there are students in the class who enter the top 100 in Jiangcheng, he can receive a bonus of at least over 10,000. In this small city where the monthly salary of a homeroom teacher is barely under 6,000, a bonus of 10,000 is already quite good. Old Chun pretends to be indifferent, but at this moment, he is probably already envious to death, right? Just as Li Jun was secretly pleased, Chun Fan's voice rang out again. "Is that so? Then you might be disappointed. Our class performed quite well, as well. Some have made it into the top 50. Top 50. Old Chun, you're not joking, right? Those are all rocket class students. How could anyone from your class possibly rank that high? Wait." However, he quickly reacted, his eyes widening in shock. Could it be that Su Jingming is from your class? Compared to Li Jun's shock, Chun Fan's reaction was much calmer. He merely nodded slightly. "Su Jingming is from your class, then why didn't you answer when they asked about Su Jingming's class?" Li Jun still found it hard to believe. "Really? Perhaps I didn't hear it." Chun Fan replied, pretending to be confused. "What the hell? What do you mean you didn't hear? You were obviously doing it on purpose. Wow, so you've been waiting here for me all along." Looking at Chun Fan's feigned indifference, Li Jun really wanted to punch him in the face. However, what the other party said next nearly made him spit blood in anger. Su Jingming merely made it into the top 50. That's not too remarkable. The highest from the rocket class went all the way up to the 18th place. What do you mean just the top 50? The bonus for the top 50 is over 20,000. And can your parallel class even compare to the rocket class, which gathers all the elite students from the entire school? Li Jun's heart was roaring madly. You must know over the years the best student he has nurtured has merely achieved a 64th place in the martial arts college entrance examination. It seems that teacher Chun has cultivated an exceptional student. Li Jun took several deep breaths to barely calm himself, congratulating him with a sour tone. It's all thanks to Jingming's own efforts. It has little to do with me. Watching his rival, so worked up, Chun Fan maintained his humble demeanor on the surface, yet inside, he was already overjoyed. Did you like to show off? This time you've taken a hit right. In the past, Li Jun always overshadowed him. This time, he finally managed to turn the tables. Thinking of this, Chun Fan felt secretly delighted. So Su Jingming is from class 5. Teacher Chun must have good teaching methods. Oh, out of so many parallel classes, only the students from your class made it into the top 50. Later this year, we can let Teacher Chun give a lecture on his teaching experiences. Upon learning that Su Jingming was a student from class 5, the surrounding teachers all began to congratulate him. Even Sun Yang, the homeroom teacher of the rocket class, showed a friendly smile towards Chun Fan. The top students had already been selected by the rocket class, so being able to cultivate such a student in a parallel class indicates that Chun Fan's teaching quality is indeed impressive. A group of teachers chatted and laughed, soon returning to the audience seats. After sitting down, the homeroom teacher of class 5, Chun Fan immediately looked up at the virtual screen in the air, searching for Su Jingming's ranking. Soon he found Su Jingming's name among the rankings. 32nd place. Su Jingming, 328 points. Jiangqing Second High School, 32nd place. Upon seeing this ranking, homeroom teacher Chun Fan was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it just 46th place? How did it rise over 10 spots after just a meal? Just as he was puzzled, Su Jingming's name suddenly jumped, and when it reappeared, it was in a different position, 25th place. Su Jingming, 372 points. Jiangqing Second High School, what's going on? Chun Fan's eyes widened, his face full of shock. What happened? How did Su Jingming's ranking suddenly rise so much? There were over 1,400 candidates participating in the Jiangqing Martial Science College entrance examination, and it was quite normal for rankings to fluctuate constantly. However, a sudden rise or fall of more than 10 ranks typically occurred only in the lower tiers. These individuals possessed similar strengths, so any slight change in scores could result in fluctuations of over 10 ranks. Conversely, those who entered the top 50 were exceptionally strong, with significant score disparities among them. Even if there were ranking changes, it would only amount to a rank or two at most. Such a sudden leap of over 10 ranks was exceedingly rare. Thus, not only did Chun Fan notice this scene, but the other teachers from the second high school also began to discuss it. Su Jingming's rank has risen, and he has surged to the 25th place. What a 25th place. Is that for real? We just went out for a meal and came back. How could the rankings change so drastically? Is he really from the parallel class? How fierce can he be? At that moment on the ranking list of the Jiangqing Martial Science College entrance examination, 9 students from the second high school had entered the top 50. Aside from the 18th and 22nd ranks, the highest ranked student from the second high school was Su Jingming in 25th place. His rank jumped directly from 32nd to 25th A, and his score soared from 328 to 372. In the front of the audience, the principal of the second high school, Zhao Yao, squinted his eyes. As a level C psychic ability user, although he was only at the first tier, he could remember all the ranking information on the board. He paid special attention to the information of the second high school's candidates. Naturally, he was keenly aware of Su Jingming's score changes, yet even so he still found it hard to believe. According to the scoring method for the Martial Science College entrance examination, killing a peak non-tiered beast could earn 1/6 to 8 points. Killing a first-tier lower-level beast could earn 1/14 to 16 points. The Intelligent Watch had a kill count statistic interval of about 4 seconds. Su Jingming had suddenly gained 44 points, which meant he had killed either 5 peak non-tiered beasts or 3 first-tier lower-level beasts in just 4 seconds. Regardless of which type it was enough to demonstrate Su Jingming's formidable strength. Even if he doesn't match the likes of Zhou Mingyang and the others from the first tier, he's definitely within the top 10 range. When did our school produce such a fierce student? Principal Zhao Yao was somewhat bewildered. According to the regulations of the Great Xia Kingdom, the principals of all schools and the directors and deputy directors of each city's education bureau must be at least first-tier ability users. Although Principal Zhao Yao had not seen Su Jingming's battle footage, he could infer Su Jingming's approximate strength just from the sudden change in rankings. The other 2 principals and the education bureau director naturally noticed it as well. Principal Zhao, it seems your school does have some good students. This Su Jingming probably hadn't exerted himself before. Now that he has his rank has shot up immediately. The Education Bureau Director Zhang Wenshan nodded slightly. Principal Zhao's student seems to have strength close to the top 10. The principal of the first high school, Lu Heng, added, by the way, what ability did this student awaken? I haven't heard about it before. Director Zhang Wenshan looked puzzled. A candidate with such strength shouldn't be unknown. To be honest, Su Jingming only awakened in a level ability called weak electricity today during the exam. I will have to ask his homeroom teacher to find out more about him. Teacher Chen, please come over here. Facing the inquiry from Director Zhang Wenshan, Zhao Yao directly called over the homeroom teacher Chen Fan. In the envious gazes of the other teachers from the second high school, Chen Fan sat next to the principal. For Chen Fan, an ordinary homeroom teacher, the education bureau director, and principals were undoubtedly big shots. Thus, confronted with their gazes, his naturally confident expression became somewhat restrained. Principal Director, as far as I know, Su Jingming awakened in a level ability weak electricity. A level ability. Principal Zhao Yao frowned. Teacher Chen, you must be mistaken. Principal, I am not mistaken. Before the exam, I specifically reminded him not to participate in the Martial Science College entrance examination. Chen Fan said with a bitter smile. In reality, as the homeroom teacher, he too had doubted whether the registration for the awakening ability back then was mistaken. To have come this far with merely an A-level ability, it seems that Su Jingming must possess exceptional qualities in other areas. Director Zhang Wenshan pondered. It's a pity he didn't make it into the top 10, otherwise we wouldn't get to see his battle footage. The live streaming system for the Martial Science College entrance examination operated on a program customized by the province, and even he couldn't interfere. Finding Su Jingming's figure among the thousands of fixed camera feeds below would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Just wait, at his level he should be able to break into the top 10 quickly. Though Su Jingming's situation was somewhat special as the Education Bureau Director, he still had this much patience. Then we can only wait. Principal Zhao Yao also nodded, calling back Chen Fan, who was about to return to his seat. Additionally, Teacher Chen, you can sit here. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's expression brightened. Not all teachers had the opportunity to be so close to the director and principals. Time slowly passed, and the rankings of the Martial Science College entrance examination were constantly changing. Amidst this array of ranks, one name was steadily rising. 25th place, Su Jingming. 21st place, Su Jingming. 16th place, Su Jingming. 12th place, Su Jingming. 9th place, Su Jingming. In less than an hour, Su Jingming's rank surged into the top 10. Su Jingming did it. He really made it into the top 10. Homeroom teacher Chen Fan's face was filled with excitement. He, merely the homeroom teacher of a parallel class, never dreamed that one of his students could actually make it to the Jiangqing top 10. He made it into the top 10. Principal Zhao Yao also sighed in relief. Otherwise, being overshadowed by the third high school would have made his position as principal quite awkward. Now we can finally see how Su Jingming entered the top 10. Education Bureau Director Zhang Wenshan looked expectantly towards the sky. After a while, the virtual projection for the 9th place flickered. In its place was the somewhat tall figure of a young man. The youth wore a black combat suit, his expression resolute, and his eyes filled with determination. He held a black spear about 2 meters long, its tip sharp and deadly, with bright red blood staining it, adding a fierce touch. At the feet of the young man lay several beasts that had already lost their breath. Not far away, another beast cowered, unwilling to approach. Black attire, long spear, fierce beasts. The entire scene, composed of various elements, radiated a fierce and powerful aura. In the next moment, the young man moved. The spear shot out like a dragon merely for an instant. The remaining beast didn't even have time to react before it was pierced through by the spear. HSS, what a lightning-fast spear thrust, and truly blinding, like a bolt of lightning itself. In his reaction speed rivals that of a wind element awakened, yet he is said to possess lightning element abilities. Staring at the projection screen, where a black-clad figure had just obliterated a shadow cat beast in a flash, numerous faculty members in the audience sat stunned into silence. Fast, precise, ruthless, and that was their first impression of Su Jingming. Chen Fan, homeroom teacher of Class 5, widened his eyes in disbelief. Since the school scheduled mandatory sparring courses, he was broadly familiar with most students' combat capabilities. Yet during those sessions, Su Jingming's performance had been merely passable, nowhere near this level of mastery. Remarkable. He concealed this for so long. With such mastery of the spear, why not reveal it earlier? Must he wait until the National Awakening exam to stun everyone? Still, even with only an A-rank ability, such skill with a weapon could indeed secure him a commendable score on the exam. So it seems my earlier advice against his taking the martial track exam was unnecessary after all, murmured Chen Fan, nodding faintly. Formidable physical constitution, an extraordinary spear technique. Zhao Yao, principal of No. 2 High School, exhaled deeply, then shook his head. What a pity. Indeed, a profound loss. Zhang Wenshan, director of the Municipal Education Bureau, also wore an expression of quiet disappointment. An exceptional physique and weapon proficiency were undoubtedly strong advantages during the awakened stage, but as ranks ascended, such advantages would inevitably diminish. And after all, awakened or not, it was still abilities that defined them. Above all, battle hinged upon one's innate power. And, had he possessed even a crank ability, paired with such physique and mastery, he would unquestionably claim first place in Jiangqing. Alas, he bears only an rank ability. In Zhang Wenshan sighed again, unable to suppress his regret. None like the principal and the education director Chen Fan, their class 5 homeroom teacher, viewed matters with greater equanimity. A top 10 ranking in Jiangqing sustained until the exam's conclusion guaranteed admission to a reputable Awakened Academy. Even if Su Jingming ceased slaying beasts, now his current standing would still secure him a place at such an academy, albeit a less prestigious one. Compared to his original expectation, failure, or even death, this outcome surpassed all hope. In the ruins of the abandoned town, Su Jingming stood over the fallen corpse of a shadow cat beast. A chime resonated within his mind. In 1 rank 1 shadow cat slain, 9 ability points. Ni's heart swelled with quiet elation. The central district of the ruined town teemed with beasts far more densely than he'd anticipated. And within just over an hour of entering, he had already felled over 20 rank 1 subordinate beasts, and another dozen peak-level pre-ranked beasts. His system interface now displayed a total of 312 ability points. Excellent. Indeed, efficiency is markedly higher here in the central zone. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction, then paused, alerted by the high-pitched whine of rapidly spinning rotors. Na drone approached from afar, hovering dozens of meters above him. A tracking surveillance drone. Have I broken into the top 10? He activated his smartwatch to check his rank. 9. Su Jingming. 607 points. Jiangqing No. 2 high school. As expected, I've entered the top 10. Na faint smile graced his lips. The drone's arrival meant his every subsequent move would be broadcast live to the outside world. Even his strength, Zi Shao Divine Thunder, his ultimate ability, would now be fully exposed. For such celestial lightning bore no resemblance to the feeble static of an rank weak electric ability whose disguise was impossible. Yet Su Jingming had never intended concealment. The martial track exam exists precisely to assess a candidate's true strength and latent potential. The higher one's score, the greater one's agency in choosing one's future. Only a fool would sacrifice points to hide his power. Su Jingming narrowed his gaze and opened his system interface. In name, Su Jingming. Rank, Awakened Ability, Zi Shao Divine Thunder. SN Physique, 141 Kiblood. In Mind, 160 Hz. In Skills, Spear Mastery, Advanced Lightning Gale Strike. Beginner in Ability Points, 312. Over 300 points, and still no rank progression. Frowning, he noted the absence of any symbol beside his rank. Non-Li, 2 explanations could account for this anomaly. First, the threshold for ascending from Awakened to Awakened Enhanced demanded far more ability points than he currently possessed, 300 proving insufficient. Second, ascension required fulfilling certain prerequisites, conditions the system itself could not override regardless of accumulated points. Transitioning from Awakened to Awakened Enhanced requires mastering an ability cultivation method. It appears I lack such a method, and thus cannot advance. Su Jingming surmised inwardly. Such cultivation methods form the essential foundation for advancement beyond the awakened stage. Yet even the most rudimentary texts commanded prices exceeding 1 million credits. Given his modest means, acquisition was out of the question, and he had assumed his system might circumvent this requirement, but now realized he had been mistaken. Still, my present combat prowess rivals that of true awakened enhanced individuals. I'll simply wait until after the exam, enter an Awakened Academy, study a cultivation method, and then ascend. Su Jingming dismissed further speculation. What mattered now was how best to allocate these 312 points. Only base attributes and combat techniques are currently upgradable. Techniques remain unnecessary. For now, I'll enhance my core attributes directly. After brief deliberation, he allocated all points across his 2 foundational attributes, 200 to Physique, 112 to Mind. Physique 141, 181 Kiblan, Mind 160, 182 HCN. As his base attributes surged, Su Jingming felt raw vitality flood his limbs, and his consciousness sharpened to unprecedented clarity. All fatigue accrued from relentless travel and successive battles vanished in an instant. Exhilarating, and he laughed aloud, and with a flourish spun his black radiant spear into an elegant gleaming arc. His thrusts now carried greater velocity and force than ever before. With this physique and my advanced spear mastery, even mid-tier rank 1 beasts in the core zone would fall before me, without invoking my ability at all. In that moment, confidence burned fiercely within him. The core zone hosts stronger, denser concentrations of beasts. Now that my strength has surged anew, I need not linger in the central zone. Straight to the core. He gave his spear a sharp, resonant shake, sending droplets of crimson blood scattering from its length, then slung it across his back. In glancing once at his map, Su Jingming surged forward toward the core zone. Empowered by his enhanced physique, his sprinting speed now edged past even Zhou Mingyang, who, augmented by wind element abilities, had previously held the lead. Behind him, the surveillance drone trailed relentlessly, like a faithful, unblinking shadow. In the ruins of a desolate town's central sector, with a sharp dagger slashing across its throat, blood gushed forth violently as the level 1 lower-rank Shadow Cat collapsed with a thunderous crash. Behind him, Tang Chi's slender figure emerged, her hand gripping the dagger. A shimmering violet-black feline-shaped aura enveloped her like a spectral veil, though a pair of delicate cat ears crowned her head, uncontrolled, yet strikingly vivid. Rank Enhancement Ability Umbral Cat. While active, it dramatically amplifies her sprint speed, reflexes, and offensive power. It was precisely this rank ability that enabled her, still merely an awakened, to slay a level 1 beast. Of course, she had also cultivated a specialized technique for enhancing her innate ability. Though still far from ascending to the rank of an ability user, her foundational physical prowess remained formidable. Yet even so, dispatching a level 1 lower rank beast marked the absolute limit of her current strength. For this reason, she dared only patrol the central sector, never venturing into the core zone, where level 1 mid-rank beasts held dominion. To conserve her ability's energy, Tang Chi immediately deactivated Umbral Cat after the kill. The feline aura dissipated from her form, her vertically slit cat-like pupils receded, returning to their natural state. Rank 12, Tang Chi, 567 points, Jiangqing No. 1 high school. She tapped open her smartwatch and frowned upon seeing her ranking. Dropped 1 place. Instinctively, her gaze lifted, to see who had displaced her. To her astonishment, a familiar name occupied the 9th position, Su Jingming of Jiangqing No. 2 high school, 607 points, rank 9. She froze, stunned, before slowly regaining her composure, her mind conjuring the tall, resolute figure shouldering a long spear. So it really was you, cousin Jingming, who delivered that strike yesterday. She had not dismissed the possibility that the name on the leaderboard merely coincided with her cousin's, but both attended Jiangqing No. 2 high school bearing identical names. Could such a coincidence truly exist? Compounding that doubt was the lingering suspicion kindled yesterday at Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. Now solidifying into certainty, the Su Jingming on the leaderboard was her cousin. Yet how did you, a mere E-rank ability user, accomplish all this? A flicker of curiosity danced across Tang Chi's elegant features. It seems my cousin is far less docile than he appears. Damn, is Ming really this formidable? I should have called him Dad right away and clung to his coattails. At the outer perimeter of the ruined town, Lu Jia, his frame swollen to twice its normal size, stared in dismay at Su Jingming's ranking projected onto his holo display. What was calling someone Dad compared to the weight of the Wushu College entrance exam results? Su Jingming has entered the top 10. Incredible. He's now our school's highest-ranked student. The Linqing Yuan squad had been tracking Su Jingming ever since spotting his 46 ranking. Now witnessing his ascent into the top 10, they exchanged awestruck murmurs. How on earth did he pull this off? If Su Jingming can break into the top 10, we must strive for the top 300. Gazing at the leaderboard, Lin Qingyuan's expression softened with quiet admiration. Though she could not fathom how he'd done it, their circumstances differed profoundly from his. Reaching the top 300 would already fulfill their ambitions. When Su Jingming's rank had yet to breach the top 10, it drew little notice. But once he entered the top 10, every examinee in the testing grounds took heed, and those who knew him reacted in wildly divergent ways. Unaware of any of this, Su Jingming surged forward, racing full speed toward the core zone. His enhanced physique granted him markedly greater velocity than before. Moreover, his starting position in the central sector lay relatively close to the core zone, so within just over 30 minutes he crossed into the designated core region on the map. The core zone of the ruined town was once the bustling heart of Weiyuan Town, the city center. Compared to the central sector, its buildings stood taller, though their facades were crumbling and decayed, traces of former elegance still lingered. More critically, beasts here ranged from level 1 lower rank to level 1 mid-rank. No sub-level beasts remained. Only examinees ranked among Jiangqing's top 5 possessed the confidence to enter this zone. He, however, was the exception. En route, he made no deliberate effort to seek out beasts. Thus, in those 30-odd minutes, he dispatched only 4 or 5. His ranking declined, not improved, sliding to 10. Once I locate a dense pack of beasts, my rank will climb swiftly once more. This time I'll seize first place, without compromise. His gaze hardened. As before, he followed the direction where bestial roars rang thickest and most resonant. Roar. Aowo. Amidst the shattered cityscape, monstrous cries echoed ceaselessly, a true sanctuary for beasts. Su Jingming listened intently, then bolted southeastward, the direction where roars surged with greatest intensity and volume. Most examinees advanced with extreme caution, fearful that noise might attract beasts and trigger a lethal ambush. Su Jingming, by contrast, moved like a lithe, unstoppable cheetah, darting through the urban wasteland. Slung across his back, the Black Star spear, weighing 50 kilograms, impeded his motion not a whit. He raced along fractured roads, wind howling past his ears, scenery blurring at the periphery, occasional beasts prowling amid rubble flickering briefly in his peripheral vision. Such solitary creatures stirred no impulse to engage. Soon the cacophony of roars drew unmistakably closer, until a rusty-tin mangled bus blocked the road ahead. Yet Su Jingming decelerated not a fraction. Only at the last instant, driving powerfully through his legs, he launched himself skyward, leaping over 6 meters high. Thud! His combat boot struck the bus roof. Eyes sweeping downward, the entire scene beneath unfolded in stark clarity. Below lay a derelict fitness plaza, scattered with broken exercise equipment and teeming with beasts. The sheer density of beasts saturated the air, not only with coppery blood scent, but also with a pungent animal musk that tightened Su Jingming's brow. 1, 2, 3. 10 beasts in total, all arm-blade tigers. So I've stumbled upon a pack. Beasts fell into 2 categories: solitary and communal. Arm-blade tigers belonged firmly to the latter, and ordinary examinees gave such packs wide berth. Yet Su Jingming's clear, cold eyes, black and white like polished jade, burned with fierce, unquenchable battle lust. This was exactly what he sought. For arm-blade tigers to form a cohesive pack, they require a sovereign, an undisputed alpha to command absolute dominance. His gaze locked onto the plaza's center. There, half-consumed and drenched in gore, lay the corpse of a unicorn rhinoceros, and beside it crouched the pack's sovereign, a massive arm-blade tiger larger than any other by a wide margin. Its limbs were thick with corded muscle. The bony blades protruding from its forelimbs gleamed, enormous, razor-edged, lethal. A level 1 mid-rank arm-blade tiger. This is unquestionably the pack's sovereign. A subtle, confident curve lifted the corner of Su Jingming's mouth. Slaying them all would yield a substantial bounty of ability points. Su Jingming stood at a height of 186 meters, and perched atop the bus roof. His sudden appearance instantly drew the attention of the arm-blade tigers gathered in the square. Except for the arm-blade tiger king, who still lounged lazily at the center, all 9 resting tigers rose to their feet in unison. Their eyes burned with ferocity as they paced deliberately toward the bus. Though their speed was unhurried, the sheer presence of 9 massive car-sized beasts converging together generated an overwhelming, suffocating pressure. It was precisely this coordinated menace that made such beast swarms notoriously difficult to confront. Indeed, even a high-rank level 1 beast would hesitate to provoke these 9 arm-blade tigers. Yet Su Jingming showed not the slightest trace of fear as all 9 advanced upon him. With a single leap, he vaulted down from the bus roof and landed hard on the ground with a resonant thud. Roar! A low, guttural growl echoed, and the 9 tigers, moving with uncanny, almost human-like coordination, instantly fanned out. Then from divergent angles they launched a synchronized charge towards Su Jingming. No wonder this is a beast swarm led by a sovereign. So they've even mastered rudimentary battlefield formation. With a swift reverse grip, the black luster spear materialized in his hand. The bus stood less than 30 meters from the square, a trivial distance for these low-rank, level 1 arm-blade tigers. In the blink of an eye, the 9 tigers closed in to within 5 meters of Su Jingming. Yet rather than swarming en masse, 5 surged forward first, launching themselves skyward in fierce predatory leaps. 5 colossal bodies converged tightly, sealing off every forward escape route before him, while behind him loomed the abandoned bus, leaving no room to retreat. At that instant, Su Jingming was utterly cornered. His gaze remained unwavering, steady, and with a whirlwind motion, he spun the tunterlong black luster spear like a colossal roaring windmill. The spear blurred into a black phantasm, spinning with the furious intensity of a turbine blade. In that split second, the tigers sensed something terribly amiss, but it was already too late. Unprepared and unguarded, all 5 slammed headlong into the whirling spearhead. Shunk! Shunk! Its razor-edged tip, rotating at lethal velocity, shredded through skulls like a meat grinder, gushing blood and splitting bone. 1 tiger crumpled backward, toppling head over heels. Though grievously wounded in the skull, none of the 5 perished outright. Their shallow, labored breaths betrayed lingering life upon the ground. Pure physical strength alone still falls short, Su Jingming murmured, shaking his head slightly. This windmill strike relied solely on raw bodily power, not a cultivated battle technique. Had it been a true combat art, fusing physique and awakened ability, those 5 beasts would have been obliterated in that very instant. Still, no matter, just a finishing stroke will suffice. He surged forward once more while the remaining 4 tigers attempted to intercept him. Yet each was effortlessly evaded by his nimble footwork. Then the black luster spear swept forth like the scythe of death itself, silencing one gravely wounded tiger after another. Roar! At last the central arm-blade Tiger King, a mid-rank level 1 sovereign, rose from its repose sensing grave imbalance and strode forward to stand before the surviving four. Perfect! I'll eliminate you all together. With a sharp shink, the black luster spear withdrew from a fallen carcass. Alone spear in hand, Su Jingming faced down 5 tigers. His clear, lucid eyes held no trace of fear, only boundless coldness and lethal intent. Roar! Whether enraged by the carnage among its kin or provoked by his indomitable gaze, the Tiger King bellowed anew. With a thunderous charge, it led the remaining 4 into battle, while Su Jingming met them, heat and spear raised, clashing fiercely amid the storm of claws and fangs. Though beasts, arm-blade tigers possessed a measure of cunning, especially this pack forged through repeated cooperation and countless hunts, having jointly slain numerous formidable predators. Such a quintet unleashed within any city could annihilate an elite military squad of over 100 soldiers. Yet Su Jingming became a black phantom, darting fluidly through the narrow gaps between them. Their attacks failed to land a single meaningful blow, while every thrust of his spear struck with surgical precision, either delivering instant death or inflicting crippling wounds. Within less than 2 minutes, every arm-blade tiger lay vanquished beneath his spear. A mid-rank level 1 beast, hardly worth mentioning. I didn't even need to awaken my ability. He gazed down at the Tiger King's lifeless form and shook his head faintly. Though his physique had been enhanced by the system, the true extent of his combat prowess remained uncertain, even to himself. His bold assault against this beast swarm had been possible only because of the purple celestial thunder, an ultimate safeguard. Yet these beasts proved too weak even to compel its use. Su Jingming then glanced at his system interface. This single engagement had netted him a full 106 awakened ability points. A bountiful harvest. A flicker of delight crossed his face. At this rate, by the time the martial arts college entrance examination concluded, he knew not how many points he might accumulate. Overthinking serves no purpose now. Harvesting ability points comes first. On to the next location. Wiping the blood from his spear, he slung it back across his shoulders and hastened away. On the day of the examination, all high schools in Jiangxing organized live broadcasts of the martial arts college entrance examination for their grade 10 and 11 students. One aim was to expose students to the brutal, unforgiving reality of the exam, the other to familiarize them early with the behavior and instincts of monstrous beasts. At Jiangxing now, 2 high school sports field, a holographic projection, identical to those used by the military, hovered in midair. The spectator stands were filled with grade 10 and 11 students already engrossed in the broadcast for some time. In past years, the city's top 10 scorers had always come from one high school, so student chatter naturally centered on candidates from rival institutions. This year, however, was different. Their own school had produced a contender ranked among the top 10, Su Jingming. When his name flashed onto the main screen at 9th place, the entire campus erupted in jubilation. Especially electrifying was the moment he impaled the Shadow Cat with a single decisive thrust. Whoa, what a killer move. I'd never heard of Senior Su before, but from this moment on, he's my idol. He's tall, broad-shouldered, absolutely stunning. Unlike the bureau directors and principals stationed at the military command center, who sighed in quiet lament over Su Jingming's perceived limitations, the students watched with genuine elation and admiration. Many even adopted him as their personal benchmark, their aspirational role model. Yet for the next half hour, Su Jingming spent most of his time traversing terrain, rarely engaging in combat. Students grew visibly disappointed, especially when his ranking slipped to 10th place, sparking anxious murmurs among the crowd. Sai looks like too high, still isn't quite there yet. We finally got a top 10 candidate, but he seems to be running out of steam. As much as I hate to admit it, Senior Su truly is flagging. Fine, I'll switch to watching Light Wind Sword Zhoming Yang, the current leader. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the sharper the disappointment. Having finally produced a top 10 candidate Too High naturally hoped he'd rise even higher. Yet Su Jingming's performance triggered scattered murmurs of discontent across the stands, and a large portion of students began rewatching highlights of other star candidates instead. Look, Senior Su has found a beast. Suddenly a voice rang out, redirecting everyone's attention back to Su Jingming's feet. There he stood atop the bus roof. Below him, looming like armored titans, were the massive arm-blade tigers. Oh no, he stumbled into a beast swarm. An arm-blade tiger swarm. This is catastrophic. Why hasn't Senior Su fled yet? If he doesn't leave now, it's over. Too late, he's surrounded. There's no way out. Why hasn't he activated his safety orb? This situation is critically dangerous. Though earlier disappointment lingered, he was after all their own senior. So concern flared instantly among the students. When 5 arm-blade tigers lunged towards Su Jingming, still without activating his safety orb, Several girls instinctively covered their eyes in dread. Yet the imagined horror of being torn apart never unfolded. Instead, Su Jingming swung his black luster spear with godlike mastery, sending all 5 crashing backward in explosive defeat. Whoa, how is he this powerful? Every spectator's pulse spiked in unison. You can use a spear like that. That raw strength is absurd. An ordinary person swinging it that way wouldn't wound a tiger. They'd be crushed flat beneath its bulk. Clearly, Senior Su awakened a physique-enhancing ability. Nothing else explains this level of power. In that fleeting moment, all prior grievances dissolved into awe. Then he transformed into a black phantom, black luster spear in hand, blazing through the 5 tigers with lightning speed, darting, striking, and eliminating with relentless precision. His long black spear, drenched in bestial blood, gleamed crimson. No one recoiled in disgust. Instead, the spectacle ignited pure exhilaration. So brutally intense, and I love it. Absolutely thrilling. Far more visceral than watching that ethereal light wind sword. Every thrust lands flesh to flesh. What a domineering, commanding spear art. All understood one immutable truth: beasts were humanity's sworn enemies. Thus no pity stirred as the arm-blade tigers were slaughtered wholesale. Only fierce, unadulterated catharsis. Especially captivating was that tall, lean silhouette weaving through the chaos. Each thrust radiating a unique, controlled violence, not grotesque, but aesthetically arresting, raw, rhythmic, and sublime. For these 16 and 17-year-olds, youthful, impassioned, alive with vigor, it was a surge of adrenaline that flushed their cheeks crimson and set their hearts ablaze. Phew, that was exhilarating. So thrilling, absolutely invigorating. No wonder Senior Su is so formidable. My word, watching this sets my blood alight. It makes me want to take up a spear myself. As the Armblade Tiger King fell, the students in the stands, like gourmets who had savored a sumptuous feast, voiced their satisfied appraisals. At that moment, Su Jingming's scoreboard suddenly leaped. He had surged to 6th place. 6th place, Su Jingming, 796 points, Jiangxing D. Air High School. What on earth? How did Senior Zu's ranking jump to 6th? Senior Zu's score was only 634 a moment ago. How did it just climb by nearly 160 points? Even if there were 4 or 5 first-rank ferocious beasts in there, it shouldn't net so many points at once, right? For a moment, everyone was puzzled. The score increase was far too large. Whoa, I just noticed Senior Su is no longer in the central area. He's entered the core region. A shout from somewhere prompted everyone to instinctively check the virtual map. Sure enough, the area where Su Jingming stood was already within the red core region. I thought there was something off about the size of those armblade tigers. It turns out they weren't merely peak sub-rank, but actual first-rank ferocious beasts. So that means the ones Senior Su just slew were all first-rank. Amazing. He dispatched first-rank ferocious beasts as if slicing through melons. Originally, the students had believed Su Jingming was still in the central area, and that the beasts were at most peak sub-rank or low first-rank. Yet unexpectedly, Su Jingming had already entered the perilous core region. He had been fighting lower first-rank and mid-first-rank ferocious beasts. It was no wonder they had not noticed immediately. The battle had been too fierce. At the same time, they finally understood why Su Jingming had hesitated earlier. He had been rushing into the core region. Even Zhou Mingyang, the light wind sword champion, could only skirmish back and forth against such a pack. Who could be as ferocious as Senior Su, cutting down every beast in a single sweep? Everyone instinctively compared Su Jingming with the top-ranked Zhou Mingyang and found that even the star candidate seemed incapable of exerting the overwhelming dominance just displayed. One man against 10 armblade tigers, one of them a mid-first rank. That combat power may very well surpass Zhou Mingyang. Which teacher at D-Air High School taught Su Jingming to be so freakishly talented? Murmured the spectators beyond the field. When Su Jingming faced the pack alone, he drew every teacher's attention. Yet none of them thought much of it. They assumed he would simply flee. After all, since the contest began, not a single candidate had dared to challenge the core region's pack. What followed next? An almost crushing display of power left teacher after teacher and Principal Agape. Especially Chen Fan, the homeroom teacher of Class 5, whose face flushed crimson with excitement. A student's shining performance reflected glory upon his homeroom teacher as well. Su Jingming, he is really that strong. Even the usually impassive principal of D-Air High School widened his eyes in disbelief. His spear strikes were as fierce as a dragon and as swift as lightning. Advanced spear technique. This is unquestionably advanced spear technique. Director of Education Zhang Wenshan was equally excited, yet his focus was on Su Jingming's spearsmanship. Bear in mind, an ordinary person takes decades to raise a weapon skill to the intermediate level. To reach advanced would normally require at least half a lifetime. And Su Jingming was only 18. What a prodigy. Yet when he thought of Zu's ability, Zhang could not help slapping his thigh and sighing, "Ah, what a pity." From Su Jingming's current display, he was already stronger than Zhou Mingyang. If he possessed a better ability, he might shatter Jiangcheng's long-standing records and storm into the top 50 of Jiangnan province. Yet Zu's rank ability condemned him to a lack of sustained power. Advanced spear technique. No wonder he's so fierce. By all counts, Su Jingming is barely 18, and his spearsmanship has already reached advanced level. What astonishing insight. Even a prodigy from the provincial capital would be unlikely to master advanced weapon techniques, wouldn't they? At Zhang Wenshan's side, the teachers finally reacted another round of astonished exclamations. Principal Zhao, congratulations. It seems this year's Jiangxing top spot will fall to your D-Air High School. After that battle, anyone with eyes could see Su Jingming's strength exceeded Zhou Mingyang's. Securing first place was only a matter of time. Although Lu Hang, principal of D-E High School, felt reluctant, he graciously congratulated Zhao Yao. You flatter me, Principal Lu. The exams are not over yet. The final results remain uncertain. D-E High School, Jiangcheng's finest secondary institution, boasted abundant resources and gathered the city's most outstanding students. Each year after abilities awakened, many excellent students at D-Air High School would transfer to D-E, enticed by its generous offers. Thus, it was impossible for Principal Zhao Yao of D-Air High School to claim no rivalry toward D-E. Yet D-E was simply too dominant to give D-Air much room to shine. Now that D-Air High School's moment to outshine D-E seemed imminent, Zhao Yao was unusually unhurried and spoke with great humility. In any case, Su Jingming's strength speaks for itself. For Jiangsheng to have 2 students break into the top 100 of Jiangnan province is not bad at all. Zhang Wenshan, having regained his composure, nodded to Zhao Yao. D-Air High School did very well this time, producing a student like Su Jingming. After the exams, I will propose to the city an award for your school. Thank you, Director Zhang. Zhao Yao beamed. Those ability holders who chose the path of principal had long ceased to pin their hopes on personal power. Their focus lay more on careers and advancement. A commendation would not only bring D-Air High School more resources, it would benefit him as principal. Advancing further even into the Education Bureau would not be out of the question. Su Jingming, you truly surprised me, Zhao Yao said with deep feeling. He had never imagined that D-Air High School would see such a day. As Zhang Wenshan had predicted, in the time that followed, Su Jingming's score rocketed upward like a missile. In less than an hour, he surpassed Zhou Mingyang and claimed first place. By then, the clock had struck 3 in the afternoon. That meant the martial entrance exam would conclude in 6 hours. In the ruins of a desolate town, at its core stood a dilapidated residential complex. More than 10 ferocious beasts were locked in brutal combat, divided into 2 factions, each viewing the other as prey for their next meal. The 2 factions consisted of unicorn rhinos and armblade tigers. Had their numbers been equal, the unicorn rhinos would have utterly dominated the battlefield. Yet here, 8 armblade tigers faced only 4 unicorn rhinos. In terms of raw power, the disparity was negligible. The armblade tigers held only a slight edge. Precisely because of this balance, though they had clashed fiercely for some time, tearing bloody wounds into one another, not a single beast had fallen. Ferocious by nature, these beasts would not cease battle until every opponent lay dead. Yet at that very moment, one armblade tiger paused mid-charge, nostrils flaring as it caught an unfamiliar scent. Crouching low, it issued a guttural, threatening growl toward the complex's main gate, a sound that rippled through the battlefield like a chain reaction, causing every armblade tiger and unicorn rhino to halt their slaughter in unison. Then, as one, they pivoted. Heads turned toward the gate, eyes blazing with primal fury, muscles coiled tight, ready to explode into lethal motion. And into their collective gaze stepped a tall, broad-shouldered young man. He wore sleek black battle armor and heavy combat boots, his frame lean, yet powerfully built. His eyes were clear and piercing, yet his gaze sharp as a lone wolf's, carried the cold intensity of a predator who had long forgotten mercy. Slung casually over one shoulder was a thick obsidian black spear, its razor-edged tip glinting with a chilling silvery light beneath the sun. 12 beasts, excellent. Su Jingming nodded, satisfied. This was the largest pack he'd encountered in the past hour. With a firm strike of his right palm against the spears, but the black radiant spear leapt into his grasp. Just as he raised the weapon to charge into the beast horde, he suddenly frowned, halted mid-step, and turned his gaze sharply to the right, toward a crumbling, weather-beaten building. Come out. I've sensed you. No wonder you're ranked first. Your perception is truly extraordinary. A clean-cut young man emerged from the building's shadow, a long sword sheathed across his back. Zhou Mingyang. Su Jingming arched an eyebrow. This was none other than Zhou Mingyang, the famed gentle wind sword-bearer of a Class B wind affinity ability. Compared to his elegant, effortless composure outside the martial arts examination hall, Zhou Mingyang now looked travel-worn, hair, disheveled battle armor, stained with dark crimson, blood that could belong to either himself or the beasts. Of course, most examinees emerging from the hall bore similar signs of exhaustion and combat. Su Jingming himself was no exception. Though wielding a spear, he'd avoided much of the blood spatter that clung to others. But how did you know it was me yet? Su Jingming asked, puzzled. He hadn't imagined this celebrated star student would recognize someone from second high school. Only a handful dare enter the core zone, and we all know each other well. So when a stranger appears out of nowhere, there's only one possibility: the top-ranked examinee, namely you. Zhou Mingyang smiled, offering the explanation. Ah, I see. Su Jingming nodded. Per examination rules, examinees were strictly forbidden from attacking one another. Violation meant immediate permanent disqualification. Moreover, both wore tracking drones overhead, eliminating any concern of betrayal or ambush. Su Jingming thus strode forward, spear in hand, toward the waiting beasts. Wait, do you intend to take them on alone? Zhou Mingyang blinked in surprise and instinctively raised a hand to stop him. You mean to claim them for yourself? Su Jingming's gaze hardened, suddenly dangerous. To him, these beasts weren't merely points, they were sources of ability energy. He would never yield them to another. Meeting that gaze, Zhou Mingyang felt as if pinned beneath the stare of a sovereign beast king, goose flesh prickling across his skin. So savage an aura. A startled thought flashed through his mind before he quickly recovered. There are 2 rank 1 mid-tier beasts among them. You can't handle them solo. But together, we might stand a chance. These were 2 separate packs, each led by a rank 1 mid-tier alpha. He'd been lying in wait, intending to strike only after they'd exhausted and wounded each other. Yet though both sides bore injuries, neither had lost a single member, and now, enraged and blood-frenzied, they were more perilous than ever. Charging in at this moment would be little short of suicide. No need. I'll manage alone. Realizing Zhou Mingyang sought cooperation, not competition, Su Jingming's demeanor softened markedly. He clapped Zhou Mingyang lightly on the shoulder, then surged forward, spear leveled into the fray. Hey! Zhou Mingyang opened his mouth to protest once more, but seeing Su Jingming already vanish into the storm of claws and horns, he fell silent. Very well. Since you're so confident, let me witness firsthand what extraordinary means you wield. Drawing his sword, Zhou Mingyang took position at the periphery, eyes fixed unwaveringly on Su Jingming. He stood ready to intervene instantly, if anything went awry. What followed, however, left Zhou Mingyang's eyes wide with disbelief. For Su Jingming, plunging into the beast swarm, moved as if untouched by mortal limits. His black spear blurred, each thrust a lethal arc, each strike claiming a life. In less than 3 minutes, 12 beasts had been reduced to just 4. This? Zhou Mingyang was stunned. 2 hours earlier, he hadn't even known such a person existed. Then, like a comet blazing across the sky, Su Jingming erupted onto the scene, surging swiftly into the top 10, and just minutes ago, seizing the coveted first place from Zhou Mingyang himself. Such overwhelming prowess naturally ignited intense curiosity. Zhou Mingyang had even speculated about terrifying, possibly class-level abilities hidden beneath that calm exterior. Was it some ultimate enhancement ability, unimaginably potent? Yet Su Jingming accomplished this staggering feat, not with flashy energy or arcane arts, but simply with that black spear. Gulp. Zhou Mingyang swallowed hard, mouth dry. Could he possess an enhancement ability, one so subtle I failed to detect it? While he stood frozen in silent speculation, Su Jingming completed his final sweep, the last Armblade Tiger Alpha collapsing lifelessly to the ground. 1 rank 1 low-tier Unicorn Rhino slain, 12 ability points. 1 rank 1 low-tier Armblade Tiger slain, 10 ability points. 1 rank 1 mid-tier Armblade Tiger slain, 15 ability points. A cascade of notifications echoed within his mind, and Su Jingming savored each one, a quiet smile playing on his lips. This sensation, pure intoxicating. But once the martial arts examination ends, opportunities like this will vanish. So every second must be seized. Snapping back to awareness, Su Jingming gave Zhou Mingyang a brief nod and departed swiftly. By the time Zhou Mingyang registered his movement, Su Jingming had already vanished 7 or 8 meters down the ruined street. Zhou Mingyang called out urgently, Su Jingming, do you possess an enhancement ability? No, lightning affinity. The reply drifted back from afar, even as Su Jingming's figure dissolved completely beyond sight. Lightning affinity. Zhou Mingyang froze, bewildered. Where in all that blinding speed and precision had lightning ever appeared? If you didn't wish to reveal your ability type, surely you could have lied more convincingly. What a thoroughly exasperating man. Zhou Mingyang's expression turned mournful. And that look just now, it was fear I'd steal your kills. Who else but a monster like you could possibly survive such a pack? Besides, there are countless beasts in the core zone. Why worry about running out? Come to think of it, I've been waiting here for over 10 minutes. If anyone's stealing kills, it's you who stole mine. Grumbling under his breath, Zhou Mingyang stalked away, still muttering curses irked to the core by Su Jingming's infuriating nonchalance. After witnessing Su Jingming's formidable prowess, Zhou Mingyang cursed under his breath, yet he understood very well that Su Jingming was indeed stronger than him. I don't even know where this monster came from. It doesn't seem like an ability user based on its aura. Yet it effortlessly slaughters Tier 1 ferocious beasts as if they were nothing more than cabbages. He silently grumbled to himself before continuing on his path to hunt ferocious beasts. Although he could not match Su Jingming's strength, he still needed to maintain his position as second. Thus, he traversed the core area searching for ferocious beasts to slay. The first 2 hours were manageable, and he occasionally encountered a lone Tier 1 mid-level beast or a small group of 3 or 4 beasts. However, by the third hour, Zhou Mingyang noticeably felt that the beasts on the road had significantly decreased. By the fourth hour, after wandering the core area for quite a while, he had yet to see a single beast. What's going on? Where have all the ferocious beasts gone? Zhou Mingyang was bewildered and in frustration kicked a fist-sized rock off the side of the road. As an ability user, his strength was not to be underestimated. The kicked stone flew out and crashed into a rusty iron sign, producing a resounding boom. In the past, he would never have made such a move that would attract the attention of ferocious beasts. But now he actually hoped that a beast would be drawn to him. However, rather than attracting ferocious beasts, he instead caught the attention of a few humans. This was a group of 3, 2 men and 1 woman, who were walking towards him and waved from a distance calling out, "Hey Mingyang, how did you all end up together?" Zhou Mingyang asked, puzzled as he looked at the 3 approaching him. Like him, they were all students from the rocket class of first high school Tier 1 lower-level ability users. They all knew each other well. Apart from him, these 3 occupied the other top 3 ranks in the martial science rankings. You should ask Su Jingming about that. The boy on the far right sporting a shaved head shrugged helplessly. Su Jingming has wiped out all the ferocious beasts in the core area. We couldn't find any beasts, so we had no choice but to band together. The girl in the middle added in a soft and cute voice. She was petite, but carried a large sword with her, creating a striking contrast. We've been wandering around here for over half an hour. When we heard a sound, we thought it was a ferocious beast. Excitedly, we came over only to find it was you. The boy on the left with long hair shook his head and sighed. Su Jingming has killed all the ferocious beasts. How is that possible? Zhou Mingyang frowned instinctively, choosing not to believe it. After all, to prepare for the martial science entrance exam, there were at least 300 to 400 ferocious beasts released in the core area. With so many beasts, it was utterly impossible to eliminate them all in just a few hours. It's obvious you haven't checked the rankings in a while. Look, you can see Su Jingming's score for yourself. The bald boy opened his smartwatch, and with a buzzing sound, the ranking interface was projected into the air. First place, Su Jingming 34-35 points, Second High School of Jiangqing. Second place, Zhou Mingyang 11-03 points, First High School of Jiangqing. Third place, Wu Hao 945 points, First High School of Jiangqing. 3,400 points. Zhou Mingyang's eyes nearly bulged out of his head as he stared at the terrifying score of first place, Su Jingming. Now you know why we said that Su Jingming killed all the ferocious beasts, right? The bald boy closed the virtual projection with a wry smile. The score for killing a Tier 1 lower-level ferocious beast is around 14 to 16 points, while a Tier 1 mid-level beast gives between 20 to 22 points. With 34-35 points, even deducting the 700 points he earned in the mid-level area, he still has over 2,500 points. This means Su Jingming single-handedly killed nearly 200 ferocious beasts in the core area. Additionally, the few of us also killed quite a few, which together means we have eliminated all the ferocious beasts in the core area. This revelation left Zhou Mingyang dumbfounded. Once he entered the exam venue, his only thought was to kill as many ferocious beasts as possible to obtain higher scores. Yet he had never considered that there could be a point when all the ferocious beasts were killed. Damn it. No wonder Su Jingming was so afraid of having his kills stolen earlier. He must have thought of this beforehand. Reflecting on his earlier conversation with Su Jingming, Zhou Mingyang felt as if a herd of 10,000 alpacas had galloped through his mind. 3,435 points. This score is utterly monstrous. Su Jingming is guaranteed to be in the top 10 of Jiangnan province. Top 10. Top 10. When has Jiangqing ever had such a remarkable achievement? It's a record. Su Jingming has broken Jiangcheng's record. While Zhou Mingyang was stunned by Su Jingming's score in the exam hall, the principal and teachers outside were overjoyed. With 34-35 points, Su Jingming is destined to break into the top 10 of Jiangnan province. This achievement is also the best ever recorded in Jiangcheng's history. I never expected that Su Jingming could achieve such a level with just a spear. Principal Zhao Yao felt a rush of heat throughout his body, unable to contain his excitement. What does it mean to be in the top 10 of Jiangnan province? Those are the top talents that the nation's top 10 ability user schools would compete for. In the fields, unicorns emerge, and I never expected that Jiangshang could have a student like Su Jingming. Director Zhang Wenshan of the Education Bureau was also grinning from ear to ear. At this moment, he no longer cared that Su Jingming was only an A-level ability user. After all, with such a score, even an F-level ability user would have schools fighting to recruit them. But Su Jingming is indeed formidable. In just 3 or 4 hours, he nearly wiped out all the ferocious beasts in the core area. It seems that he is going to be a battle fanatic in the future. Zhou Mingyang and the others had no idea how many ferocious beasts were released in the core area, but as the director of the Education Bureau, Zhang Wenshan certainly did. A total of 450 Tier 1 lower-level ferocious beasts and 40 Tier 1 mid-level ferocious beasts were released in the core area, excluding the beasts that killed each other and the quantity slain by Zhou Mingyang and his 3 companions. Su Jingming alone killed nearly half of all the ferocious beasts in the core area. And all of this happened within just 3 to 4 hours, which sufficiently illustrates the terrifying strength of Su Jingming. Su Jingming's parents both died during a beast tide when he was young. Perhaps because of this he harbors such hatred for ferocious beasts, added class teacher Chen Fan. I see, Zhang Wenshan nodded and understanding his expression turning cold. One day we humans will eradicate all the ferocious beasts. Don't worry if that day will come. Reflecting on the brutality of the ferocious beasts, Principal Zhao Yao added coldly. Oh, you've encountered Su Jingming. Tell us, what ability does he possess? Inside the examination zone, upon hearing that Zhou Mingyang had met Su Jingming, those nearby instantly grew intrigued. I can't determine his ability type precisely, but his physical constitution is exceptionally robust. His vital energy score exceeds 180 points. Zhou Mingyang shook his head, offering his speculation. 180 points of vital energy. No wonder he's so formidable. The bald student whistled in awe. An ordinary awakened individual typically scored only around 100 points. Their own vital energy scores, as first-tier lower-rank ability users, barely surpassed 130 points. 180 points stood far beyond their reach. His extraordinary physique strongly suggests a physical enhancement type ability, and achieving such vital energy after activating enhancement abilities is admittedly reasonable. The long-haired student feigned nonchalance, though his tone carried a faint tinge of envy. No, Su Jingming remains merely an awakened individual. Zhou Mingyang shook his head once more. He did not refute the long-haired student's hypothesis that Su Jingming possessed a physical enhancement type ability. Indeed, he shared the same belief. An awakened individual. The petite girl gripping a massive broadsword gasped aloud. So we, ranked ability users, are outmatched by a mere awakened individual. Her words struck the group into stunned silence. I must say, Meng Di, you've always had an uncanny knack for seizing the crux of the matter. Meng Di was the sole female among their cohort of ability users possessing a Class B physical enhancement ability, and currently ranked 4th. I was just startled, and Meng Di stuck out her tongue. Her adorable expression clashed sharply with the colossal sword she held. Yet Zhou Mingyang and the others had long grown accustomed to the juxtaposition. Su Jingming truly is monstrous, so overwhelmingly powerful even at the awakened stage. The bald student's expression turned complex after a pause. He added, but what do we do next? Over an hour and a half remained before the martial aptitude examination concluded. With all core zone beasts slain were they to re-enter the mid-zone. In the martial aptitude examination, every second counted. Students raced to slay as many beasts as possible to maximize their scores. Naturally, they would not waste the remaining 90 minutes idly wandering. Reaching the mid-zone from here would take at least half an hour, far too much time lost en route. Moreover, most mid-zone beasts are peak unranked threats, defeating them yields meager points. After brief contemplation, Zhou Mingyang declared, rather than returning to the mid-zone, let us venture together into the innermost core zone. The innermost core zone. At those words, everyone's hearts lurched. Beasts within the innermost core zone were at minimum first-tier upper rank, and some were even second-tier beast kings. Such a bestial assembly posed grave mortal peril, even for them first-tier lower-rank ability users. Entering the innermost core zone alone would be tantamount to suicide, but united as 4 we may yet dare the attempt. The bald student hesitated briefly, then finally nodded in agreement. The martial aptitude examination determined one's entire future, and though failure would not be catastrophic for ability users like themselves, they would still strive for admission to a superior university. I have no objections, chuckled the petite Meng Di. That seems our only viable option, agreed the long-haired student, nodding. Then let's depart immediately. Zhou Mingyang, decisive and swift, led the trio away without delay. A ruined town in the core zone. Ensu Jingming strode along the cracked road, a long spear slung across his back. And this had once been an urban thoroughfare. Now its concrete surface was fissured, weeds sprouted wildly, and desolation reigned. Buildings and shops lining both sides lay in utter ruin. Yet Su Jingming paid no heed to his surroundings. His full attention was riveted on his system interface and level: awakened ability, Zixiao Divine, Thunder S rank in physique, 181 vital energy, in mind 182 Hz in skills, Spear Mastery, Advanced Lightning Gale Break, beginner in ability, points 2413 in 2413 ability points. Su Jingming's eyes gleamed with excitement. And this was his total haul since entering the core zone. Not staggering accumulation of ability points. Yet even so, no plus sign appeared beside his level. And this confirmed his suspicion. Without cultivating an ability cultivation method, he could not ascend to true ability user status. Thus I've nearly eradicated all core zone beasts. And, to earn more ability points, I must advance to the innermost core zone. However second-tier beasts dwell there, I must strengthen myself further before proceeding. Ensu Jingming tapped the plus icon beside the technique, Lightning Gale Break. Ability points 100. In Lightning Gale Break, Beginner Intermediate. In ability points 200. In Lightning Gale Break, Intermediate Advanced. Su Jingming spent 300 ability points in one go, elevating the technique directly to advanced rank. And instantly it felt as though he had practiced it thousands upon thousands of times. Effortless, instinctive, masterful. Now I faced the second-tier beast with far greater confidence. And though his ability points abounded, Su Jingming refrained from lavishly boosting his base attributes. He had raised his vital energy only once, to 180 points, and now enhanced his combat technique. Ni's restraint was remarkable. First, ability points were precious. Once the martial aptitude examination ended, such abundant harvesting opportunities would vanish forever. In second, these points would prove invaluable upon entering an ability user university. Most importantly, his current strength was already sufficient to confront second-tier beasts in the innermost core zone. Further augmentation was unnecessary. Having completed his enhancements, he downed the 2 remaining energy bars from his pack to replenish his stamina, and then glancing at his map, he strode resolutely toward the innermost core zone. Compared to the entirety of the martial aptitude examination's mapped terrain, the innermost core zone appeared minuscule, little more than a pinpoint. Yet in reality, it spanned not a dot, but an entire residential compound. And known as Jinshi Garden, its open grounds housed dozens of beasts. Unlike ordinary beast packs, this assembly comprised diverse species: shadow cats, iron-bristled boars, and even a unicorn rhinoceros. Beasts, by nature savage, typically regard members of other species as prey. For such a multitude of disparate beasts to coexist peacefully in a single pack implied the presence of a sovereign beast king, one who commanded absolute dominion. And that beast king was a hulking gray bear crouched deep within the open ground. None like its mundane kin, this bear was colossal, akin to a battle tank. Its eyes burned crimson as if steeped in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. And merely resting there, it radiated an aura of sheer dread. At that moment, Jingming Yang's group arrived nearby, and they stood atop a rooftop, gazing down. And upon spotting the gray bear below, their faces paled in unison. "It's a bloodthirsty rampage bear," and Jingming Yang's expression darkened. Beast hierarchies reflected stark disparities in power. And for instance, even at the same first-tier rank, a shadow cat stood no chance against a unicorn rhinoceros. This was racial supremacy. Nan, the bloodthirsty rampage bear, renowned even among beast clans for its rarity and lethality, was notoriously difficult to subdue. Setting aside its grotesquely overwhelming strength, its thick knotted fur was denser than a grade alloy. Not even a missile could shatter it easily. "This is troublesome." Jingming Yang couldn't help but smile wryly. If it were any other ordinary second-tier ferocious beast, the 4 of them together might have been able to withstand it for a while. However, given the strength of the bloodthirsty violent bear, if its gigantic paw akin to a large iron pot were to strike down, everyone would perish. They wouldn't even be able to withstand it. There's another possibility. That is, as soon as we entered the community, we wouldn't even need the bloodthirsty violent bear to take action. We would be annihilated directly by these first-tier, high-level ferocious beasts swarming us. The bald young man grimaced. Even when united, the 4 of them could only deal with 3 or 4 first-tier high-level ferocious beasts at most. But down in the open space of the community, there were more than 30 first-tier high-level ferocious beasts. This meant that whether it was the second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear or the remaining first-tier high-level ferocious beasts, they were all threats they didn't even dare provoke. The disparity in the configuration of ferocious beasts between the core area and the most core area is too great. The strongest in the core area is only a first-tier mid-level beast, but in the most core area, the strongest beast is a second-tier one. Even these ordinary ferocious beasts are all first-tier high-level. How are we supposed to deal with this? The petite girl Meng Di pouted unhappily. I heard before the exam that the person in charge of setting the questions for our batch of martial science entrance exams was old Lu, but I didn't believe it. Now it seems this twisted configuration of ferocious beasts is definitely his doing. The long-haired boy gritted his teeth. In Jingming province, the person in charge of setting the martial science entrance exam questions rotates every year. And old Lu is known to be one of the tougher question setters. Under his supervision, the mortality rate of the martial science entrance exam is more than double that of other years. The fixed pairing of first-tier high-level ferocious beasts and second-tier ferocious beasts in the most core area is standard for the National Martial Science Entrance Exam. It's just that old Lu has replaced it with the more difficult, bloodthirsty violent bear. This can't be blamed on anyone, we can only blame ourselves for not being strong enough. Zhou Mingyang let out a sigh. The Martial Science Entrance Exam is meant to select the best, and the most core area is equivalent to the last major problem in a math exam. Only those who can solve this major problem can be considered true prodigies. He is a genius much admired in Jiangxing. But compared to the entire Jiangnan province, he doesn't even have the qualifications to touch this last question. Speaking of which, that guy Su Jingming has been toiling away for half a day, putting in so much effort just to score over 3,000 points. Yet it would be faster to kill the second-tier ferocious beast in front of us and the 30 or so first-tier high-level ferocious beasts. The long-haired youth raised the corner of his mouth, slightly, his expression somewhat gleeful. The points for ferocious beasts in the most core area are much higher than those in the core area. Killing a first-tier high-level ferocious beast earns you 100 points. If you can kill the final second-tier ferocious beast, you can earn a whopping 4,000 points in one go. What humanity needs are exceptionally powerful warriors. What use is it to kill countless low-tier ferocious beasts? The long-haired boy clearly harbored some resentment towards Su Jingming. Zhou Mingyang frowned at these words, but ultimately said nothing. After all, it's the truth. The martial science entrance exam requires powerful warriors, not mere killing machines that only know how to hunt low-tier ferocious beasts. Just like in today's Blue Star, even though ferocious beasts are rampant, as long as the beast emperor of the 9th tier in the ferocious beast group is killed, the remaining ferocious beasts will crumble without a fight. And if the beast emperor isn't killed, no matter how many ordinary ferocious beasts are slain, it won't matter. This is also why the martial science entrance exam sets the points for the ferocious beasts in the most core areas so high. This way, as long as the second-tier ferocious beast is killed, one can earn enough points to dominate the field. The second-tier ferocious beast is also a crucial target for aiming at the top student in the province. However, while saying this, Zhou Mingyang silently appended in his heart, what use is Su Jingming? Doesn't that mean we with lower scores than him are of no use at all? He thought this in his heart, but since they would have to fight alongside each other later, he didn't retort. Alright, let's stop talking so much. Soon we'll go down and try to see if we can lure a few first-tier high-level ferocious beasts out. It is definitely not possible to go directly into the open space where the second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear is stationed. Therefore, Zhou Mingyang's strategy is to lure them one by one. Whatever they can kill is what they will take. Of course, there's also the possibility that they might not be able to lure even one out. If that's the case, this group of them would only have to return to the central region. Let's get to work. Tisk going to lure ferocious beasts at the place where the second-tier beast is stationed. Isn't that just asking for death? Even if it is asking for death, don't we still have to try? A few of them teased each other as they prepared to head downstairs. However, at that moment, a dark figure came rushing from afar. The figure moved swiftly like a leopard, and in just a few seconds it reached the entrance of the Jin's garden community. Su Jingming. Zhou Mingyang's gaze sharpened. Though he was on the 8th floor rooftop, thanks to the powerful eyesight of an awakened, he immediately recognized that the figure below was Su Jingming, whom he had met before. Su Jingming is here too. Where? Su Jingming. I want to see what kind of person he really is. Unlike Zhou Mingyang, Meng Di and the others had never encountered Su Jingming. So upon hearing Zhou Mingyang's voice, they hurriedly turned back to the staircase and looked down. Once an awakened one transforms into an ability user, not only will their abilities be enhanced, but even their physical qualities will also improve accordingly. Therefore, the height of the 8th floor was nothing to them, allowing them to see the figures below clearly. They saw a young man standing in the open space below. He was tall and sturdy with a resolute appearance and a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle. Having experienced countless battles, the black combat suit worn by the young man was stained dark red in many places, and the black long spear he carried on his back, once sharp and bright, now appeared uneven like a kitchen knife that had chopped through too many bones. It was precisely because of this long spear that the young man radiated a heavy yet powerful aura, adding an extra layer of ferocity. What a handsome guy! Regardless of the time, women are always emotional beings. Thus, upon seeing Su Jingming, Meng Di's eyes lit up. For an grade-long spear to be used in such a ruined state, it's hard to imagine how many ferocious beasts he has killed. The bald boy marveled at the weapon's damage. It must be noted that grade alloy is incredibly hard, and for it to be used in this way clearly indicates the frequency and brutality of the battles fought. Daring to appear in front of a herd of ferocious beasts isn't that courting death. The long-haired boy snorted coldly. Roar, a woo. Sure enough, with Su Jingming's appearance, the ferocious beasts below quickly became agitated. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 first-tier high-level ferocious beasts roared and charged at him. It's over. He has provoked the herd of beasts. Meng Di cried out in alarm. How could Su Jingming be so reckless? Zhou Mingyang furrowed his brows. At this distance, even if they wanted to help, it would be too late. By the time they rushed down, Su Jingming would likely be as good as dead. What else could it be? The confidence brought by being first, not knowing the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. The long-haired boy scoffed coldly, his gaze fixed on below. He's actually using a spear, but that spear of his probably won't save him. Just as he said at first, Su Jingming could handle the few ferocious beasts that charged at him. However, he quickly found himself overwhelmed by the subsequent wave of beasts, his figure soon swallowed by more than 10 ferocious beasts. Su Jingming. Couldn't he just die like that? Zhou Mingyang looked at the figure vanishing into the herd of beasts, finding it hard to believe. The other party had risen like a comet in just a few hours. Now was he going to fall like a meteor? The most important thing is, what was Su Jingming thinking? Knowing very well that the most core area is filled with first-tier high-level and second-tier ferocious beasts, how dare he swagger in front of them? But speaking of which, he really did deceive me. He never used lightning-type abilities from start to finish. Forget it, life extinguishes like a lamp. He deceived me, and so be it. Zhou Mingyang barely knew Su Jingming and didn't feel much about his safety. At most, he was just puzzled by the other's foolish behavior. Just then, Zhou Mingyang and the others suddenly felt a shiver in their hearts. A deep and authoritative voice rang in their ears: divine thunder. The next moment, accompanied by a chaotic and piercing thunderous roar, a purple shockwave suddenly erupted from the center of the herd of ferocious beasts in their line of sight. Bang! All the ferocious beasts that came into contact with this shockwave were blasted away, their bodies charred black, flying back several meters. And the originally dense herd of ferocious beasts seemed to have been lightly erased by an eraser, instantly clearing a large open space. In the center of the open space stood Su Jingming, his tall and slender figure resembling a war god. Around his body, purple thunder surrounded him, as if welcoming the arrival of their king, constantly cheering and rejoicing. At that moment, Zhou Mingyang and the others suddenly realized that what had just happened was not a shockwave at all, but a high-voltage electric net formed from purple thunder. What the? Looking at the figure in the center of the open space that resembled a thunder god, Zhou Mingyang was dumbfounded, and after a while he finally reacted, murmuring, Su Jingming really does have lightning-type abilities. Crash and bang. Crash and bang. In the center of the clearing centered around Su Jingming, purple lightning extended over 3 meters. The sound of thunder was jarring, like thousands of birds chirping simultaneously. The terrifying thunder seemed to turn the area around Su Jingming into a forbidden zone for life. 3 meters away lay the charred remains of fierce beasts scorched by electricity. Within 3 meters, only Su Jingming remained, seemingly a master surrounded by crackling lightning. Indeed, relying solely on physical strength to confront so many first-tier high-level fierce beasts is still somewhat overreaching. Su Jingming raised his left hand, gazing somewhat entranced at the purple arcs dancing at his fingertips. The power and level of abilities are closely linked to 2 fundamental attributes. Though he was merely an awakened one, the 180 points of vitality and spirit had made his purple cloud divine thunder significantly stronger than when he had just awakened. It could even inflict immense damage to first-tier high-level fierce beasts. This is rank ability domineering and powerful. Su Jingming looked ahead. The grievously injured fierce beasts had caught the attention of the beast king nearby, and the bloodthirsty violent bear stood upright from its resting state. Standing at 5 meters tall and over 3 meters wide, it resembled a heavy tank. Imagine the oppressive feeling of a heavy tank standing upright. This was the scene Su Jingming faced. A rare fierce beast, the bloodthirsty violent bear. This year's martial science entrance examination is indeed exceptionally difficult. Su Jingming licked his lips. In the summer of Jiangnan, the sunset lingers a bit longer. The slanting sun cast its rays upon the bloodthirsty violent bear, projecting a long shadow on the ground. With its back to the light, Su Jingming couldn't clearly see the bear's face. However, its blood-red eyes carried an overwhelming sense of oppression. Influenced by this aura, the remaining fierce beasts, which had initially shrunk back in fear of Su Jingming's, might now regain their wild postures. They crouched low, bared their teeth, and let out growls. This scene would be quite suitable for a horror movie. However, once the fighting starts, these little monsters might be troublesome. In that case, let's clear the field first. Su Jingming's gaze sharpened. The purple cloud divine thunder, which had only been active on his body surface, unexpectedly delved deeply into his body under his control. Buzz. As if injected with a powerful stimulant, Su Jingming's body trembled violently. Then his clear and spirited eyes filled with purple lightning, while an immense power surged from his limbs and bones. This is the feeling. A wild and unrestrained smile spread across Su Jingming's chiseled face. Abilities are a form of power inherent to humanity, as easily wielded as one's arm. Thus, aside from the more refined methods of using combat techniques, there are also coarser applications. For instance, Zhou Mingyang's wind-type ability can be used casually to reduce air resistance and increase running speed. Similarly, his earlier explosion of purple cloud divine thunder could achieve effects akin to a powerful plasma cannon. This state is also a fundamental application of lightning-type abilities. By guiding lightning into his body and stimulating all his cells, he could significantly enhance his physical form. In the past, Su Jingming had tried using his E-rank ability weak electricity to stimulate his body, but aside from causing a tingling sensation, it yielded no other effects. However, switching to the shrank purple cloud divine thunder was an entirely different experience. Su Jingming could feel the purple cloud divine thunder surging through him like a river, enhancing his physique to an astonishing degree. Of course, this was not a combat technique. Moreover, having lightning coursing through his body was a hazardous endeavor. A moment's carelessness could injure his meridians. Thus, Su Jingming couldn't maintain this state for long. However, it's more than enough to deal with you fierce beasts. A grin crept across Su Jingming's lips. In the next moment, as the lightning flickered, he vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, it was right next to a first-tier high-level unicorn rhino. With a spear in hand, he sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, leaving a purple-black trail. Before the unicorn rhino could react, a line of blood appeared at its neck. Then the massive head of the unicorn rhino smoothly fell to the ground. At that moment, its skin, as hard as steel, failed to offer any protection. Blood gushed forth from the neck like a fountain. With the robust life force of a first-tier high-level fierce beast, even a gaping wound in its abdomen wouldn't incapacitate it. Yet losing its head left it utterly helpless. The headless body of the unicorn rhino collapsed into the pool of blood. Roar! Seeing the unicorn rhino slain before him, the bloodthirsty violent bear could no longer contain itself. With a furious roar, it charged at Su Jingming. Though the bloodthirsty violent bear was massive, it moved quickly, its limbs hitting the ground as it covered over 30 meters in the blink of an eye. Rather than running, it was more accurate to say it was leaping. However, despite the speed of the bloodthirsty violent bear, Su Jingming was even faster. Empowered by the purple cloud divine thunder, he transformed into a purple-black phantom weaving through the throng of fierce beasts. With each strike, the dark spear entwined with purple lightning claimed the lives of fierce beasts. Ding, he killed a first-tier high-level unicorn rhino ability points 15. Ding, who killed a first-tier high-level shadow cat ability points 13. Ding, he killed a first-tier high-level blade tiger ability points 14. A series of system notifications echoed in Su Jingming's mind. Accompanying these were the futile roars of the bloodthirsty violent bear, unable to catch Su Jingming. What kind of lightning-type ability is this? So fierce. On the rooftop, Zhou Mingyang and his companions were utterly stunned. Just the ability's explosion has severely injured and brought first-tier high-level fierce beasts to the brink of death. And Su Jingming is merely an awakened one. Even E-rank abilities shouldn't reach this level of power, right? A petite girl Meng Di swallowed hard. Thanks to the development of the internet, she had seen E-rank lightning-type ability users before. Yet, even those high-tier E-rank users didn't exude the oppressive aura Su Jingming did at this moment. Stronger than E-rank abilities, could it be? Zhou Mingyang and the bald boy exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Shrank. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhou Mingyang shook his head in denial. No. If he were truly in shrank ability user, the entire Great Xia would have been shaken since the day he awakened his ability. Moreover, it's difficult to conceal one's ability level these days. The awakening of abilities is uniformly managed by the state, and every awaken one's ability is recorded in the national database. If there were truly in shrank ability, the state would have long intervened for elite training. How could he still be in this resource-scarce Jiangxing now? To high school. Could it be a mutation of abilities? The bald youth asked tentatively. Mutation of abilities? Zhou Mingyang pondered for a moment and nodded. There is indeed that possibility. The world is vast, and there are wonders everywhere. Although mutations of abilities are rare, they have occurred. There have been cases where drank abilities mutated into E-rank abilities under certain circumstances. Regardless, after today, the entire Jiangxing will likely be shaken by him. Watching the black figure wielding the spear, dominating the fierce beasts below, Zhou Mingyang's expression was incredibly complex. Outside the examination ground, a wave of gasps erupted across the military base's open field as Su Jingming stood alone before the ferocious, bloodthirsty savage bear pack. What is Su Jingming doing? Why has he stepped directly into the beast's line of sight? Zhou Mingyang and the others all know to first take cover at a vantage point and observe. How reckless can Su Jingming be? Run. Run now. The director of education and the school principals, each a second-order esper, possessed razor-sharp perception. They had instantly gauged Su Jingming's strength. He could handle 2 or 3 first-order high-rank beasts simultaneously, but confronting dozens of them at once was nothing short of delusion. And above them loomed an even more terrifying second-order beast, the bloodthirsty savage bear, a foe utterly beyond his reach. Thus, when they saw Su Jingming appear openly without concealment at the very heart of the danger zone, the director and principals were seized with panic. Several teachers from No. 2 High shouted for him to flee, but Su Jingming, trapped within the feed, could not hear them. Instead, his presence startled the entire beast pack, and he vanished beneath their surging tide. Su Jingming is far too confident, marching so brazenly into the core zone. The director shook his head, his expression grave. Even if Su Jingming somehow survived such recklessness, captured on record during the martial aptitude examination, would surely diminish his standing in the eyes of elite Esper Academy's admissions offices. It's over. Our school's sole prodigy. Will he truly fall here like this? Principal Zhao Yao of No. 2 High School turned ashen-faced. Doesn't Su Jingming still have his safety sphere? Teacher Chun Fan interjected urgently. Even setting aside whether he can activate it under these conditions, once deployed, its high-voltage barrier would crumble instantly beneath the onslaught of these first-order high-rank beasts. Principal Zhao Yao shook his head and turned to Wang, the chief commander of the martial aptitude examination. Commander Wang, please dispatch the nearest Esper rescue team immediately. To safeguard examinees' lives, a dual safety protocol had been implemented. Besides the personal safety sphere, elite Esper rescue teams were stationed discreetly throughout the examination grounds. Unlike the inexperienced examinees, these rescue teams were battle-hardened elites forged in the crucible of real combat. Their formations were meticulously balanced. Though each member held only first-order power, the team's synergy enabled them to hold their own even against second-order beasts. Naturally, such elite rescue teams were exceedingly rare across the entire military base, deployed only for candidates of extraordinary potential during the martial aptitude examination. Su Jingming, currently ranked first overall, unquestionably qualified for such intervention. Understood. Commander Wang nodded and activated his comlink to contact the rescue team. Let us hope Su Jingming endures until they arrive. Principal Zhao Yao sighed deeply. Just then the projection feed showing Su Jingming flared with blinding radiance. From Su Jingming's center surged a maelstrom of violet lightning. Every surrounding beast was instantly charred black and hurled backward by that savage, thunderous force. In that instant, Su Jingming transformed, like a sovereign of thunder, his eyes crackling with electricity, his body wreathed in leaping violet arcs. Clutching a long spear, he carved through the beast horde. Even the second-order bloodthirsty savage bear pursued him relentlessly, yet never landed a single blow, left only to watch helplessly as Su Jingming reaped his foes. The entire battle reversed in a single breathtaking heartbeat, leaving the director, principals, and all observers utterly stunned, speechless. This is Su Jingming's lightning affinity Esper ability. Principal Zhao Yao drew a sharp breath. Beside him, Director Zhang Wenshan of Education stared dumbfounded. Principal Zhao, do you seriously classify this as an E-rank ability? Surely you're jesting with me. In the ruins of the abandoned town, at its most perilous core, Su Jingming, empowered by the Zixiao Divine Thunder, led the bloodthirsty savage bear on a leash, as one might walk a dog. The beast, realizing its speed could not match Su Jingming's, and that pursuit only invited humiliation, abandoned the chase altogether. Its colossal frame settled squarely at the center of the vacant lot, its crimson eyes locked unblinkingly upon Su Jingming. Each time Su Jingming struck down a beast, the aura of bloodlust radiating from the savage bear intensified perceptibly. Across the battlefield stood 34 first-order high-rank beasts in total. 13 of them, having rushed Su Jingming at the outset, had already been reduced to charred near-death wrecks by the explosive discharge of Zixiao Divine Thunder. The remaining 21 fell one after another within a mere minute, slain by Su Jingming in his activated cellular vitality state. Crackle! A flash of lightning, and Su Jingming appeared before the bloodthirsty savage bear, 8 meters away, tall spear in hand, his entire form shimmering with coiling violet thunder. Clever. You anticipated I'd come for you, so you waited right here. Su Jingming's eyes, brimming with violet lightning, gazed upon the beast, truly a gaze that struck with the force of thunder itself. The bloodthirsty savage bear, now seething with fury, snorted thick plumes of steam from its nostrils, its massively muscled chest heaved violently with each ragged breath. Its crimson eyes grew glacially cold, so chilling that even seasoned espers with weaker nerves might have collapsed on the spot. Yet Su Jingming remained utterly unmoved. With his left hand, he swept open empty air, and as though commanding the heavens themselves, the surrounding Zhixiao divine thunder converged, swiftly coalescing into a single searing violet bolt. ZZZT. He hurled the bolt forward. Boom. It struck the bloodthirsty savage bear dead center with pinpoint precision. This thunder, capable of instantly obliterating any first-order high-rank beast, merely danced harmlessly across the beast's hide, leaving its visage more grotesque, yet otherwise unscathed. No wonder it ranks among the rarest of second-order beasts. Its defense is formidable. Su Jingming's gaze sharpened. Unlike domesticated pets, bloodthirsty savage bears never groomed their fur. Over time, their coarse hair matted tightly together, forming a natural armor-like pelt, its resilience rivaling even a grade alloy. More critically, it was non-conductive. Though the Zhixiao divine thunder was mighty, Su Jingming remained but an awakened one. To wound a second-order bloodthirsty savage bear while bridging 2 full tiers of power was indeed an arduous feat. I must find a way to breach that defense first. As Su Jingming pondered inwardly, the bloodthirsty savage bear did not idle. Roar. With a guttural roar, its surging life force materialized visibly around its body, rising like crimson stormwinds akin to a super science aura. Instantly, its massive frame swelled further, thick veins bulged across its savage bear face. Even the fractured stones beneath its feet trembled faintly under the pressure of its unleashed energy. Then, it drove its hind legs deep into the earth, carving out a crater, before launching its ironclad titan-like form hurtling straight towards Su Jingming. Holy! Have you ever felt what it's like when a tiger tank hurls itself at you? That was precisely Su Jingming's visceral impression. His expression shifted instantly. He darted sideways, just in time. Boom. The bloodthirsty savage bear crashed down like a comet where Su Jingming had stood moments before, shattering the already weathered concrete beyond endurance. Radiating outward from the impact point, the ground fissured spiderweb style, it dust billowed skyward. When the haze finally settled, the bloodthirsty savage bear reappeared before Su Jingming, its form once again blazing with that godlike crimson aura. Launching berserk mode right from the start. So you truly wish to kill me as quickly as possible. Su Jingming clicked his tongue in admiration. Rare and high-tier ferocious beasts often mastered combat techniques akin to those of human martial artists. Among these, berserk was one of the most commonly observed abilities possessed by ferocious beasts. According to scholarly research, during berserk mode, the beast's already limited intellect was utterly obliterated, reduced to a pure instinct-driven killing machine. Conversely, its physical resilience surged dramatically while in this state. Ordinarily, a beast would only activate berserk when fighting for its life. Yet this bloodthirsty berserker bear had triggered berserk the moment the battle began, clearly enraged beyond measure by Su Jingming's earlier taunting maneuvers. But I'm no fool. I won't engage you heeding whether you're in berserk mode or not. Su Jingming's baseline vital energy stood at an exceptional 180 points. Under cellular activation, it surged even further, endowing him with staggering strength. Even so, he harbored no intention of clashing directly with the bloodthirsty berserker bear. At 186 meters tall, he was dwarfed by the beast's towering 6-meter frame. Matching brute force against such a colossus would be sheer suicide. The optimal strategy lies in agility. In a flash of lightning, Su Jingming's figure, gripping his long spear, blurred and vanished from sight. The bloodthirsty berserker bear sensed danger instinctively, but before it could react, searing agony erupted in its leg. SSSSHHH. A massive razor-sharp gash crackling with violet lightning arcs tore open across the bear's left thigh. Crimson blood erupted like a geyser from its severed femoral artery. Roar. In excruciating pain, the bear swung its colossal fist down toward the tiny human figure crouching beside its foot. Compared to the bear's 6-meter height, Su Jingming, standing at just 186 meters, was incomparably more agile. Moreover, the Zhixiao divine thunder continuously stimulated his cells, flooding him with ceaseless power. Under these conditions, his agility became terrifyingly sublime. Thus, even before the bear's fist descended, Su Jingming had already reappeared beside its right leg. Compared to the Zhixiao divine thunder, the black radiant spear, razor-edged and lethally precise, proved far more effective at breaching defenses. Su Jingming struck again. A swift, sweeping slash carved a long, deep wound across the bear's right thigh. By then, the lumbering beast hadn't even glimpsed his movement. Ruawayer. Blinding agony from its wounded legs sent the bear into uncontrolled fury. Its massive paws lashed out indiscriminately. Yet Su Jingming had already darted aside. Boom, boom, boom. Enraged beyond reason, the bloodthirsty berserker bear rampaged like a berserk demolition engine, crushing nearby carcasses of fallen beasts into crimson pulp. At that very moment, Su Jingming pushed the Zishao Divine Thunder to its absolute limit. Countless violet lightning bolts erupted from his body, striking the bear with thunderous force. The bear had never matched Su Jingming's speed, even before injury. Now with both legs wounded, its mobility deteriorated drastically. Though berserk mode erased all higher cognition, primal instincts remained intact. The bear knew thunder alone could not deliver a mortal blow. So it simply hunkered down, adopting a defensive stance. Zizaki. Boom. Boom. And thus the Zishao Divine Thunder rained upon it relentlessly for over half a minute. Its once grayish-white fur was now charred black across its entire body. That should suffice. Su Jingming flashed forward, materializing less than 3 meters before the bear. 3 meters was trivial for the bear. A single stride would bring its claws within lethal range. Yet as it lifted its legs to unleash its wrath upon the diminutive human before it, it recoiled in shock. Its legs felt utterly absent, refusing all command. Even more terrifying, its arms grew leaden, paralyzed beyond lifting. You endured half a minute of my Zishao Divine Thunder, and still thought yourself unscathed. Su Jingming shook his head. Though the bear's fur offered formidable defense, the black radiant spear had already pierced its thighs. During those 30 seconds of bombardment, though much of the lightning was deflected, countless arcs had slipped through the wounds, severely paralyzing its nervous system. And that was precisely Su Jingming's intent. Unable to move, you are now nothing but a living target. Clutching his spear, he launched his counteroffensive. The 50-kilogram black radiant spear whirled through the air, its tip wreathed in crackling lightning. Uft, uft. Surrounded by swirling violet lightning, enveloped in the primordial aura of the Zishao Divine Thunder, Su Jingming appeared godlike. His spear dissolved into afterimages. Within barely 3 or 4 seconds, dozens of bull's-eyed wounds bloomed across the bear's body. Each gash pulsed with residual lightning, inflicting secondary damage. An ordinary ferocious beast would have perished instantly. But for this two-tier bloodthirsty berserker bear, 6 meters tall, thick-skinned, and immensely resilient, these wounds amounted to little more than superficial injuries. It was then, suddenly, that sensation flooded back into its arms, as a cruel, triumphant snarl twisted its massive muzzle, preparing for retaliation. The human leapt skyward, leveling with its chest, his sharp, contrasting eyes calm and ice-cold. Simultaneously, a low, commanding voice resonated beside its ear, lightning gale break. With a deafening thunderclap, the black spear blazed with terrifying lightning energy, the very essence of dread. Instinctively, it tried to raise its arms to block, but it was already too late. Boom! This grievously wounded beast suffered its most devastating blow yet. Wild violet lightning detonated from its chest, propelling it backward like a cannonball. Crunch! 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 Shattering the ruined central flowerbed, it gouged a trench over 10 meters long across the ground before finally grinding to a halt. A charred, gaping hole yawned in its left chest. Where its heart once pulsed, only ash and lingering violet lightning remained. The bear sensed its vitality draining rapidly, its consciousness fading into haze. Reflexively, it tried to rise, lurching unsteadily to its feet. Before taking even a single step, it collapsed with a final thunderous crash. This terror, capable of leveling an entire small city, breathed its last, its life extinguished forever. Ding! Defeated 1 Tier 2 lower rank, bloodthirsty berserker bear. Gained 24 essence points. Hearing the system's chimes, Su Jingming lowered his spear and exhaled deeply. Finally, it's over. That battle had pushed his current capabilities to their absolute zenith. Though lasting less than 2 minutes, its intensity and the unrelenting strain on his focus had been overwhelming. Even with his extraordinary 180-point vital energy and mental fortitude, he'd nearly reached his limit. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Of course, if that entire combo had failed to finish the beast, Su Jingming had a contingency plan. He could expend essence points to augment his foundational attributes. Indeed, the 2,000+ essence points resting dormant on his system interface had sealed the bear's fate from the very beginning. Su Jingming deactivated cellular activation, the lightning receding from his eyes, the Zishao Divine Thunder withdrawing from his aura. Deprived of the thunder's empowerment, he immediately felt a wave of exhaustion. Yet he knew this weakness was illusory, a mere return to his pre-activation baseline, not true depletion. If I've eliminated every ferocious beast in the core zone, how many points will I have earned? Su Jingming activated his smartwatch to check his score. 1. Su Jingming, 10835 points, Jiangqing No. 2. High School. 2. Zhou Yang, 1103 points, Jiangqing No. 1. High School. 3. Wu Hao, 945 points, Jiangqing No. 1. High School. Over 10,000 points. Though he'd anticipated a high score, the magnitude still stunned him. After the initial shock faded, a quiet smile spread across his face. As expected, the core zone beasts yield the highest scores. I recall last year's provincial high score in Jingming province was barely over 8,000. Does that mean I've already secured the provincial top rank? The score obtained from killing a first-tier high-level beast is 100 points. Killing a second-tier beast can earn 4,000 points. In the core area, a total of 34 first-tier high-level beasts and 1 second-tier lower-level bloodthirsty violent bear were all slain by Su Jingming. A total of 7,400 points were obtained. Coupled with Su Jingming's original score of over 3,000, it is no surprise that he has amassed over 10,000 points. However, compared to the second place, which is nearly 10 times less, it seems quite exaggerated. With just over an hour left until the martial arts exam ends, I have wiped out all the beasts in the core and the most core areas. Next, I will return to the central area. Every additional kill counts. Glancing at the distant bloodthirsty violent bear which had lost its life force, Su Jingming did not stop his steps. He shouldered the nearly broken black Yao spear and set off towards the central area again. At this time, Zhou Yang and others on the rooftop were still stunned by Su Jingming's performance. The bloodthirsty violent bear just died like that. Zhou Yang swallowed hard. From the start of the battle to the point where the bloodthirsty violent bear was pierced to death by a single shot, less than 2 minutes had passed. It should be noted that this type of resilient second-tier beast would require even elite ability users to engage for over half an hour before they could be killed. Terrifying, too terrifying. The bald young man looked at the score on his smartwatch with a shocked expression. Su Jingming's score has already exceeded 10,000 points. Over 10,000 points. Zhou Yang's eyes widened instinctively, saying, I remember last year our top student from Jiangnan province only scored a little over 8,000, right? With this score over 10,000, could Su Jingming become the top student of Jiangnan province? Top student. My goodness, is it really that terrifying? Nearby, several people gasped in shock. Just then, Meng Dis' voice suddenly rang out. Look, Su Jingming is leaving. It seems he is heading towards the central area. The central area? No wonder he's the top student. Having killed a second-tier beast, he is still not letting up and is rushing to the central area. The bald young man clicked his tongue in wonder. Zhou Yang also came back to his senses and slapped his thigh. Oh no. I don't know if Su Jingming is the top student. But I do know that if we don't hurry to the central area, now we might not even score a single point in the last hour. You're right. Damn, at Su Jingming's speed, he might clear out the beasts in the central area. Quick, let's go. Since that's the case, Zhou Yang will go ahead. Everyone immediately reacted, not having time to ponder further, and hurriedly rushed downstairs with their weapons. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang, who no longer needed teammates, harnessed his wind abilities, making him the fastest one. Outside the examination venue, many principals and teachers were shocked by Su Jingming's terrifying abilities while nervously watching his maneuvers. Even when these principals were at their peak, a second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear was something to avoid. Yet now this terrifying beast was being toyed with by Su Jingming as if it were a mere plaything. Easily dodging the bear's leap, 2 shots incapacitated the bloodthirsty violent bear's legs. The continuous strikes from his lightning abilities rendered it immobile and paralyzed. With a furious barrage of spear strikes, the bloodthirsty violent bear was instantly gravely injured. The final strike, a thunderous technique, pierced its heart, completing the kill. This series of maneuvers was fluid and seamless. When the bloodthirsty violent bear crashed to the ground, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. No one expected that even the second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear, which could give headaches to the elite of the provincial capital, would die just like that. Until the leaderboard refreshed and Su Jingming's score reached 10,000, the director and many principals and teachers still had not reacted. 10,000 points. A new record. A new record. At this moment, a teacher from the second high school shouted excitedly. At the sound of this, the many principals and teachers in the audience finally reacted, erupting into an uproar of astonished voices. 10,000 points. Not only did he break the record for Jiangxing, but he also broke the provincial record. A genius. Absolutely a genius. Heaven bless Jiangxing. This year's top student will definitely come from us. At this moment, the principals and teachers from the 3 schools were cheering without regard for their image. If before there was some reluctance from the other 2 high schools because Su Jingming was from the second high school, now it was entirely different. Su Jingming, who was likely to become the top student, represented not just the second high school, but the entire city of Jiangxing. Bravo! Principal Zhao Yao couldn't help but stand up excitedly, raising his fist. He, usually calm, didn't know how many times he had lost composure. But facing such immense joy, it no longer mattered whether he maintained his composure or not. This score could be considered a precursor to becoming the top student. At worst, he would be among the top 3 in Jiangnan province. It should be noted that the second high school of Jiangsheng has been established for over 100 years, and the best achievement was only ranked 64th in the province. And now he accomplished what no previous principals had been able to achieve. How could he not feel excited and honored? How could such an outstanding student not be placed in our elite class back then? In the audience of the second high school, the homeroom teacher of the elite class was filled with excitement, yet felt an immense regret. If only he had pulled Su Jingming into their class back, then how glorious would that be now? Good, Su Jingming, well done. The homeroom teacher of class 5 felt as if one of his students could potentially become the top student. Thinking of this, he felt as if he was in a dream, utterly unreal. But the pain from pinching himself reminded him that it was all real. This made him extremely excited. Damn, class 5 has such a character too fierce. Didn't expect it, did you? I didn't expect it either. 10,000 points. I'm only at 102 points, there's 100 times difference. As the martial arts exam progressed to the later stages, many candidates who had been eliminated early due to activating the safety ball returned to the open area. At this time, looking at Su Jingming's terrifying score, they could not help but fall into utter shock. 10,000 points. The senior has done it. So powerful. With these results, he could easily enroll in any top-tier ability university, right? Not just that. Now those top universities are probably begging him to enroll. I declare that from today onwards, senior Su Jingming is my idol. On the playground of the second high school, students from the first and second years along with teachers were also getting excited. Most of the students viewed Su Jingming as an idol and a role model, their little faces flushed with excitement. An hour quickly passed, and time soon reached 9 o'clock. At this moment, the students still in the Ruins Town examination area saw a red warning interface pop up automatically on their smartwatches. Meanwhile, the intelligent voice followed up, "Attention, the 2037 Jiangxing martial arts exam has ended. Killing beasts will no longer count towards the score. Please return quickly. Attention, the 2037 Jiangxing martial arts exam has ended. Killing beasts will no longer count towards the score. Please return quickly." The notification rang 3 times before it concluded. In the examination area, all candidates who received the notice began to return with various emotions, some feeling sentimental, others regretful. The martial arts exam is over. Su Jingming pulled his spear from the carcass of a beast, feeling a bit regretful. It's a pity. There will be no more opportunities to harvest ability points so easily. With that, Su Jingming hoisted his spear and stepped towards the direction of return. With the martial arts exam concluded, a brand new future awaited him. First place, a Su Jingming 1112 4 points, Jiangxing Second High School. Second place, a Zhou Mingyang 1233 points, Jiangxing First High School. Third place, a Wu Hao 1045 points, Jiangxing First High School. When the clock struck 9, the standings for the WUCA entrance examination were finalized. Su Jingming firmly occupied the top spot with a score more than 10 times that of the second place. The former favorite Zhou Mingyang managed only second place. As the WUCA exam concluded, candidates began emerging from the ruined township one after another. Aside from recounting their ordeals inside the exam hall, conversation among them revolved entirely around Su Jingming. Over 11,000 points. That's ferocious. I was in the same class as Su Jingming, and would you believe me if I said he only awakened an E-class ability? E-class ability? Are you joking? Can an E-class truly suppress a class like Zhou Mingyang by tenfold? It is worth noting that whenever classmates insisted Su Jingming was merely an E-class, disbelief met them without exception. Time slowly passed. Most students had already left the open ground. Only those who had ventured deeper into the ruined township had not yet come out. Among them was Su Jingming. Those who had exited the exam did not immediately board the buses. Instead, they waited in place. They wanted to see what kind of person could carve out more than 10,000 points. While waiting, they inevitably speculated about Su Jingming's final provincial ranking. Last year, the highest in Jiangnan province was only a little over 8,000. More than 10,000 must be the provincial top scholar. You never know. Maybe another freak like Su Jingming will appear from another city. Still, whatever happens, the top 3 in Jiangnan province is certain. If Jiangnan's top 3 contain him, it will be a source of pride for all of Jiangxing. Jiangxing, economically one of the lagging prefectural cities in Jiangnan province, usually lived in obscurity. In the national spectacle of the WUCA entrance examination, Jiangxing rarely featured on the provincial rankings. Usually one had to scroll past the top 100 before spotting a Jiangxing candidate. This year, however, was entirely different. Su Jingming, who had amassed over 10,000 points, had the credentials to challenge the provincial top. Even if he failed in that bit, a place among the province's top 3 was all but guaranteed. When that happened, the whole of Jiangxing would rise to fame because of Su Jingming. For that reason, the excited Education Bureau Director Zhang Wenshan, together with principals and teachers, had already left the stands to wait at the exam exit. On the open ground, many candidates felt exhilarated and proud. Some students from Jiangxing's second high school class 5 boasted loudly about how close they used to be with Su Jingming. Lu Jie, who had always been friendly with him, was positively beaming. Chi-Chi, is Su Jingming really your cousin? Among the students of Jiangxing First High Xiaoya who had previously lost interest in Su Jingming at the Leitang Wuguan, now asked Tang Qi with shining eyes. My grand aunt, you've asked 3 times already. Tang Qi rolled her eyes. Although I'm not 100% certain, the probability is very high that it's him. All right, I believe you. Xiaoya nodded, then clung to Tang Qi's arm and pleaded coquettishly, please give me your cousin's contact information. Why do you need his contact now? Weren't you uninterested yesterday? Tang Qi teased, amused by Xiaoya's sudden change. Times have changed. Yesterday, he was only in awakenee class. Today, he is Jiangxing's number 1. A different status demands different treatment. Just as she prepared to reply, a shout rang out, Su Jingming is leaving the exam. The entire open ground fell silent. Tang Qi and Xiaoyu, along with everyone else, instinctively turned toward the exit of the ruined township. A tall figure stepped out from the dark ruins. It was Su Jingming. He wore a blood-stained black battle garment, his expression calm, and composed a black spear over 2 meters long slung across his back. The spear, mangled nearly beyond repair, seemed to narrate the savage battles it had endured along the way. Welcome back, Su Jingming. Director Zhang Wenshan, standing nearby, was the first to lead the warmest applause. Principals and teachers quickly joined in. Yet compared with the officials' welcome, the students' greeting was far more exuberant. Congratulations, Su Jingming. Our cohort shines because of you. Had the gap been merely a couple of 100 points, fellow candidates might have felt aggrieved, insisting the difference in strength was small. But a margin of over 10,000 points was an all-encompassing domination. Moreover, Su Jingming now represented not only himself, but the entire city of Jiangxing. So the candidates lavished cheers and applause. Some bolder girls even began to declare their admiration on the spot. Overwhelmed by the buzzing roar and unable to make out individual words, Su Jingming felt dazed. He had never imagined such a grand reception after the exam. Not far behind, Zhou Mingyang watched the scene with a touch of envy. He understood that even if he had claimed first place, he could not have drawn such fervent acclaim. After all, he could not have cut down that extra 10,000 points. The cheering lasted more than a minute before fading. Commander Wang began to organize the withdrawal. Candidates, prepare to board the buses. The buses will take you to the city center, and once there. As for Su Jingming, the principal arranged for him to take a private car home, much to the disappointment of the Class 5 students who had hoped to ride the same bus. Scenes outside the window rushed by as Su Jingming sat in the rear seat of the sedan driven by Principal Zhao Yao of Jiangxing's second high school. Usually the principal had a chauffeur, but now he drove himself, smiling broadly, without a trace of displeasure. Have you decided which evening school you will attend? Principal Zhao Yao asked. Su Jingming shook his head. He spoke the truth, since crossing over, his only thought had been to rapidly increase his strength and take more exams, not yet to choose a Yining University. With your scores, you could enter any university in the nation, Zhao Yao said, more excited than Su himself. Including the 3 top Yining universities. You know which 3 I mean, right? Su Jingming nodded. In Daxiao, the martial tradition was strong, and the Wuka exam received national broadcast attention. Thousands of Yining universities across the country held annual intercollegiate competitions to determine their rankings, and among them 3 schools habitually occupied the top 3 slots. They were Qingjing Yining University, Modu Yining University, and Jinqing Yining University. Each of those institutions boasted histories of over 2 centuries, abundant educational resources, and on-campus mentors who were at least 6th-tier ability wielders. These 3 universities towered above the nation's thousands of schools and were hailed as the 3 great top Yining institutions, the hallowed campuses countless examinees dreamed of entering. The 3 top universities are the ultimate goal that countless students aspire to achieve, Principal Zhao Yao remarked with a sense of nostalgia. However, for you it is within easy reach. No, that's not right. They would even seek you to enroll. Su Jingming tilted his head in confusion. With your grades, you have already qualified for special enrollment. Once the national rankings are published, the top 10 universities across the country will offer various conditions for you to attend their institutions. What else could it be but them seeking you? Principal Zhao Yao laughed heartily. Special enrollment is a privilege reserved for the top 3 in the province, and Su Jingming is undoubtedly among them. I suggest you take the time to learn more about the 3 top universities after you get back. You can't wait until the day of special enrollment still without a clue. Moreover, don't be dazzled by the conditions offered by those schools. The most important thing is to choose the school that you feel is suitable for you. Of course, any of the 3 top universities would offer endless opportunities. Principal Zhao Yao directly excluded the other 7 schools from the top 10, earnestly advising him. I understand, thank you, Principal. Su Jingming nodded, indicating his understanding. The martial arts college entrance examination was over, and it was indeed time to seriously consider which school to attend. It takes over an hour to drive from the military district to the city. By the time Su Jingming returned home, it was already 11:23 at night. Exhausted, he didn't even have time to wash up. He simply took off his battle clothes, which still bore a strong smell of blood, and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. It wasn't until after 9 the next morning that he awakened from his slumber. Wow, I actually slept for more than 10 hours straight. Glancing at the time on his phone, Su Jingming jumped out of bed and dashed into the bathroom. Splash! Warm water flowed from the shower head, washing over Su Jingming's bare body. So refreshing. After 12 hours of battle, he had sweated quite a bit and felt sticky all over. At that moment, the warm water cascading over him made him feel invigorated, and he promptly opened his system panel. Name: Su Jingming. Level: Awakened 1 Ability: Purple Sky, Divine Thunder. S. Physique 183, Vitality, Spirit 185, Hertz. Skills: Marksmanship, Advanced Lightning, Gale Break. Advanced Ability points 2530 for the martial arts college entrance examination. Aside from the grades provided, the greatest gain: ability points. With 2534 ability points, it should be enough to last me a while once I enter the ability university, Su Jingming thought silently. The importance of ability points is beyond doubt. In an ordinary wilderness area, it would be impossible to acquire so many ability points in such a short time. This time, it was also thanks to the martial arts college entrance examination. I wonder if there will be similar events to hunt ferocious beasts once I enter the ability university. If so, I will definitely be the first to participate. Su Jingming felt elated. After humming a little tune and finishing his shower, he returned to his bedroom and opened his computer to search for information regarding the 3 top universities. The 3 top universities have been established for over 100 years, boasting a rich history and nurturing many strong individuals for the Great Xia. While reviewing the materials, Su Jingming couldn't help but exclaim in awe from time to time. So the current 9th level National Protector graduated from Qingjing Ability University. Most of the top ability training methods are actually unique to these prestigious universities. It was shocking to find out that nearly half of the well-known high-level ability users in the country came from the 3 top universities. Half. This is a terrifying ratio. After all, there are thousands of ability universities nationwide. Additionally, many individuals originally studied at foreign ability universities and only returned to the country after graduation. When you combine all these domestic and foreign institutions, the total number of strong individuals trained is only on par with the 3 top universities, which is enough to illustrate their profound heritage. Moreover, the most crucial point is the ability training methods. As the foundation for an ability user's advancement, there are distinctions between the various training methods, and the speed of cultivation can differ vastly. For example, using the worst beginner ability training method, most awakened individuals require 3 to 4 years to advance to an ability user. However, if one uses the top ability training method, it only takes less than half a year to advance. According to the information Su Jingming found, most of the top ability training methods in the Great Xia are actually stored in the libraries of the 3 top universities. No wonder there are rumors online that the 3 top universities are tyrannical academic factions unwilling to disclose their cultivation secrets. Su Jingming suddenly realized, but didn't dwell on it too much. How precious are the top ability training methods? It's unrealistic to think that one could use public opinion to coerce universities into sharing such elite techniques. Ding dong. Just as he was about to continue searching for information, the doorbell rang outside. So early to come looking for me, could it be my aunt? With a hint of curiosity, Su Jingming got up and walked out of his bedroom, opening the door. At the door stood 2 beautiful women, one tall and one small. The older one was in her 30s, dressed in elegant clothing with a refined appearance. The younger one was about the same age as Su Jingming, tall and resembling the older beauty by 70 to 80%, but with a colder demeanor. These 2 were indeed his aunt Su Qingwan and his cousin Tang Qi. Aunt, cousin, Su Jingming greeted with a smile, ushering the 2 into the living room. However, the awkwardness arose because the living room had been utterly scorched during the ability evolution 2 nights ago. Not only were the floor and walls burnt black, but the sofa and coffee table were reduced to ashes. In the vast living room, there wasn't even a place to sit. Xiaoming, did your house catch fire? Upon seeing this, Aunt Su Qingwan panicked and hurriedly pulled Su Jingming to check, asking, when did this happen? Did you get hurt? Just a minor accident, nothing serious. Looking at his aunt's worried expression, Su Jingming's demeanor softened. After his parents passed away, only his aunt brought him warmth akin to family. It's good that nothing happened. It's good that nothing happened. Aunt Su Qingwan sighed in relief, then said, I came here mainly to ask about your results from the martial arts college entrance examination. Didn't Qi Jie tell you? Su Jingming was somewhat surprised. I thought it would be better for you to tell my mom personally, so I didn't mention it. Cousin Tang Qi said with a sly smile. I see. Su Jingming nodded. Then let's go downstairs and find a place to sit and talk. Su Jingming led the two down to a cafe nearby called Morning Light Cafe that he frequently visited. It was around 10 in the morning, and the cafe wasn't too crowded. Su Jingming found a spot by the window and ordered 3 cups of steaming coffee. The Morning Light Cafe didn't serve high-end hand-ground coffee. Before long, 3 cups of steaming coffee were served to their table. Please enjoy, ladies. The server left with a warm smile. Now can we unveil the mystery? Aunt Su Qingwan said with a smile as she held her coffee cup. Your sister made it all so mysterious. Was she afraid that I would hit you like I did when you were little? Don't worry, think about it. Since you started high school, when have I ever hit you? Even when you wanted to take the martial arts college entrance examination, didn't I agree as well? This time, even if your grades are poor, I won't hit you. Listening to Aunt Su Qingwan's words, Su Jingming couldn't help but awkwardly touch his nose. Aunt Su Qingwan was a typical Jiangnan woman, gentle and graceful, but this was only true when it wasn't exam season. Whenever there was a drop in grades during finals, what awaited him would be a painful dish of bamboo shoots stir-fried with pork. And he couldn't resist. After all, his parents passed away when he was only 11 years old, and his aunt was officially designated as his legal guardian. Mom, don't worry, this time my cousin won't let you down. Seeing her misunderstanding his intentions, Tang Chi quickly explained. Oh, is that so? So you did well this time, Xiaoming. Did you score over 100? Aunt Su Qingwan's eyes brightened as she quickly inquired. A score of 100 is the nationally recognized minimum admission score. Scoring over 100 means hope for attending an ability university. I scored 100. Su Jingming nodded with a smile. And it's much more than 100, it's 10,000. 10,000. This score was so shocking that Aunt Su Qingwan's beautiful eyes widened, leaving her completely stunned and unable to respond. Regarding the national martial arts examination, Su Qingwan had acquired considerable knowledge, thanks to Tang Chi, and knew that historically the highest score ever achieved in Jiangxing was barely over 1,000 points. Even the provincial top scorer for the entire Jiangnan province had only scored 8 or 9,000 points. Thus, when she heard Su Jingming declare his score as 10,000, Aunt Su Qingwan froze momentarily. Yet she quickly regained her composure and instinctively dismissed it as a jest, frowning as she said, Xiaoming, don't joke around. Tell me your real score. Mom, Jingming isn't joking. He truly scored 10,000 points. No, wait. More precisely 11,124 points. It's already been reported on Jiangxing's official news account. With a radiant smile, Tang Chi extended her phone. On the screen glowed a freshly published article from Jiangxing's official account, its headline reading, 10,000 points. The absolute dark horse from Jiangxing No. 2 High School. The accompanying image depicted Su Jingming wielding a long spear, striking down a level 2 bloodthirsty bear. That's Xiaoming. Recognizing him instantly, Aunt Su Qingwan hurriedly scrolled through the article. Gentle by nature, Su Qingwan rarely displayed strong emotional reactions. Yet as she read on, her eyes grew steadily brighter. A flush of exhilaration bloomed across her delicate cheeks. 10,000 points. The absolute top scorer in Jiangxing. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. She seemed as though she'd just won a multi-million yuan lottery, and the article on her phone gleamed like the winning ticket. Repeatedly scrutinized, treasured, held aloft. Softly, almost to herself, she murmured phrases like, at last Xiaoming has truly come into his own, and now our Su family finally has a worthy successor. After a long while, her excitement gradually settled. Xiaoming, with a score like this, won't you be able to directly select among the nation's top 10 universities on enrollment day? Aunt Su Qingwan asked eagerly, her eyes alight. Headmaster told me yesterday, I've already qualified for special admission. I won't need to submit applications, I'll simply await offers from those universities. Su Jingming replied with a smile. Beside him, Tang Chi nodded in agreement. Mom, with cousin Jingming's performance, he's essentially the presumptive provincial top scorer. Even if he doesn't claim the title outright, he's guaranteed a spot among Jiangnan province's top 3. At that rank, even the nation's 3 premier martial academies will fiercely compete to recruit him. No application process required. The 3 premier martial academies. Special admission. Excellent. 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 Xiaoming, you've utterly astonished your dear aunt. Su Qingwan exclaimed 3 times in rapid succession, then asked eagerly, by the way, when exactly will the national martial arts rankings be announced? The timing isn't fixed, but no later than 5 days from now. After brief reflection, Su Jingming replied. Nationally, all martial examination scores are released simultaneously on the same day and at the same hour. Prior to release, provincial authorities rigorously review video footage captured during the exam to prevent cheating. A labor-intensive process indeed. Still, results will certainly be published no later than June 13th, within 5 days at most. Excellent. Once the rankings go live, Annie will treat you to a grand feast. Her smile was radiant. Pausing briefly, she voiced the question burning brightest in her heart. But Xiaoming, You're only in a rank awakened with the weak electricity ability. How did you achieve such an extraordinary score? Since time immemorial, rarity has correlated directly with combat potency, an undisputed truth. True, a handful of warriors have forged legendary paths using low-tier abilities, but they are rarer than phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. According to the article's description, thunder surging violently, level 1 high-tier beasts falling en masse. Such power could never stem from an rank-weak electricity ability. After all, Su Jingming remained merely an awakened, not yet even an ability user. Hearing her question, Tang Qi's beautiful eyes turned expectantly toward him, equally curious. Su Jingming had anticipated this inquiry. Smiling, he explained, the afternoon before yesterday while training in the living room, a bolt of lightning struck outside, knocking me unconscious. So that's why you rushed to Thunder Martial Gym afterward, to test your ability. Tang Qi suddenly understood. Aunt Su Qingwan nodded gently. Indeed, thunder rolled that afternoon, but rather than injuring you, the lightning proved fortuitous, triggering an ability mutation. Quite the stroke of luck. We'll schedule another ability assessment at the gym soon, to determine precisely how far your mutation has progressed. Judging by the article's description, your ability must have ascended to at least rank or higher. Su Jingming nodded in agreement. Though rare ability mutations were documented, and this explanation had been his carefully prepared cover. Coincidentally, the lightning strike occurred indoors the day before, witnessed by many. Well then, regardless, both you siblings have excelled magnificently, 12th in Jiangxing and 1st. Let's go. Off to the market for fresh ingredients. I'll prepare a splendid lunch. Su Qingwan's face overflowed with unrestrained joy. Su Jingming smiled softly in return, walking side by side with his cousin Tang Qi, flanking their aunt. June 11th, 900 p.m. Shanghai Martial Arts University Admissions Office. Here, Tier 3 and Tier 4 ability users, rare sights elsewhere, filled the entire chamber. They gathered around a large circular table, 30 or 40 strong, faces taut with anticipation as if awaiting some pivotal revelation. Moments later, a slightly portly middle-aged man strode briskly inside, brandishing a mechanical disc. National martial rankings are in. Everyone prepare accordingly. Though the official ranking list remains strictly confidential until public release, elite institutions like theirs routinely obtained preliminary data one day ahead. At last, the rankings are out. This year's release feels unusually delayed. Not quite. Last year arrived only one day earlier. The admissions office at Shanghai Martial Arts University experienced its peak intensity during these few days, crafting tailored recruitment strategies for each province's top 3 candidates. Exceptional candidates, boasting both formidable strength and vast potential, demanded greater investment. Others, comparatively weaker or less promising, warranted more measured resource allocation. This practice wasn't unique to Shanghai. It mirrored protocols at the other 2 premier institutions, Qingjing Martial Arts University and Jinsheng Martial Arts University. As per tradition, let's begin with the provincial top scorers. The middle-aged man slotted the mechanical disc into a pre-positioned holographic projector. With a resonant hum, a comprehensive national ranking board materialized, displaying scores and placements for all examinees across more than 30 provincial administrative regions. First province, Qingjing Municipality. His voice, low and steady, triggered an intelligent response. The projection instantly zoomed in on the capital city's ranking list. All eyes locked onto the name at the summit. No. 1. Zhou Yi, Qingjing High School, 9343 points. Eva display Zhou Yi's dossier. The moment he spoke, a crystalline electronic voice chimed, "Understood, Director." A holographic feed then blossomed above the center of the table. It showed Zhou Yi's martial examination combat footage. Zhou Yi, age 18. Awakened with the Tiara Enhancement ability, bronze body, currently ranked upper Tier 1. His father is a Tier 4 ability user. Each elite university possessed staggering intelligence-gathering capabilities, and Shanghai Martial Arts University was no exception. As the central hologram played Zhou Yi's battle sequence, his biographical details echoed simultaneously in every admissions officer's earpiece. Bronze body. Among Tiara abilities, that's exceptionally refined. Indeed, the combat footage reveals impressive control and tactical application. Chatter ebbed as the hologram concluded. The director's voice deepened. Zhou Yi, designated as special admission. Professor Wang Jian, please handle his outreach personally. Understood. One instructor rose and nodded. He would depart for Qingjing Municipality immediately upon the meeting's conclusion. Second province, Hunan Province. Time flowed swiftly as provincial top scorers were evaluated and assigned recruitment tiers by the director and faculty. Some merited a status O, others received standard A or even a designations. Still, even the lowest provincial champion possessed formidable capability. Soon Jiangnan Province appeared on the roster. 13th province, Jiangnan Province. At the director's low command, the projection shifted seamlessly to Jiangnan's ranking. Last year yielded an A candidate. Curious what this year holds. Likely another A. Jiangnan province, among the most populous in Daxia, had consistently produced elite champions. Every faculty member, including the director himself, focused intently on the topmost entry. No. 1. Xu Jingming Jiangqing No. 2. High School, 11124 points. Over 10,000 points. Jiangnan's surge this year is astonishing. Jiangqing, isn't that Jiangnan's provincial capital? Initial awe at Xu Jingming's score gave way to confusion. His school's name meant nothing to them. Jiangqing, wasn't Ning'an City the provincial capital? What was Jiangqing, and why had none of them ever heard of it? Xu Jingming, age 18, awakened with the teary nature ability, weak electricity, currently classified as an awakened. Parents deceased 7 years ago. As his profile echoed through their earpieces, the already bewildered faculty grew even more disoriented. What in the world? An A rank ability? An awakened? How could either possibly align with a provincial top scorer? For decades, the top scholar in Jiangnan province has typically emerged from the capital city Ning'an or from nearby prosperous cities. This is quite normal, as the saying goes, poor in literature, rich in martial arts. Those with the means to live in these cities often have some wealth, and their offspring are generally quite strong. Ultimately, the provincial top scholar, much like those from the capital city, possesses a great abilities and first-tier superior strength. However, the current top scholar from Jiangnan province has not emerged from the familiar cities known to the teachers of the Magic City Ability University. Moreover, they are not even an ability user, merely an awakener with their ability ranked a mere E grade, second to last. Who would believe this? Thus, when Xu Jingming's information echoed in the ears of various teachers, their first reaction was disbelief. An awakener can become a provincial top scholar. Could this be a mistake? Is it possible that the information was collected incorrectly, perhaps on someone with the same name? There is a chance of that. Every candidate's score in the Martial Arts College entrance examination is subject to professional review by the National Education Bureau. No one doubts the authenticity of the scores. They only suspect that the information may have been collected incorrectly regarding someone else with the same name. Given the information collection capabilities of the Magic City Ability University, they shouldn't make such a fundamental mistake. EVA's information is accurate. As if feeling questioned, an exceptionally cute-looking glowing sphere projected itself into the room, displaying a hint of human-like anger. It is the artificial intelligence responsible for managing information collection at the Magic City Ability University. EVA. EVA is a top-tier artificial intelligence and would not make such a basic error. Xu Jingming's information might have had issues right from the moment it was registered in the information database. A slightly overweight middle-aged man waved his hand. Once we watch his martial arts college entrance examination video, everything will be clear. EVA, please open Xu Jingming's entrance examination video. Sure, director. With the director's reassurance, the angry expression on EVA's glowing sphere faded away. Meanwhile, Xu Jingming's figure was projected above the center of the round table. As the footage began, the scene showed him entering the most critical area, facing numerous first-tier high-level beasts and second-tier beasts. He actually uses a spear as a weapon. That's quite rare. A teacher's eyes brightened at the sight of his tall figure bearing a spear. Among the previous top scholars, almost all used long swords or broadswords as weapons. This is the first time a spear has appeared. A spear is significantly more challenging to wield than swords or knives. A teacher nodded slightly. While Xu Jingming's weapon drew their attention, they did not forget their primary purpose: to determine Xu Jingming's abilities and level. While his abilities had not yet been demonstrated, his level could be easily discerned. There is a fundamental difference between ability users and awakeners, and that is the aura. Though Xu Jingming's aura in the footage was sharp, it did not exhibit the characteristics of an ability user to the admissions teachers present. So Xu Jingming is indeed just an awakener. After repeated confirmations, all the teachers present were astonished. What does it mean for an awakener to be the provincial top scholar? This has not happened in decades. Immediately afterward, the battle in the holographic projection began. When Xu Jingming unleashed the Zixiao Divine Thunder, killing numerous first-tier, high-level beasts, many teachers were left utterly dumbfounded. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This cannot be a great ability. The power here is at least a grade. How could it be a weak, a great ability? How did those registration folks manage to get this wrong? The experienced admissions teachers immediately noticed the discrepancy in Xu Jingming's ability power, and the front admissions office director squinted his eyes and instructed, EVA, analyze Xu Jingming's ability level. Abilities require professional instruments to determine their level and type. However, with advanced artificial intelligence, the analysis can be quite accurate. Xu Jingming's ability belongs to the natural system under the lightning category. Due to the inability to collect elemental information from the air based solely on the video analysis, Su Jingming's ability has a 4 chance of being grade. There is a 10 chance of being a grade, an 83 chance of being S-grade, a 1 chance of being S-grade, and a 0 chance of being SS-grade. The artificial intelligence Eva quickly reached the conclusion, while the admissions office director's pupils constricted sharply, S-grade probability is 83. As a top-tier artificial intelligence, Eva's judgment is nearly infallible. An 83 probability nearly confirms that Su Jingming's ability is indeed S-grade. S-grade? All the teachers present suddenly found their breathing becoming rapid. What does S-grade signify? Once matured, it represents absolute top-tier combat power. And in the current Desya Kingdom, no S-grade ability awakeners have appeared for the last 3 to 4 years. At that moment, Su Jingming in the holographic projection ended the life of a second-tier bloodthirsty bear with an incredibly violent posture. With a suspected S-grade ability combined with his formidable combat prowess, Su Jingming's status as the provincial top scholar is well-deserved. The front admissions office director sighed in relief, and after pondering for a moment, he said with a serious expression, Su Jingming designated for an S special admission quota, we must recruit him at all costs. An S special admission quota. It has been many years since we've utilized such a special admission category, right? For an S special admission, it seems we need to offer something substantial. Director Zhang, I went to the Jiangnan special admission last year. Should I go again this time? Director, I also want to go for the Jiangnan special admission. The S special admission quota combined with the nearly confirmed S-grade ability instantly made Su Jingming a coveted candidate. Many teachers were vying to make the trip for the special admission in Jiangnan province. However, the admissions office director Zhang Choyang shook his head. You all need not go, I will make the trip myself this time. The director going in person guarantees success. Although the other teachers felt somewhat disappointed as a 5th-tier ability user in the mental system. Zhang Chuyang, who had previously enrolled many potentially boundless students into the Magic City Ability University, was indeed the most reliable choice for this trip. S-grade ability. Su Jingming, I hope you won't disappoint me. Gazing at the tall figure on the holographic projection, director Zhang Chuyang couldn't help but murmur softly. June 12th, the 5th day after the martial arts college entrance examination. Jingming, don't worry, the results will be out at the latest today. Principal, I know, I'm not anxious. Good, as long as you're not anxious. I'm just afraid you young people get too restless. Su Jingming walked around the community, and after a long conversation, he finally hung up the phone from the principal. Goodness, everyone tells me not to be anxious, yet they're all more anxious than I am. Su Jingming couldn't help but shake his head. During these few days of waiting for the rankings to be announced, he received multiple calls from his homeroom teacher principal and even the director of the Education Bureau. The underlying message was for him not to worry, the rankings would be announced sooner or later. However, their tones did not convey a sense of calm, and it almost seemed like they wished the results would be released the day after the examination. Of course, Su Jingming understood. After all, Jiang City desperately needed a chance to prove itself. But it's already the 5th day, the results should be announced by now. Just as Su Jingming was quietly murmuring to himself, a notification sound chimed. He took out his phone, unlocked the screen, and checked the message. Su Jingming, a student from Jiang City, 2nd High School, the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts College entrance examination rankings have been released. Please check promptly. Below the message was a link. The college entrance examination rankings have been released. Su Jingming's eyes lit up, and he clicked the link without hesitation. Immediately, a document filled with the rankings of all candidates in the province appeared on his phone. Su Jingming looked directly at the first line of the document. First place in Jiangnan Province, Su Jingming, Jiang City, 2nd High School, total score 11,124 points. First place, the provincial top scholar of Jiangnan. I did it. At that moment, even the usually calm Su Jingming couldn't help but show a joyful expression, excitedly raising his fist. June 12th is the last day for the announcement of the National Martial Arts College entrance examination results. In the capital of Jiangnan Province, Ning'an City, the director and several teachers waited in front of the computer for the results to be revealed. In this not-so-small office, there were already several cakes and champagne prepared, just waiting for the official announcement of the results to celebrate joyfully. This year, Lei Zhou from Ning'an First High School performed well, scoring over 920 points. He should be the provincial top scholar. That's very likely, but it's hard to say for sure. I've heard there are several talented students from the neighboring province. From Ning'an First High School, with an A-level ability and first-tier strength, Lei Zhou is a strong candidate for the provincial top scholar. At that moment, the teacher who had been waiting in front of the computer's eyes lit up as they opened the ranking list, but then they were slightly stunned. What happened? The director of the Ning'an Education Bureau, sensing something was off, frowned and leaned over only to find an unfamiliar name at the top provincial first place. Su Jingming Jiangqing Second High School total score 11124 points. What? The provincial top scholar is actually from Jiangqing. The director's eyes widened in shock. Such a scene was not only happening at the Ning'an Education Bureau, but also in the education bureaus of other cities in Jiangnan Province. However, compared to the shock of the education bureaus, the journalists in Jiangnan Province were already moving into action. It's worth noting that Jiangnan Province is a populous province in the Great Xia Kingdom. The province has as many as 24 prefecture-level cities and nearly 34 county-level cities. As the provincial capital, Ning'an City and several nearby prefecture-level cities are recognized as the most prosperous places where the most talented individuals gather. In contrast, Jiangqing, located in the most remote northern part of Jiangnan Province, is recognized for its lack of resources and scarcity of talent. In previous years, the provincial top scholars have always emerged from Ning'an City or the nearby prefecture-level cities. But this year it was entirely different. The provincial top scholar actually came from a quiet place, Jiangqing, which most people in Jiangnan Province were unaware of. What does this mean? It means traffic and a hot topic. Thus, these journalists began to frantically gather information related to Su Jingming. To their surprise, the more they investigated, the more shocking it became. A-level abilities and awakened one who has not yet advanced, each term tugging at their nerves. As they marveled, their eyes sparkled. This was a natural hot topic. Thus, transformed into eager reporters, within just a few minutes, they edited out articles of over 1,000 words, an absolute dark horse. The provincial top scholar from Jiangqing. Shocking. The provincial top scholar is actually just an awakened one. Who says an A-level ability can't be the provincial top scholar? The titles of these articles piqued everyone's interest. As soon as they were published online, they attracted numerous clicks and views from netizens. Especially the netizens in Jiangnan Province, who continuously left comments below these articles. Aren't provincial top scholars usually first-tier high-level ability users? Can an awakened one really achieve the provincial top scholar? An A-level awakened one can achieve the provincial top scholar. If that's true, we'll eat my hat on the spot. Hey, upstairs, just wait, I'm going to find his martial arts college entrance examination video right now. The most common comments were skepticism. After all, the provincial top scholars of Jiangnan in previous years have all been first-tier high-level ability users. Their ability levels have at least been A-level or B-level. Now, with the emergence of an A-level awakened provincial top scholar, everyone naturally found it hard to believe. Even some extreme personalities were shouting in the comments, claiming that there must be some behind-the-scenes manipulation in this martial arts college entrance examination, that Su Jingming is actually the son of some incompetent big shot forcibly placed in the position of provincial top scholar. Cheating in the martial arts college entrance examination is a very serious matter. After such comments, public sentiment gradually began to ferment. Many people directly left messages on Jiangqing's official account demanding the truth. As public sentiment began to escalate, Jiangqing's official account calmly released Su Jingming's martial arts college entrance examination video. In response, some ill-intentioned commenters who had prepared to criticize were suddenly dumbfounded. Su Jingming, the provincial top scholar of Jiangnan Province, is indeed an awakened one. While he shot through the skull of a first-tier independent horned rhinoceros, this strength is even greater than that of a first-tier ability user, right? It looks like a power amplification type ability, but he's just an awakened one. How can the ability amplification be so strong? What the heck? It's not a power amplification type, it's a lightning type. This power, and you tell me it's an A-level ability. Unethical media spreading rumors without any bottom line for traffic. Su Jingming's martial arts college entrance examination video is 12 hours long, perfectly encompassing every moment he spent in the examination room. As soon as the video was released, the voices questioning Su Jingming quickly vanished. In their place was astonishment at Su Jingming's brilliant marksmanship and powerful lightning abilities. The topic of Su Jingming exploded online, igniting a hot discussion in Jiangqing as well. The martial arts college entrance examination was a topic involving the entire nation. However, Jiangqing's past college entrance examinations had only seen the top scores reach the top 100 in Jiangnan Province. It's something they would be embarrassed to mention. Thus, the people of Jiangqing did not pay much attention to it before. But now it's different. Jiangqing has produced a provincial top scholar. Many people were excitedly discussing the topic online. Some who originally knew Su Jingming began to claim they were his friends. As for the local media in Jiangqing, they became busy flocking to Jiangqing Second High School to interview the principal. Long before Su Jingming scored over 100 points, the principal had anticipated such a scenario. Thus, dressed in a suit, he faced numerous microphones, showing no signs of panic, speaking eloquently. In addition, Su Jingming's homeroom teacher and several subject teachers were also interviewed. This time, the usually stern homeroom teacher couldn't stop smiling. In his words, he generously praised Su Jingming. Besides, Jiangxing's second high school senior personnel from the Municipal Education Bureau and government also accepted interviews. Su Jingming is the pride of Jiangxing. Achieving such results is inseparable from his own efforts. Of course, it also can't be separated from the strong support of the school and the Education Bureau. In accordance with custom, Education Bureau Director Zhang Wenshan passionately delivered several official statements. He then announced that Su Jingming would be awarded a gift including 1 million cash and a training method for abilities. After the Municipal Education Bureau's commendation, the municipal government followed suit. They stated they would present Su Jingming with 1 million cash and a luxurious villa in the city. Awarding the provincial top scholar is a long-standing tradition in every province. Although Jiangxing is much poorer compared to Ning'an City, a provincial capital, they can still afford several hundred thousand. Additionally, the attention Su Jingming brought to Jiangxing far exceeds the government's expenditure. Su Jingming was unaware of the tumultuous events occurring online. After receiving congratulatory calls from his aunt and the principal, he headed straight to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Despite having a system, he could not neglect his regular foundational training. Inside the training room, the nearly worn-out black shining spear transformed into a black phantom as he swung it. The speed of his swings was so fast that the air emitted sharp whistling sounds. The spear's weight of 50 kilograms seemed to have no effect on him whatsoever. Every movement was executed with precision. Suddenly, the phone rang, interrupting Su Jingming's training. Frowning, he put down the spear, picked up his phone, and saw that the call was from Zhao Yao, the principal of Jiangxing No. 2 High School. Did the principal not just call a moment ago? Why is he calling again? Being the provincial champion, Su Jingming was destined for fame. However, he personally disliked being disturbed, especially during training. Therefore, he had set his phone to whitelist mode, but unexpectedly the principal called 2 or 3 times in a row. Nevertheless, Su Jingming knew that the principal would not call unless it was something important. So he hesitated no longer and pressed the answer button on the screen. Sure enough, as soon as the call connected, Principal Zhao Yao's excited voice came through. Su Jingming, hurry to school. The admissions officers from the 3 top universities have arrived. The admissions officers arrived so soon. Su Jingming was somewhat surprised. The 3 top extraordinary universities included Qingjing Extraordinary University in the northern part of Daxia and Jincheng Extraordinary University in the central part. These schools were all quite distant from Jiangnan province, with only the Magic City Extraordinary University being relatively closer. Based on his estimates, these admissions officers would not arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. Stop overthinking. Where are you? They'll arrange a special car to pick you up right away. I'm at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. All right, please wait a moment. The special car will be there soon. Meanwhile, at Jiangxing No. 2 High School, Principal Zhao Yao, who was previously conducting interviews, was startled upon learning that the admissions officers from the 3 top universities were coming together. He was initially taken aback, but quickly stopped the interviews and called Su Jingming to come to school. Then he personally guided the 3 mentors to the school's VIP reception room, serving each a cup of hot tea. Please sit tight for a moment. Su Jingming will take more than 10 minutes to arrive. As a second-tier extraordinary person and the principal of a school, Zhao Yao was a significant figure in Jiangxing. However, at this moment his demeanor was very humble and his attitude was exceedingly respectful. He knew that these 3 big shots were not to be trifled with. Even the aura inadvertently emanating from them belonging to high-level extraordinary individuals made his heart tremble. It's all right, Principal Zhao, you can go ahead with your work. We can wait here for a while. Director Zhang Chaoyang of the Magic City Extraordinary University Admissions Office waved his hand with a gentle smile. After dismissing Zhao Yao, he turned to the other 2 and said with a smile, "It seems we haven't gathered like this for quite a long time, have we?" In the room apart from him, there was another man and a woman. They were Su Yun from Qingjing Extraordinary University, a plump woman with a pleasant appearance. And there was Wu Yuan from Jincheng Extraordinary University, a middle-aged man dressed in a gray robe with long hair. Like Zhang Chaoyang, they were all directors of the admissions office at their respective schools. Years ago, before they became directors, they had met at special recruitment events in various provinces. However, since taking up their positions, they had seldom ventured out, thus losing touch with each other. Now, however, they rarely met because of Su Jingming. Teacher Zhang, there's no need for so many pleasantries, is there? Everyone was very clear about the purpose of this visit. Let me make it clear, we at Qingjing Extraordinary University are determined to recruit Su Jingming. Su Yun's personality was as fiery as her figure. Without any pleasantries, she stated her intentions right away. Hey, you say you are determined to recruit him? I could say that we at Jincheng University are also determined. Wu Yuan from Jincheng University retorted. Seeing this, Zhang Chaoyang couldn't help but rub his temples. Due to the annual intercollegiate league, the top 3 extraordinary universities always sought the best candidates. Especially at recruitment events for provincial champions like this one, the atmosphere often became tense with admissions officers even coming to blows on occasion. He of course didn't mind that. If it came down to showing the strength of their schools, he wouldn't hesitate. However, this situation was a bit different. Zhang Qiaoyang coughed lightly and said, "Gentlemen, the reason we came here is not only because of Su Jingming's provincial champion status, but also because of his extraordinary ability, right?" "What a given." Su Yun rolled her eyes. Upon seeing Zhang Qiaoyang and Wu Yuan, she immediately understood that everyone's purpose was the same. They were all here for the extraordinary ability of Su Jingming, which likely had a great potential to be classified as level. In that case, when Su Jingming arrives, let's first determine the level of his ability. Upon hearing Zhang Qiaoyang's suggestion, Su Yun and Wu Yuan exchanged glances and nodded. "Sure, let's determine his ability level before discussing recruitment." For a moment, the entire VIP reception room fell silent. However, it wasn't long before the sound of the sliding door opened. A tall figure with a long spear on his back walked in, led by Principal Zhao Yao. This person was Su Jingming. As soon as he entered the reception room, 3 pairs of eyes focused on him. Having just come from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Su Jingming was still dressed in ordinary loose training clothes. He carried the battered black shining spear on his back. Compared to the impeccably dressed Principal Zhao Yao beside him, his appearance seemed somewhat shabby. However, his upright posture and the calm and steady demeanor reflected in his contrasting black and white eyes were far beyond what Principal Zhao Yao, who appeared somewhat on edge with the 3 top admissions officers, could compare. "Not bad," Su Yun nodded. After the martial arts college entrance exam, most candidates would indulge themselves recklessly after 3 years of high school life, completely neglecting training. Yet Su Jingming before her evidently had just finished training, and this alone set him apart from ordinary candidates. Moreover, the 3 of them were all 5th-tier extraordinary individuals, and although they had not displayed their abilities, the pressure they unconsciously exuded was not something ordinary extraordinary individuals could resist. This was evident from the presence of Zhao Yao beside them. Su Jingming, however, showed no reaction to this, clearly displaying a resolute will that could not be easily shaken. Being 5th-tier extraordinary individuals, Su Yun could see this, and so could everyone else. Thus, at first sight, Su Jingming left a good impression on the several admissions officers. "Su Jingming, let me introduce you. This is Teacher Su Yun from Qingjing Ability University, and this is..." Under the introduction of Principal Zhao Yao, Su Jingming quickly learned the identities of the 3 teachers. "Hello, teachers." Su Jingming's expression was respectful. He could vaguely sense the dangerous aura emanating from the 3 teachers. Without a doubt, they were at least Tier 4 ability users. "So we have all watched your battle video for the college entrance examination. Your practical combat skills are impressive and quite stunning. However, I have a question. Your ability doesn't seem to match the level ability weak electricity that was registered during your awakening. Can you tell us the reason? If it's not convenient to say, that's fine. We're just a bit curious." Zhang Qiaoyang spoke, first his tone very gentle. The Principal Zhao Yao also showed a curious expression. "Of course I can explain. On the day before the college entrance examination, Su Jingming, well prepared, reiterated what he had told his aunt. Struck by natural lightning resulting in an ability mutation. That is indeed possible. The 3 teachers had already done their homework before coming. They knew Su Jingming had been struck by lightning the day before the examination. Nodding, they acknowledged this explanation. Then Zhang Qiaoyang, who was in the middle, spread his right hand. Like magic, a sci-fi looking black device appeared out of thin air in his hand. The other 2 teachers did not seem surprised. "So you probably don't know what your mutated ability is, right? I just happened to bring an ability detection device from school. Come and give it a try." Su Jingming nodded at the words and walked directly forward. He had only seen the ability detection device during his awakening at the age of 16. The device used in the awakening ceremony was quite large, similar in size to a double-door refrigerator. He had never used this small detection device before and didn't know how to operate it. "Just demonstrate your ability," Zhang Qiaoyang reminded him. Su Jingming nodded and, taking a deep breath, directly summoned the Zixiao divine lightning. Crackling. In an instant, a violent and dazzling purple lightning surrounded him. Such violent lightning. The teachers were taken aback. They could sense the raging power contained within the lightning. This power even made them, as Tier 5 ability users, feel a bit apprehensive. At that moment, the ability detection device in front of Su Jingming also began to operate, projecting a blue light from within the device. It scanned him from head to toe, including the lightning. Then, amidst the expectant gazes of the 3 special invitation teachers and Principal Zhao, a mechanical electronic voice sounded from the device. "Ability detection complete. The ability is Zixiao Divine Lightning rated S-level. S-level ability." Principal Zhao Yao's eyes widened. He had suspected that Su Jingming's ability might have mutated, but he never expected it to have jumped directly from a level to S-level. Although the other 3 teachers had anticipated this, seeing Su Jingming's S-level ability still made their breathing hasten. Wu Yuan, the enrollment teacher from Jinqing University, even had his eyes glinting green and said, "First, Su, as long as you come to our Jinqing Ability University, we will reward you with 4 million in scholarship upon enrollment, plus a set of clever equipment. Furthermore, during your 4 years at the university, any ability training methods or combat skills you need will be provided for free. 4 million in scholarship." Principal Zhao Yao was shocked. Just earlier the city had already rewarded 2 million, and now it was another 4 million. Is money not money anymore? Moreover, that set of clever equipment was worth over 10 million. Of course, for ability users, the training methods and various combat skills were priceless treasures that couldn't be purchased. Indeed, geniuses are priceless. Zhao Yao sighed inwardly. When he was at the Ability University, he had to risk his life to hunt many ferocious beasts just to buy a single combat skill. Yet now they were giving it away for free. You think this is impressive? Teacher Su Yun from Qingjing University raised an eyebrow and stared directly at Su Jingming. If you come to our Qingjing Ability University, not only will you receive training methods and various combat skills. Additionally, we will provide you with 6 million in enrollment bonus as well as all the equipment you need during your 4 years at the university. Qingjing Ability University, located in the capital of Daxiao, was clearly more financially powerful, immediately offering a hefty sum. Finally, Zhang Qiuyang, after pondering for a moment, also stated his school's conditions. We don't need to mention the training methods and combat skills. Whatever they have, we have as well. However, our school does not provide scholarships or equipment. We will instead provide you with an S-level cultivation resource each academic year. S-level cultivation resources? What is that? Su Jingming showed a puzzled expression. Su Yun and Wu Yuan beside him exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Su Jingming did not know that they were still unaware. The so-called S-level cultivation resources were treasures that could not be measured in value. Even for them, as Tier 5 ability users, S-level cultivation resources were immensely useful. And now the Modu Ability University was actually promising 1 per year. What a display of extravagance. You know about the dragon-type ferocious beasts, right? Facing Zhang Qiuyang's inquiry, Su Jingming nodded. Ferocious beast groups have different races. Some are weak, while others are strong. Certain inherently powerful ferocious beasts resembling dragons are dubbed dragon-type. They are born as Tier 4 or 5 and upon maturity can even reach Tier 7 or 8. That's good to know. Among our S-level resources there is a resource called Dragon Blood. It is taken from the blood of an 8-tier dragon-type ferocious beast. Consuming dragon blood will greatly enhance one's physique, even comparable to dragon-type ferocious beasts. And our S-level resources are all of the dragon blood level, so now you understand, right? Zhang Qiuyang said with a smile. This was because Su Jingming's special recruitment level assessment was S-level, otherwise he wouldn't be able to offer such luxurious conditions. Dragon blood. S-level cultivation resources. Principal Zhao Yao had previously thought he had seen the world. However, upon seeing the conditions offered by the 3 major universities to recruit Su Jingming, he suddenly realized that his horizons were still too narrow. Su Jingming was also shocked. S-level cultivation resources were indeed tempting. Alright, it's time for you to make a decision. Which of the 3 top universities will you choose? The eyes of the 3 teachers focused on Su Jingming, waiting for him to make his choice. Faced with the gazes of 3 teachers, Su Jingming fell silent for a moment and said, I choose the Magic City Ability University. He was particularly concerned about the practical training capabilities of top universities since ability points must be obtained by defeating ferocious beasts. Through his research during this time, he discovered that nearly half of the last 20 competitions known for their practical training were won by the Magic City Ability University. This is enough to demonstrate that the Magic City Ability University's training and practical abilities is the strongest among the 3 universities. Coupled with the scrayed resources they are investing, it can be said that the Magic City Ability University is the best choice. Indeed, it is the Magic City Ability University. Su Yun and Wu Yuan could not help but sigh. In the presence of scrayed cultivation resources, the conditions offered by their 2 schools seemed rather pale. However, this cannot be blamed on them. The school only has a limited amount of resources for special admissions. Such scrayed cultivation resources that are highly useful even for high-level ability users cannot be used for new student admissions. The school does not permit it, and they cannot offer more enticing admissions conditions. Teacher Zhang, congratulations, your Magic City Ability University has snatched a good seedling this time. The tense atmosphere surrounding the recruitment was now resolved, and Su Yun and Wu Yuan congratulated Zhang Qiuyang. They did not linger longer and sighed as they left. They had no hope of securing the top student from Jiangnan province, but they still needed to vie for the 2nd and 3rd places. Take care, both of you. Zhang Qiuyang smiled as he sent off the 2 teachers. Then he turned to Su Jingming. Welcome to choose our Magic City Ability University, and our school will definitely not disappoint your expectations. After saying this, he directly took out the admission notice that had been prepared in advance and handed it over. This is your admission notice. You will need it when reporting to the school. Additionally, there is a special admission contract. Please sign it. Zhang Qiuyang handed over another contract. The text on the contract was very simple, stating that Su Jingming could access all the ability training methods and combat skills in the Magic City Ability University Library. Moreover, he would receive an inscribed cultivation resource each year. The contract was made in duplicate with both copies already stamped with the official seal of the Magic City Ability University. After confirming that the content was correct, Su Jingming signed his name, giving one copy to Zhang Qiuyang and keeping one for himself. Very well, Jingming, you are now a member of our Magic City Ability University. Magic City Ability University, we look forward to your arrival. Zhang Qiuyang, having received the contract, also let out a sigh of relief. Securing inscribed ability awakener for the university had finally met their expectations. With a casual flip, the contract vanished without a trace. This scene made Su Jingming, who had been curious all along, open his eyes wide and ask, Teacher Zhang, where did your contract go? Are you referring to this? Zhang Qiuyang smiled and raised his right hand where a delicate ring adorned his finger. The ring then flashed with light, and the contract reappeared in his hand. This is a spatial ring created using the abilities of spatial type ability users, which can store small items inside. Zhang Qiuyang explained with a smile. A spatial ring. Su Jingming was astonished. Oh, wasn't this something from the fantasy novels of his previous life? It had actually been realized in this world. However, after a moment's thought, he felt relieved. With spatial type abilities existing, it seemed quite reasonable to create spatial rings. I should get one when I have the chance. Su Jingming made a secret decision. There was no helping it. Items like spatial rings were indeed too tempting. The price of a spatial ring isn't cheap. Oh, if you want to buy one, you'll need to work hard. It seemed Zhang Qiuyang noticed Su Jingming's thoughts and offered encouragement. After a pause, he added, additionally, our school's new student reporting date is September 1st. You can also choose to report early, which is perfectly fine. Oh, we will provide you with accommodation. Of course, for special admissions like you, we always encourage early reporting. Can I report early? Then I can access the library's ability training methods and combat skills right after enrolling. Su Jingming's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked. Of course, that's no problem. Zhang Qiuyang nodded. That's awesome. Su Jingming had originally thought he would have to wait until the semester began to enjoy the vast cultivation resources of the Magic City Ability University. But now reporting early would suffice. How could he not be excited? Teacher Zhang, I will report to school as soon as possible. Good, this is my contact information. Once you arrive at the school, just give me a call. After leaving his contact information, Zhang Qiuyang did not linger and left. Thus, the spacious VIP reception room was left with only Su Jingming and Principal Zhao Yao. Few they finally all left. The pressure from these high-level ability users is exceptionally strong. Zhao Yao let out a sigh of relief, wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, and then looked at the exquisite admission notice in Su Jingming's hand, as if it were a treasure, the admission notice from the Magic City Ability University. This is an extraordinary honor. Come on, let's call your class teacher, so we can take a big group photo together. Under Principal Zhao Yao's guidance, Su Jingming held the admission notice from the Magic City Ability University. At the entrance of second high school, Su Jingming took a group photo with Principal Zhao Yao and the teachers from Class 5. In the photo, every teacher's smile was particularly bright. This photo was also placed in the center of the honor room of Jiangxing's second high school, becoming a model that many students would imitate and learn from in the future. During the group photo session, Su Jingming also received calls from the Municipal Education Bureau and the municipal government. Upon learning of the generous rewards they would provide, which only required his presence on the day of the award ceremony, Su Jingming readily agreed. After all, they were providing such generous rewards. It was only right to show up and promote his hometown a bit, wasn't it? After leaving the school, Su Jingming went to the city center and bought plenty of gifts. He then took a taxi to the Jinghu community where his aunt's family lived. Unlike Su Jingming's simple neighborhood, Jinghu community was an upscale villa area. The security at the entrance was quite strict. Without the owner's consent, almost no one could enter. Fortunately, Su Jingming had previously registered as a visitor here, allowing him to enter the community smoothly. Ding dong, Su Jingming stood at the villa's entrance and pressed the doorbell. Shortly after, the door opened, revealing his aunt Su Qingwan. Seeing Su Jingming, Su Qingwan's eyes lit up. Xiaoming, why are you here? Come in. I thought you'd be very busy with the provincial rankings announcement since you're the top student in the province. I didn't expect you to come at this time. Old Tang Xiaoming is here. Hurry and brew some tea. Aunt Su Qingwan warmly led Su Jingming into the villa's living room. Xiaoming has arrived. A robust man walked out from the study. Uncle, Su Jingming greeted politely. This man is his Uncle Tang Daolin. Please sit for a moment. Oh, I will make you some tea. Uncle Tang Daolin nodded with a smile, and then called out upstairs, Chi-Chi, your cousin is here. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Accompanied by footsteps, Tang Chi walked down the stairs with elegant strides. Sister Chi, Su Jingming called out with a smile. Jingming, very impressive. You really have become the provincial top scholar. I didn't get a chance to call earlier, but it's still timely to say congratulations now. Tang Chi smiled brightly and sat down beside Su Qingwan. Of course it's timely, Su Jingming said with a smile. By the way, these are the gifts I brought for you. I have face masks for you, aunt skincare products for Sister Chi, and tea leaves for uncle. Su Jingming took out the gifts one by one. Xiaoming, you are thoughtful. Aunt Su Qingwan didn't bother with pleasantries. Just as she was about to accept, she realized these gifts were from rather luxurious brands. Altogether, they cost at least 20 to 30,000, making her widen her eyes. Why buy such expensive gifts? You will need plenty of money for college later on. Quickly return them after a while. When you earn money, you can buy us gifts then. Aunt, these are what I earned myself. Su Jingming grinned. Because I became the provincial top scholar, the city plans to reward me with 200,000 plus a special training method and a luxurious villa. These gifts worth 20 to 30,000 aren't a burden for me at all. Of course, even without the city's reward, it's only right to buy some valuable gifts for Aunt's family, for all they have helped me over the years. Walking, just accept them. Oh, I also saw the reward announcement released by the city online. Moreover, not only the city but many local businesses in Jiangcheng have publicly expressed their intent to gift you equipment and resources. Uncle smiled as he brought over a steaming cup of tea. I see now. Su Qingwan nodded and didn't push back any further. The city's reward can be accepted, but the items from those businesses shouldn't be taken. Su Jingming nodded, indicating he understood. The city government has official backing, so accepting the national rewards poses no issue. However, private companies are different. Accepting their gifts might lead to trouble later. By the way, your uncle just mentioned that the city also sent you a villa. Where is that villa located? The city said I could choose any location as long as it's within Jiangcheng, but I haven't decided where yet. Su Jingming replied. Then just choose our Jinghu community. It will be convenient for visiting later on, Su Qingwan quickly suggested. Sure, Su Jingming readily agreed. For someone like him who lost both parents and is all alone, a house is merely a place to sleep for the night. Any place will do. Since Aunt wants to live here, then let's move here. Uncle Tang Dowling, however, felt a bit emotional upon hearing this. This house was what he had worked hard for most of his life. And now Su Jingming not only doesn't need to spend a cent, but others are even eager to offer. Truly, the younger generation is to be feared. Coincidentally, I have some training issues, so once you move in Jingming, I can consult you. Tang Chi said with a smile. Although she and Su Jingming use different weapons, one a dagger and the other a spear, his combat experience is clearly far superior and can provide some training guidance. Sure, Su Jingming nodded, then hesitated and said, but I might not be able to guide you for long. Once everything here is settled, I have to leave. Leave? Where to? Su Qingwan was taken aback. To Modu for enrollment. Su Jingming took out his admission notice. I just got accepted into Modu Ability University. Already accepted? But isn't it still not time to fill out the applications? Su Qingwan was slightly startled. Filling out applications begins 3 days after the results of the martial arts college entrance exam are announced. Xiaoming is the provincial top scholar and is on a special recruitment path, so he doesn't have to wait for the application process, Uncle Tang Dowling explained, shaking his head. Special recruitment. And he has to report for school so soon. Su Qingwan felt a bit disappointed. She wanted to take Su Jingming out to have some fun during this break. However, she also understood that Modu Ability University is the top university in the country. Su Jingming's choice to enroll early must have its own considerations. Children ultimately grow up. Su Qingwan shook her head, her mood quickly recovering. Going to Modu Ability University is a good thing. Today I will treat you. Let's go out for a big meal. This also counts as a celebration for Xiaoming's provincial top scholar achievement. Yeah, I want to eat a lobster feast. Tang Chi's eyes lit up, and Su Jingming also wore a smile. Just like that, the whole family happily went out. In the following days, Su Jingming first made an appearance at the city government event and received a cash reward of 200,000. Then he chose a 2-story villa in Jinghu community covering an area of over 400 square meters. All the furniture in the villa was brand new. He didn't touch any of the furnishings from the original community. Additionally, he treated his high school buddies Zhang Hao and Lu Jie to a meal. At the dining table, the two buddies were envious of Su Jingming's rise. Upon learning that Su Jingming was struck by lightning and his ability advanced from A rank to S rank, they exclaimed about his incredible luck. They fiercely ordered a few more large lobsters. Of course, their scores were also quite good. Lu Jie scored 245 in the martial arts college entrance exam, securing his place in the Ability University. Zhang Hao, who participated in the cultural exam, also reached the first-tier admission line. However, compared to the Modu Ability University that accepted Su Jingming, it was naturally incomparable. In the end, both Zhang Hao and Lu Jie ended up drunk. Ming, you entered Modu Ability University, so you must get me a signed photo of the goddess Jiang. Before getting into the taxi, Zhang Hao was still mumbling in a daze. The goddess Jiang, whose real name is Jiang Chuxuan, is an ability user from Modu Ability University. In the past 6 months, she became popular online due to a video of her slaying a fierce beast. In the video, her stunning beauty contrasted sharply with her decisive killing style. Thus, she earned the title of Goddess Jiang, and Zhang Hao is her diehard fan. Su Jingming naturally agreed, enthusiastically managing to calm him down and send him off in the taxi. At this point, all matters in Jiangxing were settled. The next day, on June 16th, under the watchful eyes of Ant's family, Su Jingming took his suitcase and boarded the high-speed train to Modu. Once Xiao Ming leaves, he will surely soar high. Uncle Tang Dao sighed as he watched the gradually departing high-speed train. Before this, who would have thought that Su Jingming would become the provincial top scholar and be accepted into Modu Ability University? By the way, Chi-Chi, it's time to start filling out your applications right. Since your cousin Jingming is going to Modu Ability University, you should also try to choose a university there. That way you can support each other in the future. Your dad is right, Modu is developing well, the economy is prosperous, and it's not far from Jiangnan. It's a good choice. Mom and Dad, I got it. The straight line distance between Jiang City and Magic City is roughly over 600 kilometers, and even by high-speed train it takes more than 3 hours. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qiuyang was unusually enthusiastic, saying he would drive and wait for me at the high-speed train station in Magic City. Su Jingming could not refuse him, so he had to go along with it. After getting in the car, Su Jingming placed his luggage and found his seat. He then closed his eyes and leaned against the window for a brief rest while recalling the content of the ability training method. Apart from the 2 million yuan prize and a villa given to him by Jiang City, the most important thing was this ability training method. It was a method called Yuan High Training Method. Similar to abilities, the ability training method also has different ratings: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. The higher the grade, the faster the cultivation speed. The Yuan High Training Method is an intermediate ability training method. The original of the ability training method is held by the Jiang City government, and what Su Jingming received was only a copy. However, the content is the same and the practice is no different. The content of the ability training method is not extensive. With Su Jingming's high spiritual power of 180 Hz, he memorized all the content in just over 2 days. According to the content of the ability training method, there exists a special energy drifting in the world. Only by absorbing this energy can the power of the ability be enhanced. On the first day of receiving the ability training method, Su Jingming sensed this special energy according to the method's content. At the same time, a sign appeared next to the level on the system panel. However, he did not choose to upgrade with ability points immediately. According to the records in the Yuan High Training Method, transforming from an awakened to an ability user requires using a higher level ability training method for the breakthrough, resulting in greater rewards. Once he entered the Magic City Ability University, he would be able to access top-tier ability training methods. Naturally, he would not choose to break through with an intermediate ability training method. The first thing after reporting for enrollment is to go to the library to check the ability training methods, Su Jingming thought silently. Since the journey was quite boring and he couldn't train. Originally just resting with his eyes closed, he leaned against the window and felt drowsy, eventually laying his head on the table and falling asleep. From Jiang City to Magic City, the high-speed train stops at several stations along the way, one of which is Ning'an City, the capital of Jiangnan Province. The seats around Su Jingming were originally empty, but after reaching Ning'an City, they were all filled. It seemed that a few young people got on, and one of the boys kept talking after sitting down. Before long, he successfully dispelled Su Jingming's already fading drowsiness, forcing him to end his nap and open his eyes. He was seated at a 4-person table in the middle. At this moment, the previously empty seat across from him now had 2 young people, 1 male and 1 female. Next to him, there was also a girl wearing glasses. The boy sitting opposite him had been chattering since boarding. The Huangpu Ability University is considered a good school in Magic City, with last year's minimum admission score being 406 points. I scored 421 points this time. It's not much higher, but I should be safe. Moreover, my brother is also at Huangpu Ability University. Once we reach Magic City, I can take you around. Huangpu Ability University is generally not open to outsiders, so with my brother there, you are quite lucky this time. The boy dressed well said a lot, mostly boasting about his weapon science college entrance exam results and his connections at Huangpu Ability University. The girl with glasses next to Su Jingming was smiling and listening, while the quieter girl next to the boy opposite seemed vaguely impatient and hardly replied. In reality, Lu Qian's patience with Zhang Chang was indeed reaching its limit. After the weapon science college entrance exam, she and her friend wanted to apply to universities in Magic City. So they bought high-speed train tickets for today, intending to see it in person. However, she did not expect to encounter Zhang Chong sitting next to her after boarding, and upon learning their purpose, he began to boast incessantly. At first, she was quite patient and would smile in agreement, but as time went on with these two topics being brought up repeatedly for dozens of times, she started to feel a bit annoyed. However, out of politeness, she did not want to directly tell him to be quiet. As a result, even the person across from her who had been quietly sleeping was awakened. Lu Qian was just about to apologize, but upon seeing the other's appearance, her eyes lit up. What a handsome guy. The boy opposite had a resolute face, a high nose, and a pair of clear and bright eyes. His looks could rival those of male celebrities on television. Although she was not infatuated, seeing such a handsome guy inevitably made her feel a good impression, especially in contrast to the incessantly chattering fly beside her. I'm sorry for the noise, Lu Qian said apologetically. Su Jingming waved his hand, indicating that he did not mind. Hello, I'm Sun Rui. Are you also going to Magic City? Compared to Lu Qian's quiet demeanor, the girl with glasses next to Su Jingming was clearly much more outgoing. Seeing that Su Jingming was about the same age as her, she took the initiative to greet him. I'm Su Jingming, also heading to Magic City. Su Jingming politely nodded in response to Sun Rui's inquiry. We are all heading to Magic City, so we indeed have a connection. Lu Qian smiled sweetly and said, I'm Lu Qian, preparing to check out the Ability University there in Magic City. I'm going for a trip, and I'll also visit Huangpu Ability University to see my brother. The boy next to Lu Qian chimed in, I'm Zhang Chong. Bro, are you also going to Magic City to tour the school? Su Jingming was about to say that he was going to report for enrollment, but the boy continued speaking on his own. You look about our age, so it must be. How about this? I'll take you all to Huangpu Ability University to have a look later. Zhang Chong chuckled, his tone carrying a hint of subtle superiority. I'm not boasting. Among all the universities in Magic City, Huangpu Ability University is definitely one of the top. After the application ends, I plan to go to Huangpu Ability University too. Su Jingming couldn't help but feel speechless upon hearing this. As an international metropolis, Magic City indeed has some decent ability universities besides the top-tier Magic City Ability University. However, among these universities, Huangpu Ability University, with an admission score of just over 400 points, could hardly be considered great. Of course, for ordinary candidates, it could still be regarded as a prestigious school. Su Jingming did not have much desire to talk to people he was not familiar with. Lu Qian was also a relatively quiet girl, while Sun Rui was a bit more lively. But compared to speaking, she seemed to prefer listening. Thus, in the ensuing conversation, Zhang Chong naturally took the lead. He eagerly boasted about his college entrance exam results and connections at Huangpu Ability University, trying to attract Lu Qian's attention. However, his approach was rather clumsy, causing Su Jingming to shake his head inwardly. Not to mention Lu Qian, who looked as if the word disgust could be written directly on her forehead. Nonetheless, compared to when they first got on the train, Lu Qian's patience had improved significantly. After all, there was a visually appealing young man, now wasn't there? So in the following time, Lu Qian's gaze was almost entirely focused on Su Jingming. Time quickly passed, and by noon, the train finally arrived at Magic City high-speed train station. Su Jingming and his companions followed the crowd out. Along the way, Zhang Chong attempted to ask Lu Qian for her contact information, but he was met with a cold response. Soon they exited the high-speed train station. Outside, there were numerous taxis and private cars waiting for passengers. Upon seeing one of the cars, Zhang Chong's eyes brightened, and he quickly approached Lu Qian, being overly attentive. My brother's car has arrived. Why don't you come with me? We can just go visit Huangpu Ability University. After saying this, he pretended to look apologetically at Su Jingming, but my brother's car doesn't have enough seats. If you want to come along, you'll have to take a taxi yourself. But don't worry, we will wait for you at the school gate. Generally, cars have 5 seats, and along with his cousin as the driver, there would only be 4 people, so there is enough space. He said this on purpose to try to squeeze Su Jingming out. After all, he wasn't blind. He had noticed that during their time on the train, the beautiful Lu Qian's attention was almost entirely on Su Jingming. Even a fool could see that Lu Qian had a good impression of Su Jingming. However, if he could push Su Jingming away, he might still have a chance. However, his ploy did not yield the desired results. Instead, he was met with a look from Su Jingming that seemed to say he was foolish. When did I ever say I wanted to come along? Lu Qian also reacted, her eyebrows raised in anger as she said, Zhang Chong, your car only has 4 seats. Are you doing this on purpose? I absolutely didn't mean that. I just thought it might be a bit crowded with so many people. Since you say that, let's all go together. My brother's car can fit us all. Seeing Lu Qian getting angry, Zhang Chong was momentarily taken aback, quickly changing his tone. He intended to squeeze out Su Jingming, but Lu Qian leaving would be meaningless. Who do you think would be eager to visit Huangpu Ability University? Lu Qian glared, then turned to Su Jingming and said, Jingming, if you don't mind, you can share a taxi with us. We had already planned several universities to visit before coming here. We can act together. Huangpu Ability University is indeed quite a good school. Moreover, it generally isn't open to outsiders. If it were under normal circumstances, she would indeed want to visit. But she was utterly fed up with Zhang Chang's shameless boasting. Now deliberately putting others down was something she could not tolerate. Sun Rui beside her also noticed that Zhang Chang seemed to be deliberately targeting Su Jingming. Although she really wanted to visit Huangpu Ability University at this moment, she firmly stood by Lu Qian's side smiling at Su Jingming and inviting, "Come with us, having one more person will make it livelier." You guys. Zhang Chang's handsome face instantly turned beet red upon hearing this. However, Su Jingming did not even glance at him, instead speaking to Lu Qian and Sun Rui. "I am going to Modi University City. Coincidentally, I have a car coming to pick me up. They'll ask if I can take you with me. If possible, I can bring you along." Modi University City. Lu Qian was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Modi University City is a well-known attraction in Modu. There not only are there top universities ranked in the top 3 nationwide, but also Modu Ability University. Several surrounding universities are also among the best in the country with extremely high admission scores. Of course, precisely because they are all prestigious schools, visiting requires advance reservation. However, due to its overwhelming popularity, the reservations for visits are already booked months in advance, and they couldn't secure a spot. Even if they win, it would only be a wasted trip. There would be no way to enter the school. However, Modi University City is such a famous attraction that even just looking from outside is quite nice. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qian nodded and said, "All right, let's go over," and asked if not we can just take a taxi ourselves. Su Jingming had already spotted Zhang Qianyang's car when exiting the subway station, so he led Lu Qian and Sun Rui towards it. "I'm a guy who couldn't even get a reservation at Huangpu Ability University. I don't believe you can still get into the schools in Modi University City." Zhang Chang watched the three leave, not hiding his sarcastic tone. But soon upon noticing the direction Su Jingming was walking towards, he widened his eyes. That is, he saw a Mercedes-Benz X100 off-road vehicle parked in the direction Su Jingming was heading. The Mercedes-Benz X100 is a military-grade off-road vehicle that accelerates to a speed of 100 in just 1.8 seconds, suitable for any complex terrain. It is the most favored off-road model among adventurers in wilderness areas, with an official price exceeding 10 million. Of course, an economically developed Modu, a car worth over 10 million, is not considered anything special. The most eye-catching feature is the gigantic emblem painted on the vehicle's hood and doors. The emblem's center features sharp swords surrounded by thorns and roses. Overall, it looks both imposing and magnificent. This emblem is recognized by almost everyone in Modu. It is the emblem of Modu Ability University. Although Zhang Chang is not a local of Modu, as a college entrance examination candidate, he naturally recognizes the emblem of Modu Ability University. In fact, he noticed this car right after exiting the high-speed train station. He just thought it was there to pick up some distinguished guest from Modu Ability University and didn't pay much attention. He never expected this car was actually waiting for Su Jingming. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must be heading for another vehicle. Zhang Chang fixed his gaze on Su Jingming, hoping his guess was wrong. However, the other party smoothly got into the car with Lu Qian and Sun Rui and drove away. This car is indeed specifically waiting for Su Jingming. Zhang Chang was dumbfounded from a distance. The special vehicle of Modu Ability University cannot be easily called upon. It is generally used to receive important individuals. This means that this simply dressed Su Jingming is actually a VIP of Modu Ability University. Wow, even the VIPs are so low-key. Shocked, Zhang Chang also felt a bit relieved. Fortunately, he hadn't been too arrogant earlier. On the other side, after receiving the consent of the admissions office director Zhang Qianyang, Su Jingming took the two of them into the car. Lu Qian and Sun Rui naturally recognized the emblem of Modu Ability University. They never expected that the vehicle waiting for Su Jingming would be such a car. By the time they regained their senses, they had already been taken into the car. "Are these all your friends?" the driver Zhang Qianyang asked with a smile. "I met them on the high-speed train. They want to apply to universities in Modu, so they came to visit this time. I thought there were quite a few schools in Modi University City, so I brought them along." Su Jingming explained briefly from the passenger seat. "Oh, there are indeed a few good schools in University City, but visiting requires advance reservation. Have you all made reservations?" Upon hearing Zhang Qianyang mention them, Lu Qian and Sun Rui, who had been quiet as if they were quail after getting into the car, quickly shook their heads. Visiting schools requires advance reservations. Su Jingming frowned, which he had not anticipated. "I should have considered that once we get there, I'll take a taxi to send you to the places you originally planned to go." It's okay. We originally planned to just walk around outside the school." Lu Qian and Sun Rui waved their hands quickly. "Just walking around won't do. Here are 2 admission tickets for all the schools in Modi University City. You can take them." Zhang Qianyang handed over 2 tickets while waiting for the traffic light. "Admission tickets." Lu Qian and Sun Rui's eyes lit up simultaneously. They certainly knew that Modi University City had admission tickets, but they couldn't get them on the official website. There were tickets available from scalpers, but each ticket costs 20 to 30,000, which they as students couldn't afford. This is too precious, we can't accept it. Although they really wanted them, Lu Qian and Sun Rui resisted the temptation and shook their heads to decline. It's just 2 tickets, oh what's so precious about it? I still have plenty here. Zhang Qiaoyang laughed heartily and directly opened the box for miscellaneous items in the car. Inside the box was a neatly arranged stack of such tickets with at least 100 of them. These were given to me by others, they are of no use to me. Since you are all friends of Su, giving you 2 tickets is nothing. As the admissions office director, Zhang Qiaoyang receives many such tickets each year. However, students of Modu Ability University can freely enter all schools in University City, so they naturally have no need for these admission tickets. Keeping them with him is like having worthless paper. In fact, this is only a small portion of what he has. He has at least 100 more in his office drawer. Since the other party has said so, Lu Qian and Sun Rui understood. If they did not accept these 2 tickets, it would seem too pretentious. Thus, after sincerely expressing their gratitude, they accepted the 2 tickets. As the director of the admissions office at the Magic City Ability University, Zhang Qiaoyang had considerable experience with the application process. Along the way, he offered Lu Qian and Sun Rui many suggestions regarding filling out their applications. For instance, which school in Magic City might expand its enrollment this year, and which school's admission scores might drop. Such insider information is generally inaccessible to the average person. In their delight, Lu Qian and Sun Rui were incredibly fortunate to encounter Su Jingming on the way. Otherwise, they would not have had access to such confidential information. The SUV sped along and soon entered the university town of Magic City. Ultimately, it stopped in front of the gate of the Magic City Ability University. I'll go park the car first, you 2 wait for me here. After dropping off Lu Qian and Sun Rui, Zhang Qiaoyang went to park the car alone. Su Jingming took this opportunity to examine the prestigious university before him. While still in Jiang City, he had looked up information about the Magic City Ability University online. He knew that the university was quite imposing. However, when this school truly appeared before him, he felt a sense of awe. Just the sight of the entrance was over 100 meters wide. The flat concrete road below could accommodate dozens of cars passing through at the same time. The height was also nearly 10 meters. On the massive gate, the words Magic City Ability University were written in a flamboyant style. Under the noon sun, they sparkled brightly. While the entrance is so grand, I can only imagine what the inside of the school must be like. Su Jingming finally understood why so many candidates yearned for top-tier universities. In addition to the deep educational heritage, passing through such a majestic gate daily would also be a visual delight. Meanwhile, Su Jingming couldn't help but feel excited about his upcoming 4 years of campus life. Beside him, Lu Qian and Sun Rui were equally shocked by the grandeur of the Magic City Ability University. They stared at the gate, their eyes wide open. How stunning, right? At that moment, Zhang Qiaoyang appeared smiling after parking the car. He loved seeing the expressions of new students who were awed by the school. Our Magic City Ability University covers an area of 4.0 acres spanning 26 square kilometers, perfectly complemented by such a grand entrance. Zhang Qiaoyang's next words made Lu Qian's jaw drop, her eyes wide in disbelief. 26 square kilometers. I remember that you only enroll 1,000 new students each year. Together, the students from all 4 grades barely total over 4,000, right? With so few people, how can there be such a vast space? Lu Qian knew that the Magic City Ability University was large, but she never expected it to be 26 square kilometers. That's almost half the size of a county. And only 4,000 people live in such a huge area. Keep in mind, this is in the highly valuable Magic City. A school can have such a large area, it's simply magical. There are not that few people. Counting all the teachers and staff, there are about 10,000 people, which averages to over 2,600 square meters per person. Zhang Qiaoyang's follow-up just made Lu Qian and Sun Rui's eyes turn red with envy. An average area of over 2,600 square meters per person is an astonishing figure. For an ordinary university, having an average area of 1% would be considered impressive. And so, amidst various feelings of shock, Lu Qian and Sun Rui were led into the Magic City Ability University. When they came to their senses, Su Jingming was already waving goodbye. I've informed Teacher Zhang. You can freely explore the campus. However, once you leave, you won't be able to come back in. So we shall part ways here. I wish you both get accepted by your desired universities. For someone like Lu Qian, who perfectly matched her aesthetic standards, it was impossible not to have feelings for Su Jingming. Yet watching him walk away with Zhang Qiaoyang, she gathered all her courage, but failed to call out to him, unable to ask for his contact information. Ultimately, we are not from the same world. Lu Qian shook her head. She merely came from an ordinary family, while Su Jingming, who was personally picked up by the Magic City Ability University, seemed like a passerby. Having even a brief encounter was already quite good. Oh, wanting to develop a deeper relationship was like dreaming. Xiaoqian, do you know who Su Jingming is? Suddenly Sun Rue exclaimed, handing her phone to Lu Qian. I thought he looked somewhat familiar. It turns out he is the top scholar from our Jiangnan province. So it's him. Looking at the news articles and photos of Su Jingming on Sun Rui's phone, Lu Qian finally connected Su Jingming with the top scholar who had made headlines in Jiangnan province. So he ultimately chose Magic City Ability University. No wonder a teacher came to pick him up. Although the news had been buzzing online, seeing him in person didn't guarantee recognition. This was the instinctive reaction of most people, and Lu Qian was no exception. There had been no concrete news about which university Su Jingming would ultimately choose. She never expected that he had already chosen Magic City Ability University and had begun his enrollment. Indeed, we are not from the same world. Upon learning his true identity, Lu Qian felt more relaxed and smiled as she pulled her best friend Sun Rue. Come on, since we made it here, let's explore thoroughly. With the admissions office director leading the way, Su Jingming's enrollment was completed without any obstacles. It only took a little over half an hour to finalize all the procedures. He received his student ID and dormitory key. Initially, Su Jingming was already awestruck by the entrance of the Magic City Ability University. However, when he saw his dormitory, he was once again struck with astonishment. He had seen numerous dormitories while earning his doctoral degree in his previous life. He had even switched universities 3 times, living in 3 or 4 different dormitories. Some were shared rooms, others single rooms, and there was even one specially allocated 3-bedroom apartment for doctoral students. But he had never seen a university like Magic City Ability University that used villas as dormitories. The villa in front of him looked even more luxurious than the one he had in Jiang City. Now Su Jingming finally understood why the Magic City Ability University had such a large area. It must be because of all these villas provided for the students, which probably occupied a small portion of the total area. Every student at our school lives in a villa. Of course, the luxury of the villa varies depending on their scores. Someone like you, the top student of the province, resides in the most luxurious model with a total area exceeding 800 square meters. But you need not worry about feeling lonely. The villas are allocated in pairs with 2 floors. You and your roommate will each have 1 floor. Listening to Zhang Qiaoyang's explanation, Su Jingming finally felt relieved. Having been an orphan both before and after his transition, he had grown weary of living alone. Having a roommate was certainly preferable. In fact, he preferred the warmth of a 4-person dormitory. A double room is also not bad. It's better than being alone. Su Jingming took out his key, opened the villa door, and entered with his suitcase. Compared to the exterior decoration, the interior of the villa appeared even more luxurious. The floor was made of large marble slabs polished to a mirror-like sheen. The furniture and decorations throughout the house were exquisitely crafted. The dormitory is cleaned weekly by staff, so you needn't worry about hygiene. Zhang Qiaoyang, who had followed him, and added, cleaning an 800 square meter dormitory all at once is impossible in less than a day. Recruiting students is aimed at providing them with the most professional training, so naturally, they cannot be burdened with such trivial matters. All enrollment procedures have been completed, and now let me tell you about a few important points to note at our school. Please go ahead. Su Jingming's eyes lit up as he sat across from Zhang Qiaoyang on the sofa. At Magic City Ability University, there are 2 key points to pay attention to: the credit system and the exclusive mentor system. Zhang Qiaoyang said slowly. First, the credit system. At Magic City Ability University, credits are everything. Whether it's for meals, purchasing equipment, or buying rare materials, credits are required. 1 credit is roughly equivalent to 100 Xia coins. Of course, the actual value may be significantly higher than 100 Xia coins. After all, many items in our school's marketplace are priceless outside. There are numerous ways to obtain credits. One method is through fixed grants based on ratings. Every new student receives a corresponding rating upon enrollment. For example, yours would be grade, allowing you to receive 100 credits each academic year. Moreover, ratings are not static. Under Zhang Qiaoyang's explanation, Su Jingming began to understand what credits were. Credits are the hard currency of Magic City Ability University. As long as you have credits, you can almost buy anything you desire. There are many ways to earn credits besides the fixed credits issued each academic year. You can also earn them by completing school tasks or climbing the battle power rankings. You can check your personal credit balance on the school's official website. Zhang Qiaoyang clapped his hands and called out, "Eva, come out." Su Jingming was still processing who this was referring to. Not far in front of him, a cute round sphere projected into view. This is the artificial intelligence provided in every dormitory Eva. Eva's main body is the school's advanced artificial intelligence. Those in the dormitories are merely its subunits. Of course, even as a subunit, it meets the standards of a level 4 AI fully capable of assisting in daily life. Zhang Qiaoyang explained. A subunit that has reached level 4 AI. Su Jingming was amazed. When he first crossed over, he thought that aside from the presence of fierce beasts and abilities, the Blue Star world did not seem too different from his previous life. But later he discovered that the technological development of Blue Star was far more advanced than that of his previous life. Not only had it achieved the holographic simulation technology beloved by gamers, but artificial intelligence was also incredibly sophisticated. Level 4 AI can converse with humans without any flaws. As for the highest level AI, it is said to possess real emotions indistinguishable from real people. Of course, both holographic simulation technology and advanced AI are accessible only to the upper echelons. Su Jingming, coming from a simple family background, had not been exposed to them until now. Thus, at the beginning of his transition, he formed the impression that the technology of Blue Star was similar to that of his previous life. Next, with Zhang Qiaoyang's help, Su Jingming learned to use the artificial intelligence called Eva. He checked his remaining credits on the school's official website, and indeed found he had 100 credits. This made Su Jingming marvel at the school's generosity. 100 credits equate to 1 million Xia coins. Although this is only available to grade students, other freshmen of different levels still receive a minimum of 20 credits upon enrollment. Moreover, there are about 1,000 new students admitted to Magic City Ability University each year. This means that just the basic credits given to new students each year would cost the university 200 million Xia coins. No wonder it is a top-tier university, so affluent. Su Jingming quietly exclaimed while Zhang Qiaoyang began to discuss the next key point. The second thing to note is our school's exclusive mentor system. Every student can choose their desired mentor to apprentice under, making them their exclusive mentor. Of course, this requires the mentor's consent. Exclusive mentor. Su Jingming was somewhat puzzled. Aren't the mentors supposed to attend the classes planned by the school? Why is there a need for an apprenticeship? Can a collective class for a whole class match the efficiency of unknown guidance? Zhang Qiaoyang explained with a smile. Additionally, our school's mentors are all high-level ability users. Almost everyone has their unique battle techniques and methods of ability cultivation. Some less significant battle techniques and methods may be shared with our library, becoming part of the collection. However, how could the famous techniques of those mentors, which are extremely powerful, be shared selflessly? You can only learn them after establishing a closer mentor-student relationship. With Zhang Qiaoyang's explanation, Su Jingming finally understood completely. Indeed, many powerful battle techniques are the culmination of an ability user's lifelong efforts. It is unrealistic to expect someone to share them selflessly in a normal classroom. Only after establishing a closer mentor-student relationship is it possible to learn them. So Teacher Zhang, is apprenticeship very troublesome? What preparations are needed? Su Jingming quickly asked. Although he had a system at his side, having an additional mentor would undoubtedly make his cultivation journey smoother. It may be somewhat troublesome for others, but for someone with your great ability, the difficulty is almost negligible, Zhang Qiaoyang said with a smile. You just need to find a Thunder System mentor you admire and visit them. Then demonstrate your great ability and your current strength. I believe no mentor would refuse you. After finishing, he added, there are 4 Thunder System mentors at Magic City Ability University, among which the head of the Weaponry Academy, Yang Zhentian, is my primary recommendation for you to apprentice under. 10 minutes later, Su Jingming bid farewell to Zhang Qiaoyang and relaxedly sat alone on the sofa in the living room. He felt fortunate to have such an admissions teacher to guide him, otherwise he would have been unaware of the many important considerations for the Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities. Of course, Zhang Qiaoyang also mentioned that this information could be found on the university's official website forum under the Essential Readings for New Students. However, it was not as detailed as what the other party explained, especially regarding the lightning element mentor most suitable for him. Thinking of this, Su Jingming spoke up. Eva, help me search for information about mentor Yang Zhentian. Okay. A virtual light orb in midair flashed briefly before projecting all available information related to Yang Zhentian. Yang Zhentian, age 52, Dean of the Weapons College at Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities, a 7th-tier upper-level supernatural being. He possesses an 11 lightning element supernatural ability, known as True Thunder, and is skilled in various weapons including fist techniques, broadswords, long guns, and long swords. Among them, he is most proficient with the long gun, earning him the nickname Thunder Gun. He once fought for 3 days and nights against an 8th-tier ferocious beast, the earth-shaking demon python, ultimately defeating it alone. Su Jingming had already learned this from his earlier conversation with Zhang Qiaoyang. Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities is divided into 5 colleges. They are the Elemental College, Weapons College, Tactics College, Support College, and Logistics College. Each college has different teaching methods and focuses. As the name suggests, the Elemental College primarily enrolls students with elemental supernatural abilities. Naturally, lightning element abilities under the natural category are also included in the admission criteria. The Elemental College focuses on nurturing students' supernatural abilities, aiming to maximize the power of elemental abilities. The Weapons College specializes in training close combat fighters who primarily use weapons as their main offensive means. It effectively combines supernatural abilities with weaponry. Every graduate from the Weapons College is undoubtedly a master of weaponry. The Tactics College mainly enrolls mental-type supernatural beings training their command and combat capabilities. Of course, this does not mean that students from the Tactics College are weak. On the contrary, students who develop their mental-type abilities to the utmost in the Tactics College. With just a glance, they can directly destroy an enemy's mind, rendering them mentally incapacitated and ending the battle. The Support College accepts those with support-type abilities. The students from this college can provide powerful enhancements to themselves and their teammates after using their supernatural abilities. They are indispensable partners on the battlefield. As for the Logistics College, most students possess special-type abilities. They are primarily responsible for various logistical production tasks. From the setup of the 5 colleges at Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities, it is evident that they are cultivating talents in different directions for the ferocious beast wars. Moreover, those qualified to serve as deans of each college are truly the strongest among the strong. For example, the dean of the Weapons College, Yang Jintian, single-handedly killed an 8th-tier ferocious beast with his 7th-tier upper-level strength. This is an impressive achievement. After all, high-tier supernatural beings differ significantly from low-tier ones, the strength gap between each tier is not negligible. At high tiers, even within small segments, the power can change drastically. Within a larger tier, the disparity in strength is astonishing. High-tier supernatural beings like Yang Jintian, who possess cross-tier combat capabilities, are exceedingly rare throughout the Great Xia Nation. Indeed, without sufficient strength, one cannot become the dean of the Weapons College. Su Jingming nodded slightly. With an 11 lightning element ability and 7th-tier upper-level strength, as well as proficiency with the long gun, he indeed seems to be a mentor perfectly suited for Su Jingming's current situation. Our school has 4 lightning element mentors. Let's take a look at the information of the other 3. Su Jingming again consulted Eva for the details of the remaining 3 lightning element mentors. All 3 of these mentors possess level abilities, with the lowest being 6th-tier upper level. However, 2 of them are mentors from the Elemental College. This means that these 2 mentors do not use weapons and only hone their supernatural abilities. To put it simply, they can be viewed as lightning mages in online games who only cast spells from a distance. The last one, although also a mentor from the Weapons College, only possesses 7th-tier lower-level strength and primarily uses a long sword instead of a long gun. Compared to Yang Jintian, who is nicknamed Thunder Gun, this mentor is undoubtedly much weaker. Currently, it seems that Dean Yang Jintian from the Weapons College is indeed my best choice for apprenticeship. After tidying up the room and having lunch, I can go and try to apprentice myself to him. Su Jingming instructed Eva to close the projection and return to standby mode. Then he grabbed his suitcase and walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor. The villa has 2 levels, and he prefers the 2nd floor, which has a broad view and an outdoor balcony. Since his other roommate had not yet arrived, he decided to move in first. During his ascent, Su Jingming finally discovered the only flaw in the villa. That is, there is no elevator, and it uses wooden handrails for the stairs. However, given his current impressive vitality of 181 points, carrying a 20-kilogram suitcase upstairs is quite easy. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Su Jingming quickly found the bedroom. The bedroom is spacious, about 50 square meters, with a large bed measuring 2 meters long and 2 meters wide in the center. The bed is already made with new bedding. Opposite the bed is a desk which has a computer on it. Next to the desk is a window. Through the window, he can see the flat road below. Moments ago, he and Zhang Chaoyang walked over from that direction. Everything in the bedroom is brand new. I should have brought fewer things over, Su Jingming thought. His suitcase contains many items, including clothing for change, as well as various small items like toothpaste and toothbrushes. After putting everything in order, it had already been half an hour. I need to eat quickly and then find mentor Yang Jintian. Su Jingming glanced at the time on his phone. It was 1:30 in the afternoon, the perfect time for lunch. However, unlike ordinary universities, Magic City University has 4 cafeterias, each open 24 hours a day for food. So missing meal times is not a problem at all. Su Jingming took his student ID and the villa key and left the villa. During his earlier arrival, he had been chatting with Zhang Chaoyang and did not pay attention to the surroundings. Therefore, this time, he deliberately slowed his pace to observe the scenery around him. As a top-tier university, the campus environment of Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities is impeccable. On both sides of the road are lush green lawns adorned with flowers of various colors, and a faint fragrance of flowers wafts through the air. Along the way, there are many pavilions and benches for rest. At this time, it is the summer vacation period at Magic City University of Supernatural Abilities. However, there are still many students on campus. Some walk side by side while others are alone. The presence of these students is quite formidable. All of them are at least first-tier or second-tier supernatural beings. He even occasionally sees students whose aura is only slightly weaker than that of Zhang Chuyang. No wonder it's a top-tier university, truly a place filled with hidden talents, Su Jingming reflected. From their earlier conversation, he had already learned that Zhang Chuyang is a fifth-tier lower-level supernatural being. To be merely 1 point weaker in aura than the other indicates that their strength is basically above fourth tier. Magic City Ability University has 4 cafeterias, and Su Jingming went to the one closest to his dormitory. As he approached the entrance of the cafeteria, he was greeted by a wafting aroma of meat. Upon entering the cafeteria, he discovered that in addition to ordinary food, it surprisingly offered dishes made from the flesh of ferocious beasts. Though the beasts were known for their tough skin and violent nature, they were truly treasures in their entirety. The tough hides of these beasts are not only excellent materials for crafting battle gear, but also highly sought after as luxury items when made into leather bags. The bones of ferocious beasts when ground into powder serve as superb medicinal materials. As for the blood and flesh of the beasts, consuming them regularly can also enhance one's physique. Because of this, many ability users form adventurer teams to venture into the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts, subsequently bringing their carcasses back to the city for high prices. In fact, the ferocious beasts Su Jingming killed during the martial arts college entrance examination could also be sold for a high price. However, those belonged to the military district and naturally could not be taken away. Of course, the dishes made from the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts in this cafeteria are significantly more expensive than ordinary dishes. An ordinary dish requires only 0.001 credits, equivalent to 10 daxia coins. However, the lowest priced ferocious beast dish costs 0.1 credits, which is 1,000 daxia coins. Su Jingming even spotted ferocious beast dishes priced at 10 credits, worth as much as 1,000 daxia coins. Good grief, if my credits aren't enough, I won't even be able to afford a meal. Su Jingming shook his head and chose to purchase a ferocious beast dish for 0.1 credits to try it out. I must say the culinary skills of the school chef are quite impressive. The tough flesh of the ferocious beast was surprisingly tender, melting in the mouth and leaving a lingering flavor. After filling his stomach in just over 10 minutes, Su Jingming reluctantly left the cafeteria. Magic City Ability University, aside from providing dormitories for students, also offers accommodations for its teaching staff. Of course, these are all villas, and they are even more luxurious than student dormitories. After all, teachers qualified to teach at Magic City Ability University are at least 6th-tier ability users. Even in the outside world, they are significant figures. The Dean of the Weaponry Academy, Yang Jintian, resides in Villa No. 23 in the Faculty Villa area. Su Jingming left the cafeteria and spent over 20 minutes reaching the Faculty Villa area. Compared to the student dormitory area, the environment here was even better. The villa complex is backed by a mountain with a sizable artificial lake in the middle. In addition, scenic features like small bridges, flowing water, rockeries, and waterfalls can be found everywhere. The school even placed a small mountain as a backdrop. Oh, can you believe that? Only top-tier universities would be so extravagant. Silently complaining, Su Jingming easily found Villa No. 23 based on the map at the entrance of the Faculty Villa area. This villa showcases a strong, ancient style of the Daxia Kingdom, its outer walls painted to match the color of the wooden structure. Under the eaves, some light blue wind chimes hung, looking both quaint and elegant. Su Jingming walked directly in front of the villa door and was about to ring the doorbell when a voice filled with mirth came from behind. "Are you here to seek a master?" Turning around, Su Jingming saw a young man dressed in white, standing about 5 meters to his left rear. The youth had a handsome appearance, short hair, and wore a smile on his face. Unlike an ordinary person's smile, the young man's smile seemed somewhat unrestrained and somewhat cynical. Su Jingming frowned slightly at the remark and did not respond. He didn't know this person, so how did he know his intentions? The young man did not mind the silence. Seeing Su Jingming unmoved, he continued with a smile. "Usually those who come to see Teacher Yang are either his disciples or come to seek to be his disciples. I have seen most of Teacher Yang's students, and you are not among them, so you can only be here to seek a master. Of course, I am also here to seek a master." The young man had not finished speaking when he suddenly noticed something was off with Su Jingming's aura, awakened one. However, he quickly reacted, raising an eyebrow. "Special enrollment?" "Yes." Su Jingming did not hide it. In fact, among the special enrollees, there was probably only him with merely the awakened level. Moreover, the application process for the martial arts college entrance examination had just begun, and Magic City Ability University had yet to announce the admission list. He was not surprised that the young man guessed his special enrollment status. In previous years, special enrollees were either first-tier upper class or mid-tier, but I didn't expect there to be an awakened special enrollee this year. The young man clicked his tongue in amazement, but he did not underestimate Su Jingming. After all, to be a special enrollee at Magic City Ability University as an awakened level indicates considerable strength. Additionally, the potential is even more terrifying. What is your name, senior? Su Jingming asked, seeing that the other party seemed somewhat familiar but not malicious, so he took the initiative to start a conversation. Weaponry Academy sophomore. No, I should say junior now. Junior student, Tan Mingyang. Tan Mingyang introduced himself briefly and then countered. And you? Su Jingming, a freshman, just checked in today. You are quick to seek a master right after checking in, Su Junior. You are quite proactive. Usually new students wait until the new student competition before looking to seek a master. New student competition. Su Jingming frowned upon hearing this, as Zhang Qiaoyang had not mentioned it. The new student competition is a tradition at our Magic City Ability University, usually held 3 to 4 days after the new students check in. At that time, most of the teachers in the school will be there to observe. New students who perform well in the competition will be sought after by various academies, and mentors will personally take them as disciples. Seeing that Su Jingming was unaware, Tan Mingyang provided a brief explanation. Of course, someone like you, a special enrollee, does not need to wait for the new student competition to seek a master. Tan Mingyang did not deny Su Jingming's approach. However, what he did not say was that even as a special enrollee, the probability of being able to seek out a mentor at the dean level right after enrolling is as low as winning the lottery. The likelihood is that it would just be a wasted trip. However, special enrollees are often top students or geniuses from certain provinces or cities and carry a sense of pride. Even if he stated this fact, it is highly likely that Su Jingming would not listen, which is why he kept it to himself. Thank you for your explanation, senior. Su Jingming expressed his gratitude and then curiously asked, is Senior Tan also here to seek a master from Teacher Yang? Yes. Tan Mingyang nodded, expressing a sense of lamentation. In the past 6 months, I have made several trips here, yet I have never met the standards to seek a master. I was about to give up, but I have always felt unwilling. Forget it, let's not talk about that, let's go in together. Tan Mingyang sighed, then pressed the doorbell at the entrance of the villa. After a short wait, the door of the villa opened, and a middle-aged man with a butler-like demeanor appeared. Welcome to both of you, Teacher Yang is already waiting inside. Please follow me. The butler's smile was as warm as spring. Su Jingming, who was there for the first time, felt nothing unusual, while Tan Mingyang beside him was somewhat shocked. This was not his first visit. The butler had always been polite, but never this enthusiastic. Moreover, from the butler's tone, Teacher Yang was actually waiting specifically for them. How could that be? 7th-tier ability users are not always free. On the contrary, they are usually very busy. Previously, even when Tan Mingyang visited, he often had to wait in the villa for half an hour to an hour before he could meet the person. Yet now that busy dean of the Weaponry Academy was actually waiting inside in advance. What was going on? Filled with doubts, Tan Mingyang and Su Jingming entered the villa together. Under the guidance of the butler, Su Jingming and Tan Mingyang entered the villa's living room. Upon entering, Su Jingming noticed 2 people seated on the sofa. The young man on the right appeared to be about the same age as Tan Mingyang. His looks were rather ordinary, the kind that would blend into a crowd without drawing attention. However, the young man's aura was exceptionally sharp, exuding an inexplicable sense of pressure just by sitting there. Beside him sat a middle-aged man. The man was clad in a gray outfit, his physique robust, and his eyes sparkled with a thunderous brilliance. Meeting his gaze, Su Jingming felt as if he were being scrutinized by a supreme dragon-like beast, causing the hair on his body to stand on end. In comparison to this middle-aged man, the aura of the young man beside him seemed almost intangible. Su Jingming, who had previously checked information about mentors through Eva in the villa, naturally knew. This middle-aged man was none other than Yang Jintian, the dean of the Weapon Academy, known for his title of Thunder Gun, a 7th-tier upper-level ability user. Dean Yang, I have brought them all here. The butler said respectfully. All right, you may leave. Yang Jintian dismissed the butler, and then turned his gaze directly to Su Jingming, a smile forming on his face. You must be Su Jingming, Zhang. Chiang has informed me in advance. Let's go to the training room. After saying this, he stood up and headed towards the 2nd floor, prompting Su Jingming to hurriedly follow. Tan Mingyang, who witnessed the entire process, stood there in a daze. Yang Jintian, the dean of the Weapon Academy, was notoriously strict. The rules and regulations of the academy he governed were the most numerous among the 5 major academies of the Magic City. As a result, students privately nicknamed Yang Jintian King Yan. His usually stern expression was quite fitting of this nickname. Yet just now he actually saw King Yan smile. Moreover, it seemed the latter even recognized Su Jingming and directly took him to the training room. It was clear that he intended to personally assess him. What is Su Jingming's background? Could he be the principal's son? Tan Mingyang quickly dismissed his own thought. Even if he were the principal's son, he probably wouldn't receive such treatment in front of Yang Jintian. It would be more fitting if the principal himself came. Mingyang, shall we stick to our usual routine? The remaining young man on the sofa smiled as he looked over. Tan Mingyang regained his senses, his expression brightening as he cupped his fist, and said, "Then I will trouble you, Senior Liu." After that, the two of them headed towards the combat room on the first floor. Except for those who were directly taken in as disciples, other students who wished to become Yang Xinshan's disciples had to demonstrate corresponding strength. This Senior Liu was one of Yang Xinshan's many students. As long as he could defeat Senior Liu, who would be using only 1/10 of his strength, he would be considered qualified. However, over the past half year, he had never succeeded even once. On the other side, under Yang Xinshan's lead, Su Jingming arrived at the training room. It was a space of over 100 meters with various weapons displayed on the nearby racks. Among them was the long spear that Su Jingming was familiar with. "I have seen your video for the Weapon Science College entrance examination. Your combat ability is indeed very strong, and your marksmanship has reached an advanced level. However, before we proceed, I would like to see your steer ability, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder." Yang Jintian looked at Su Jingming with anticipation. Steer lightning ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Just a few days ago, he learned from Zhang Qiuyang that a student with an awakened steer lightning ability had chosen to attend the Magic City Ability University, and he had been waiting for Su Jingming's arrival. However, he did not expect that the other party would not arrive at the school until today. In response to Yang Xinshan's request, Su Jingming did not hesitate at all and directly activated his ability. Crackling noises accompanied by the rumbling of thunder and the sound of arcs leaping, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder was summoned, wrapping around Su Jingming. The blue-purple lightning seemed to carry an ancient and vast aura, powerful yet ancient. When the Purple Sky Divine Thunder appeared, the entire training room was filled with an inexplicable grand atmosphere. This is the steer ability, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Yang Jintian gazed in awe at the blue-purple lightning surrounding Su Jingming. Though he too possessed a lightning ability as a 7th-tier upper-level ability user, even a trace of lightning he casually summoned held incredible power. However, his entire ability, Wind and Fire True Thunder, could never possess such an aura. This was a gap stemming from the origin of the ability, one that rank alone could not bridge. After several deep breaths, Yang Xinshan's excitement gradually subsided. He looked at Su Jingming, his expression serious. "Su Jingming, I understand your purpose for coming here. With your abilities and potential, it would be no problem for you to become my disciple. However, I must state one thing in advance. During my travels in the past, though I have made some friends, I have also incurred numerous enemies. If you become my disciple, you will similarly be affected by this in the future. There may even be enemies who will target you. Are you still willing?" "I am willing," Su Jingming replied, without hesitation, respectfully performing a gesture of apprenticeship. What a joke. Which high-level ability user's rise did not come amidst bloodshed? An ability user like Yang Jintian, known for his killings, surely did not know how many fierce beasts and enemies he had subdued. If one were unwilling to shoulder even this little risk, it would be hard to find a suitable teacher in the entire Magic City Ability University. "All right, from today onward, you are my 32nd disciple," Yang Jintian exclaimed 3 times in delight, his emotions slightly stirred. Awakened steer ability users appeared only once every few years in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Moreover, with various ability types, even when a steer ability user did appear, it was likely of a different category. Over the past 20 years, he has taken in more than 30 disciples, some possessing a tire lightning abilities, others tire, and even some with tire lightning abilities. However, Su Jingming was the first to possess and steer lightning ability. Most of your senior brothers and sisters have graduated, only 3 remain in school. The looming you saw downstairs just now is one of your senior brothers. I will introduce the other 2 senior brothers and sisters to you next time when I have the opportunity." After saying this, Yang Xinshan's ring on his right hand glimmered slightly. 2 books of secret techniques materialized in his hand and were handed over. "This is the top-tier ability training method and the body tempering combat technique created by me." Su Jingming accepted the 2 books. The ability training method was called Extreme Ability Training Method, while the combat technique was named Indestructible Body of Thunder. Combat techniques are divided into different categories. There are movement techniques, sword techniques, and so on. For instance, Su Jingming's Lightning Gale Break is a gun technique. The ability training method needs no introduction. It is one of the 3 top-tier ability training methods available at the school. As for the other body-refining combat skill, Indestructible Thunder Body, it is the culmination of my lifelong efforts. Recognized by both the Thunder Martial Arts Institute and the Savage Bear Martial Arts Institute, it has been rated as SCLAS. SCLAS Combat Skill, a 7th-tier ability user, also known as a master. This level of ability user has a profound understanding of abilities and martial arts. They qualify to create their own ability training methods or combat skills. Combat skills also have ratings similar to abilities divided into 9 levels: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The higher the level, the more powerful the combat skill. Of course, correspondingly, the difficulty of cultivation increases. Most 7th-tier masters do well to create a class combat skills. S-class and above, including SS and SSS combat skills, are created by 8th-tier grandmasters or 9th-tier martial saints. Yet the 7th-tier Yang Jintian has created an S-class combat skill. Moreover, it is among the most complex body-refining combat skills that delve into the mysteries of the human body. One must admit Yang Xinshan's martial arts talent is astonishing. Indestructible Thunder Body is suitable for Thunder-type ability users and has a total of 13 levels. With each advancement, the body undergoes a corresponding transformation. However, even I have only cultivated to the 10th level at present. The final 3 levels have yet to be validated. But I speculate that once fully mastered, the body can truly achieve eternal indestructibility. Yang Xinshan's eyes sparkled. Indestructible Thunder Body encapsulates his entire understanding of martial arts and Thunder-type abilities. If he cannot ascend to the peak of martial saints in the future, then Su Jingming is his greatest hope for validating this technique. Additionally, the Indestructible Thunder Body requires a certain level of ability to cultivate. For now, you should use the Extreme Ability Training method to advance. After your advancement, I will help you establish the foundational groundwork for the Indestructible Thunder Body. Yang Jintian pondered for a moment and added, moreover, you need to practice your fist techniques. Practice fist techniques. This was unexpected for Su Jingming. Of course, once you cultivate the Indestructible Thunder Body, your physique will greatly enhance. Coupled with close combat techniques and Thunder-type abilities, your combat power will receive a significant boost. Also, weapons are just one of our combat methods. We cannot rely on them excessively. If one day your weapon is destroyed while battling a ferocious beast, would you simply turn and flee without it? Yang Jintian spoke confidently, providing a realistic example. Back then, I fought against the 8th-tier ferocious beast, the earth-shaking demon python, until the next day. My spear, forged from SS glass alloy, shattered under the immense strain of prolonged use. Even my Thunder-type ability was nearly exhausted. On the last day, I relied solely on my body and fist techniques to achieve the final kill. Yang Xinshan's tone was calm, but Su Jingming could envision the brutality of that battle. He nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, learning more combat techniques can only be beneficial. Of course, I will also teach you spear techniques. Once your proficiency in fist and spear techniques reaches a certain level, I will also teach you the use of sabers and long swords. What is your proficiency level in these techniques, if I may ask? Su Jingming was somewhat curious. Fist techniques and spear techniques are at the master level, while other saber and sword techniques are slightly lower, merely at the grandmaster level. Yang Xinshan's tone was very calm, yet Su Jingming couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. The proficiency levels of techniques are divided into 6 tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, grandmaster, master, and perfection. An ordinary ability user may need decades to elevate the proficiency of even a single weapon technique to the advanced level. Reaching the grandmaster level may take an entire lifetime. As for the higher levels of master and perfection, those are even more enigmatic realms. Yang Jintian has not only achieved master level in fist and spear techniques, but has also reached grandmaster level in other weapon techniques. I turned to research other weapons because I could no longer improve in fist and spear techniques. As for you, it's still too early. Seeing Su Jingming seemingly taken aback, Yang Jintian could not help but laugh. During your university years, you only need to focus on fist and spear techniques. The study of combat skills should primarily revolve around these 2 aspects. Remember not to be greedy and overreach. Su Jingming nodded. Although with the system leaderboard, improving weapon skills only requires investing ability points. However, what matters more is not quantity, but quality. Given the limited ability points, it is evidently better to specialize in a particular weapon. Just as the teacher said, I will first focus on fist and spear techniques. Su Jingming silently thought to himself. Subsequently, Yang Jintian handed him a list detailing the combat skills he needed to learn next. He only needed to find the combat skill manuals in the library to study them. This made Su Jingming secretly marvel. Indeed, having a mentor is much better. Otherwise, relying solely on oneself, it would be impossible to formulate such a detailed learning path. More than 10 minutes later, Su Jingming left the villa feeling fulfilled. However, he encountered Tan Mingyang at the door, who had just left the villa as well. Yet his face no longer bore the previous smile. Instead, it was filled with bitterness. It seemed that this attempt at apprenticeship had failed. Su Jingming took notice, but refrained from inquiring about the outcome. He simply greeted Tan Mingyang and prepared to leave. Senior Tan him off. Wait, how did your apprenticeship go? Did you succeed? Tan Mingyang asked, as if seizing a lifeline. However, Su Jingming did not provide the answer he wanted, but rather nodded. Really succeeded. Tan Mingyang almost popped his eyes out. Generally, mentors at the dean level do not take apprentices before the freshman competition. What's going on now? Could it really be because he's the principal's son? But looking at his appearance, he doesn't seem like it. Gazing at the gradually fading figure, Tan Mingyang fell into a deep self-doubt after several failures. On the other side, Su Jingming returned to the villa and headed straight to the training room on the second floor. The student villa has two identical floors with the same room configurations. In addition to the training room and bedroom, there are also showers, a media room, a study, and his favorite outdoor balcony. Compared to teacher Yang Zhenshin's training room, this one is slightly smaller at about 80 square meters. However, it is sufficient for regular training. Su Jingming sat cross-legged on the floor and opened the extreme ability training method to read. Compared to the intermediate deep sea ability training method, this top-tier extreme ability training method is evidently much more profound. Su Jingming spent over 4 hours fully grasping the entire book. Then he gently closed his eyes and began to sense the unique energy present in the world as described in the extreme ability training method. Before long, many white light dots appeared within his sensing range. They were densely packed, vast as the ocean. This is the special energy known as yuan energy, which must be absorbed into the body for abilities to undergo transformation. As expected of a top-tier ability training method, the yuan energy sensed is far more than that of an intermediate ability training method. Su Jingming's face lit up, and he immediately opened his eyes. Since the top-tier ability training method can sense yuan energy, it proves that his cultivation is on the right track. There is no need to follow the usual steps. He can directly invest points to advance. Deep blue. A low call echoed in his mind, and a light blue system panel appeared in his mind. Name: Su Jingming. Level: awakened ability, purple cloud, divine, thunder S, physique, 186, chi, blood spirit, 187, he skills, spear technique, advanced lightning gale, strike, advanced, ability points 2534, invest points. Su Jingming unhesitatingly clicked the plus sign next to his level. In the next moment, the yuan energy in the surrounding air surged into Su Jingming's body at an astonishing speed. And it automatically operated according to the cultivation method recorded in the extreme ability training method, continuously enhancing his abilities, physique, and spirit. It only slowed down when he broke through a certain threshold. Level: awakened first tier low-level ability user, few I've broken through. Su Jingming slightly clenched his fist, feeling the power within him was several times greater than before. More importantly, his ability had also been enhanced. Purple cloud, divine thunder. A low shout accompanied by the piercing sound of arcs of electricity brought forth blue-purple thunder around Su Jingming. Compared to before the advancement, the purple cloud divine thunder was evidently thicker and deeper in color. If I were to encounter that second-tier bloodthirsty savage bear again, I wouldn't even need to draw my spear. My thunder would likely be enough to kill it. Looking at the blue-purple thunder dancing on his fingertips, Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction. With successful advancement, he had taken his first step towards the pinnacle of ability users. Su Jingming tested his strength in the training room. Having transformed from an awakened to an ability user, his power had nearly quadrupled. He then opened his system panel. Name: Su Jingming. Level: first stage lower ability, purple sky, divine thunder S, physique, 283, vitality, spirit, 289 Hz, skill, marksmanship, advanced lightning gale, break, advanced, ability points 2234. It only cost me 300 ability points to advance to first stage. The consumption of ability points was not too much, but the enhancement of these basic attributes exceeded my expectations. Su Jingming couldn't help but feel emotional. If he were to use the Yuan High ability training method for the breakthrough, his vitality and spirit would only increase by 30 or 40 points at most. However, by using a top-tier ability training method, both of his basic attributes had increased by over 100 points. This was undoubtedly a world of difference. No wonder ability users all seek higher-level ability training methods. The gap is simply too vast. Su Jingming shook his head. At the same time, he felt fortunate that after obtaining the Yuan High ability training method, he did not rush to upgrade. There are still plenty of ability points left, but I can't continue to level up for now, Su Jingming thought silently. On one hand, he would need ability points for learning combat techniques later. On the other hand, he needed to adapt to his newfound strength after the advancement. Once he fully adjusted, he could proceed with further enhancements. Next, let's take a look at this level body refinement combat technique. Su Jingming opened the manual for Thunder Immortal Body and read it in detail. As a 7th-stage ability user, Yang Zhentian had a profound understanding of martial arts and lightning-type abilities. All of his insights were integrated into this body refinement combat technique. As a result, Su Jingming quickly became immersed in the manual. No wonder it's its level combat technique, it's truly exquisite. After 2 hours, Su Jingming reluctantly closed the manual. Thunder Immortal Body has 13 levels, but currently he could only understand the first 3. As for the content beyond the first 3 levels, it was too profound for him to comprehend. However, even just the first 3 levels opened up a brand new world for him. Typically, body refinement combat techniques require different methods to temper the body. After countless trials, the physique gradually becomes stronger. However, this body refinement combat technique added an extra step: foundation forging. The first level of Thunder Immortal Body requires the blood of a lightning-type ferocious beast to forge the foundation of the immortal body. Only then can one use their own lightning-type abilities to temper the body. Ultimately, the strength of the Thunder Immortal Body is closely related to the blood of the lightning-type ferocious beast used for foundation forging. If a foundation forged with the blood of a high-tier ferocious beast is used, the subsequent physique strength will only increase. If the blood comes from a low-tier, or even a common ferocious beast, the physique strength will decrease further. The blood of lightning-type ferocious beasts is quite troublesome. Su Jingming stroked his chin. In Blue Star, low-tier ferocious beasts only rely on their bodies to fight. In contrast, high-tier ferocious beasts, much like ability users, possess various incredible abilities. For instance, the famed Silver Moon Nine-Tailed Fox has a charm ability similar to that of a mental-type ability user. If one fails to react in time, the outcome would be death. Lightning-type ferocious beasts like lightning-type ability users wield the power of thunder. However, such ferocious beasts are at least 4th stage or higher. Su Jingming on his own definitely could not obtain the blood of such ferocious beasts. Fortunately, he had a mentor. In the afternoon, the teacher said that after I advanced to an ability user, I could find him for foundation forging, so I'll go see him directly tomorrow. The next morning, after finishing his grooming, Su Jingming once again found his teacher Yang Zhentian. Upon learning that Su Jingming had advanced, Yang Zhentian was slightly surprised so soon. In his 20-plus years of teaching at the Magic City Ability University, he had seen countless geniuses. Yet even among these prodigies, it took considerable time to transform from an awakened to an ability user. However, Su Jingming had succeeded in advancing in less than 24 hours since obtaining the manual yesterday. It might be a case of cumulative growth suddenly bursting forth. Su Jingming humbly smiled. All right, since you have successfully advanced, I will help you forge the foundation of the Thunder Immortal Body today. Yang Zhentian did not delve deeper and nodded, continuing. The foundation for your immortal body is prepared from the essence blood of a 7th stage high-tier lightning-type ferocious beast, the Storm Giant Bear. As he spoke, Yang Zhentian's ring glimmered, and a transparent glass vial appeared in his hand. The vial, approximately 800 milliliters in capacity, contained a swirling crimson liquid faintly shimmering with silvery lightning. High-tier lightning-type ferocious beasts are extremely rare. Over the years, the highest-level lightning-type ferocious beast I have slain is this Storm Giant Bear. There are higher-level 8th-stage lightning-type ferocious beast blood in the school's resource library, but unfortunately that belongs to S-level resources, which even I, as your teacher, cannot easily exchange. Yang Zhentian sighed. Although he was the head of the Weapon Academy, he could not freely access the school's resources. However, the school does grant them a considerable sum of points each year, akin to credits for resource exchange. Of course, the essence blood of a 7th stage high-tier Storm Giant Bear is already quite rare, considered a high-quality S-level resource, more than sufficient for foundation forging. It's just that, thinking of Su Jingming as an S-level ability awakened user, he unconsciously wanted to use even better essence blood. By the way, I heard from Zhang Qianyang that you receive an S-level resource every year. Yang Zhentian's eyes suddenly lit up as he asked. Yes, Su Jingming nodded, although he was somewhat puzzled. Great. With your S-level resource and the essence blood of the Storm Giant Bear we might be able to exchange for that S-level resource. However, despite saying this, Yang Zhentian still chose to consult Su Jingming. Jingming, does your S-level resource have any other uses? You can use it however you wish, teacher. Su Jingming shook his head. It was a joke. Even if that S-level resource had other uses, others had already offered high-quality S-level resources. Moreover, the S-level resource obtained would ultimately be used on himself. It would be foolish to refuse. All right, then you wait here for me. I'll be back soon. In a flash of electric light, before Su Jingming could even react, Yang Zhentian's figure vanished from the spot. This movement technique feels almost like teleportation. Su Jingming marveled. However, he also understood that this was merely an illusion created by the other party's extremely fast movement speed. Su, classmate, the dean will be back shortly. Have some fruit in the meantime. A butler who had opened the door yesterday approached with a plate of fruit. Thank you, Uncle Fu. Su Jingming politely thanked him. This Uncle Fu was not only the butler of the villa, but had also fought alongside teacher Yang Zhentian in the past. This was mentioned by the teacher yesterday in the training room. The other party was also quite strong, being a 6th-stage mid-tier ability user. Thus, he was somewhat cautious when facing this butler. After spending more than half an hour in the villa, Yang Zhentian finally returned. With a flash of electricity, his figure appeared in the living room of the villa. Teacher. Su Jingming quickly got up. The S-level resources have been exchanged. Let's go to the training room. Yang Jintian looked somewhat excited as he eagerly led Su Jingming to the training room on the second floor. It took some effort to exchange for the S-level resources this time. The resource department was initially unwilling to let me exchange 2 S-level resources for an S-level one. Fortunately, I called the principal, and only then did they agree to the exchange. Yang Jintian flipped his right hand, and another glass vial containing blood appeared in his grasp. However, unlike the previous vial, the blood inside was a peculiar silvery white. There were even arcs of electricity and a violent aura swirling around it. This is the S-level resource, the blood of an 8th rank lower thunderstorm dragon. Looking at the vial of blood in his hand, Yang Jintian couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Dragon-type ferocious beasts are the most formidable among all beast factions. He could kill the 8th rank lower earthquake python with ease, but he could not defeat any 8th rank lower dragon-type ferocious beast. Such a vial of blood is immensely useful even for him. Of course, if it weren't so precious, the school wouldn't have classified it as an S-level resource. Su Jingming observed this scene silently, remembering the kindness of his teacher and the principal in his heart. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain, and how much more so for such a precious S-level resource. When he becomes powerful, he will repay these kindnesses many times over. Take off your outer clothing and sit cross-legged. Su Jingming followed Yang Xinshan's instructions, removing his shirt to reveal his strong upper body muscles, and then sat down cross-legged. In the next moment, he felt a slight chill on his back, accompanied by a faint stinging sensation radiating from it. Although the pain was mild, it seemed to penetrate deeply into his bones, causing him to frown slightly. The blood of the thunderstorm dragon is naturally nothing for a high-level ability user like me. But for a low-level ability user like you, it is no different from poison. Even skin contact will produce a stinging sensation. While explaining, Yang Jintian spread the blood from the glass vial onto Su Jingming's back. At that moment, his eyes shimmered with blue and white lightning. He could see each blood vessel and meridian on Su Jingming's back, allowing him to apply the blood more precisely. After more than 10 minutes, the blood in the glass vial was completely consumed. Su Jingming's back was also covered with blood, now a silvery white. Next, I will use my wind, fire, true thunder to forge the foundation of your indestructible body. Ultimately, the foundation building is about melting the blood of thunder-type ferocious beasts into your own bloodline. This way you can gain a physique that rivals ferocious beasts or even surpasses them. However, how much blood you can absorb depends entirely on you. Yang Jintian took a deep breath and then let out a low roar, wind, fire, true thunder. With a crackling sound, a crimson thunderbolt many times stronger than Su Jingming's purple cloud divine thunder erupted from Yang Xinshan's body. The sound of thunder filled the room, and the temperature in the entire training room seemed to rise sharply with the appearance of this thunder. The entire forging process will last about 4 to 5 days, and it will be somewhat painful, so bear with it. Moreover, the most critical point is not to lose consciousness, otherwise the absorption efficiency of the blood will be greatly reduced. As soon as his words fell, all the crimson thunderbolts surged forward, completely engulfing Su Jingming. Any single bolt of thunder, if accidentally ricocheted onto Su Jingming, would obliterate him on the spot. However, with the control of a 7th rank upper-level ability user, such an incident was naturally impossible. The power of the wind, fire, true thunder was controlled by Yang Jintian to remain within Su Jingming's tolerable range, flowing into his back. Threads of thunder carried the blood of the thunderstorm dragon, weaving through Su Jingming's body, constantly transforming his blood vessels, meridians, and even bones. However, to Su Jingming, this entire process felt like being bitten by countless ants, of pain that penetrated deep into his bones. Fortunately, he did not faint on the spot. He merely gritted his teeth and endured. 5 days later at Villa No. 23. Fubo, it's already the 5th day, right? Hasn't the teacher finished yet? Looming, another disciple of Yang Jintian, sat on the sofa in the living room and asked the butler beside him. This was the 3rd time he had come over in recent days. But each time he came, the answer he received from Butler Fu was that Yang Jintian was still forging Su Jingming's foundation for the indestructible body. Not yet finished. The principal is using the blood of an 8th rank ferocious beast to forge Su Tongsu's foundation this time. It requires more energy, so it will take longer, replied Butler Fu. Although Yang Jintian was currently unavailable, basic communication was still possible. Therefore, he was able to know the progress of the situation and that the blood used for Su Jingming was from an 8th rank ferocious beast. The blood of the 8th rank ferocious beast, the thunderstorm dragon. Lu Ming had learned this news during his last visit. To say that he was not envious at all would be impossible. After all, they were both disciples of Yang Jintian. When he was being forged for the indestructible body foundation back, then they only used the blood of a 7th rank lower thunder beast. However, upon learning that Su Jingming possessed level abilities, he felt relieved. Level ability Awakener indeed deserved the effort the teacher put into cultivating. The blood of an 8th rank dragon-type ferocious beast combined with level lightning-type ability, I am somewhat looking forward to junior brother Zeus' indestructible body of thunder. As level body refining combat technique, the power of the indestructible body of thunder is not constant. On the contrary, it is closely related to the blood used during the foundation forging and the ability user's own lightning abilities. The 8th rank ferocious beast blood combined with level abilities is evidently an explosive combination. Roar. Just then a roar resembling that of a dragon-type ferocious beast suddenly erupted within the villa. The sound was filled with authority and ferocity. Merely hearing it felt as if one were gazing upon a powerful and fierce dragon-type ferocious beast. Junior brother's foundation forging has succeeded. Looming's eyes lit up. With a flash of lightning, he directly activated his movement technique, leaping upstairs. When he arrived at the training room on the 2nd floor, the first thing he sensed was a threatening aura, as if faced with a top-tier ferocious beast. This threat even made him, a peak 3rd rank ability user, feel a bit of trepidation. Then he saw the source of this threat. In the center of the training room stood Su Jingming with a tall and upright posture. However, unlike the humility and courtesy he exhibited during their last meeting, Su Jingming now emanated a ferocious aura. His originally clear and spirited eyes had turned blood red, and his bare upper body with well-defined muscles had bulging veins. It seemed influenced by its master. The terrifying blue-purple thunder surrounding him had also entered a state of frenzy, flickering and leaping continuously. The entire training room flickered unpredictably with the dancing thunder surrounding Su Jingming. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Facing the scene, Yang Jintian, before Su Jingming, was visibly exhilarated. 98%. Jingming's absorption rate of the beast's blood essence has reached 98%. 98%. That high. Looming, standing at the training room door, couldn't help but startle. The foundation forging of Latang Buenshin requires absorbing the blood essence of thunder-aligned ferocious beasts. But it was, after all, ferocious beast blood. Even with the master's Fenghua Junlei assisting throughout the process, absorption efficiency could never reach 100%. Generally, reaching 90% is already an excellent absorption rate. And as far as he knew, among the more than 20 disciples who had cultivated Latang Buenshin under the master, the highest absorption anyone had achieved was only 92%. His own absorption back then had not even reached 90%, only 87. Now Su Jingming had broken the record with a 98% blood essence absorption efficiency, which meant the beast's blood essence was extraordinarily compatible with him. Su Jingming could not tell what others were thinking, but the instant the Latang Buenshin Foundation was completed, he felt boundless bloodlust and savage impulses, negative emotions, erupt from the depths of his heart. A violent urge to destroy everything around him rose. At that moment, Yang Zenshin's deep voice thundered in his ear, "Jingming, wake up." The voice, like a spring thunder, rang with righteous grandeur and immediately dispersed all the negative emotions that had gripped Su Jingming. "Master, what happened to me just now?" Su Jingming's eyes gradually cleared. He wore a look of bewilderment. He had never experienced such an emotional loss of control before cultivating Latang Buenshin. "It was likely the blood essence of the Latang Baolong that affected your mind," Yang Jintian said, frowning lightly. "The Latang Baolong is notorious among the ferocious beasts for its brutality. You absorbed its blood essence at an astonishing 98% efficiency. Perhaps the compatibility was so great that this sort of side effect emerged." Previously, disciples practicing Latang Buenshin had been influenced to varying degrees by the beast's bloodlines, but none had ever undergone changes as pronounced as Su Jingming's. "You needn't worry too much. As long as your emotions do not swing wildly, these negative impulses will not be triggered. Moreover, as your strength improves, these side effects will gradually dissipate," Yang Jintian added. These phenomena had been observed in himself and other disciples. "That's a relief." Su Jingming finally relaxed. He had no desire to become someone perpetually governed by emotion. Besides, he could feel his physique undergoing an unprecedented transformation. Even if there were minor side effects, they would bear little consequence. Instinctively, Su Jingming opened his system panel. Name: Su Jingming. Level Tier 1 lower. Ability: Zixiao Shunlei Purple Firmament Divine Thunder S. Physique: Vitality 391. Spirit 289. Skills: Gun Technique Advanced Shandian Jifeng Pa Lightning Gale Break Advanced. Body Tempering Latang Buenshin Thunder Imperishable Body First Tier. Ability points 2,234. Vitality has directly surged by over 100 points. Su Jingming's eyes brightened. For those with supernatural abilities, aside from increases upon ranking up, ordinary physical training only raises vitality by 2 or 3 points. Yet, having already gained over 100 vitality from his recent promotion, his vitality had surged another 100 points. Of course, vitality is only one quantified expression of bodily strength. Physical defense and wound recovery speed cannot be seen from vitality alone. Still, he had an intuition. In his current state, relying solely on physical strength, without using any combat techniques or abilities, he could probably go toe-to-toe with a Tier 2 ferocious beast. He also noticed a new body tempering entry on his system panel. It seems I can use ability points directly to enhance body tempering strength in the future. A quiet joy swelled in Su Jingming's chest. Congratulations, junior brother, on successfully forging the Lineage Buanshan Foundation. Your martial path will be smooth from here on. At that moment, Looming stepped forward from the doorway, smiling as he offered his congratulations. This is your senior brother Looming. You met him last time, Yang Zhentian introduced. Greetings, senior brother Lu, Su Jingming said respectfully as he pulled on his jacket. When I last saw you, you weren't yet the master's student. This meeting is different. I didn't prepare anything elaborate. Give me your student ID and I'll transfer some credits as a meeting gift from your senior brother. Looming's temperament was gentle, and he insisted on presenting the gift then and there. Seeing Yang Zhentian neither stop him nor object, but nod slightly, Su Jingming gave him his student number. Before long, his phone notified him that 200 credits had been added to his student account. That much, eh? Su Jingming stared at the message, momentarily stunned. 200 credits amounted to 2 million daxia coins. A mere meeting gift. Was it really that lavish? Only 200 credits. It's nothing for senior brother Lu, Yang Zhentian said with a laugh. A senior brother must look after his juniors. When you have junior brothers and sisters, you will have to prepare meeting gifts for them as well. Understood, student. Su Jingming nodded in acknowledgement. The foundation forging is complete. You've gone 5 days without food or rest. You must be exhausted. Go back and rest for now. Come back tomorrow morning and learn fist techniques and spear techniques with senior brother Lu, Yang Zhentian added, waving his hand. A hint of fatigue shadowed his brow. 5 days without food or drink was nothing for a 7th-tier ability user like him. Yet meticulously manipulating his ability for 5 straight days to remodel Su Jingming's body had been extraordinarily draining. Telling Su Jingming to go rest was in truth a request for his own rest. Su Jingming saw through it and did not linger. After a respectful farewell, he left the villa. June 22nd. He hadn't expected forging the foundation to take nearly 5 days and nights. Outside the villa, glancing at the date on his phone, Su Jingming felt a surge of emotion. For those 5 days and nights, he had endured inhuman pain, forced to keep his consciousness lucid at all times. Fortunately, he had endured it and finally achieved a 98% blood essence absorption rate, a near-perfect compatibility. It's still early. I can go to the martial hall and test how strong my body has become after forging the imperishable body. The blood essence of a lower tier 8 Latang Baolong was an S-class resource. With Yang Zhentian's assistance, most of that essence had merged into Su Jingming, becoming part of him. The astonishing energy contained in the blood essence meant that after 5 days without food, Su Jingming did not feel hunger. Instead, he brimmed with vigor and radiance. Eager to prove it, he could not wait to test just how much stronger he had become with Latang Buanshan. Each student dormitory at the Magic City Ability University is equipped with a training room. However, the training room is not very large, and it lacks testing instruments like punch force testers, so only daily training can be conducted. To accurately understand one's abilities, combat skills, and even punching speed and force, one must go to the martial arts hall. Within the campus of the Magic City Ability University, there are 2 martial arts halls, the renowned Thunder Martial Arts Hall and the Savage Bear Martial Arts Hall. When in Jiang City, Su Jingming often went to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. This time he planned to test his strength there, but as he walked in that direction, he faintly detected a subtle odor. Su Jingming then realized that due to the process of forging the indestructible thunder body, his body had expelled a lot of impurities that clung to his skin. Forget it, he'll go back to the dormitory to take a shower before heading to the martial arts hall. Su Jingming did not want to be a source of unpleasant odor, so he turned around and headed back to the student dormitory. As he got closer to the dormitory, he noticed more and more people along the way. When he stepped into the freshman villa area, this phenomenon became even more pronounced. The once quiet road was now crowded with numerous male and female students. Some were couples, while most were groups of male or female classmates together. They seemed to be around Su Jingming's age, about 18 or 19. Many students curiously looked around like curious babies, and there were even students accompanied by parents dragging their suitcases. Are these all freshmen? Su Jingming suddenly remembered that it had been 6 days since he reported to the Magic City Ability University. By this time, the voluntary reporting for the Martial Arts College entrance examination had long been completed, and the admission notices had been delivered to the students. But perhaps only a top-tier university like the Magic City Ability University would have so many freshmen choosing to enroll early. Students who could get into the Magic City Ability University are regarded as geniuses in their provinces and cities. They naturally understand the principle of getting ahead. By enrolling early, they could take advantage of the high-quality educational resources and facilities of the Magic City Ability University. They certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to wait until September to report. Su Jingming's villa is located at number 32 in the student dormitory area 3. When he reached the villa's entrance, he found that the door which he had locked before leaving was wide open. It seems my roommate has arrived. Su Jingming smiled as he entered the villa. Sure enough, he saw a boy sitting on the sofa in the living room, using the AI assistant Eva to look up information. Noticing someone entering the villa, the boy turned his head. Upon seeing Su Jingming walk in, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly stood up from the sofa, ran in front of Su Jingming, and extended his right hand generously. You must be my roommate, right? Hello, I am Lu Wentao. Nice to meet you. Lu Wentao had a handsome appearance, slightly tanned skin, and a fringe haircut. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, he gave off a sunny and cheerful first impression. Su Jingming. Su Jingming also smiled and shook hands with Lu Wentao. Su Jingming, you are the top scholar from Jiangnan province. Upon hearing Su Jingming's name, Lu Wentao reflexively exclaimed, You know me? Su Jingming looked at him in confusion. This should be their first meeting. Of course. I am nicknamed the Encyclopedia. Lu Wentao proudly puffed out his chest. I know most of the new students in our cohort. However, I hadn't specifically collected information about you. It was purely because the commotion you caused was too great. After all, you are the biggest dark horse in Jiangnan province this year. Lu Wentao chuckled. This guy was born sensitive to information. He had silently noted Su Jingming's information in his mind after seeing it online. However, after a period without any news related to Su Jingming online, he stopped paying attention. He never expected that they would both enroll in the Magic City Ability University and become roommates. By the way, are you really from the impoverished Jiang City in Jiangnan province? Or did you just happen to take the college entrance examination there while living in a more developed city? Also, were you really an awakened during your college entrance examination? Your abilities don't seem to indicate that you are only a rank. Lu Wentao was quite familiar and started to casually throw a barrage of questions at Su Jingming as if they had known each other for a long time. Su Jingming, far from being annoyed, smiled instead. In his previous life, he was born in an orphanage. During elementary school, it was fine because he had many little friends. But after reaching middle school, he had to leave the orphanage and live alone. At that time, the thing he hated most was going home after school. Because he was the only one at home, he could only turn on the TV and pretend someone was keeping him company. It was a bit better when he could stay in the dormitory in high school, but weekends were still lonely. He preferred the lively atmosphere, so he studied hard and got into university. Every day spent joking and playing games with roommates was the happiest time of his life. But 4 years later, he would face the outcome of being alone once more. So through his efforts, he got into a master's program and had roommates again. Later, he got into a doctoral program, gaining a lively group of senior brothers and sisters. Even later, he had a bit too much to drink at his doctoral graduation banquet. When he woke up, he found himself in this world. Tragically, he was still an orphan. Although his aunt occasionally visited him, loneliness remained the main theme of his life. Therefore, whether in his previous life or this one, Su Jingming had a strong aversion to loneliness. Seeing Lu Wentao, who was chatty, he actually liked it. Thus, Su Jingming sat on the sofa and started chatting casually with Lu Wentao. During their conversation, Su Jingming learned that Lu Wentao was from Sichuan province, known as the Land of Abundance. He possessed an rank psychic ability and was at the mid-tier of the first stage. His scores in the martial arts college entrance examination ranked in the top 20 in Sichuan province. He applied to the Magic City Ability University, aiming for the Tactical Academy among the 5 major colleges. In his words, he intended to command 1,000,000 troops in the future to annihilate all ferocious beasts on Blue Star. Upon learning that Su Jingming was merely an awakened during his college entrance examination, Lu Wentao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. All right, enough talk. I should head to the martial arts hall now. After chatting for a while, Su Jingming stood up from the sofa as the time was getting close. Martial arts hall? I want to go too. Lu Wentao also said excitedly. I haven't been to the martial arts hall at the Magic City Ability University yet. Okay, let's go together after we finish showering. Su Jingming nodded and went straight upstairs. After more than 10 minutes feeling refreshed, he changed into clean clothes and went out of the villa with Lu Wentao. It was now just past 11 in the morning. The sun was shining brightly outside, and there were many new students walking along the road. Su Jingming and Lu Wentao walked towards the dormitory area's exit. As usual, Su Jingming walked with a straight posture, his gaze forward. Meanwhile, Lu Wentao looked around, his eyes wandering over the new students on the road. Occasionally, he would linger a bit longer on some pretty female classmates, revealing a rather lewd smile. Hey, Su Jingming, look over there. After walking for a while, Lu Wentao suddenly brightened up and excitedly patted Su Jingming's shoulder. Su Jingming instinctively followed Lu Wentao's gaze. He saw two girls walking out of a villa about 10 meters ahead. The two girls were of similar height, both around 1.67 meters. The one on the left was slightly shorter. Her looks were decent, but not stunning. However, the other girl was different. With a delicate appearance, willow brows and cherry lips, she was a stunning beauty. Her skin was extremely pale like that of a baby, and even more eye-catching was her figure clad in a simple white t-shirt that accentuated her proud curves. Below, she wore a pair of light blue skinny jeans outlining her long and voluptuous legs. "How is it?" "Not bad, right?" Lu Wentao asked with a beaming smile. "Indeed, it's quite impressive," Su Jingming admitted without reservation. Whether in figure or countenance, this young woman far surpassed the filtered perfection of social media influencers from his past life. "But aren't you known as the omniscient one? Do you know who she is?" Su Jingming teased him with his nickname, never expecting an actual answer. To his surprise, Lu Wentao puffed out his chest proudly and declared, "Of course I do. Her name is Song Qiuyun, a Tier 1 upper-rank esper with an A-rank light-type natural ability." "Oh, impressive indeed." Su Jingming raised an eyebrow in genuine astonishment. Apparently, Lu Wentao's self-proclaimed title wasn't entirely empty boasting. "Naturally, Song Qiuyun hails from our Sichuan province. She scored over 9,000 points on the national martial exams, topping the province as its valedictorian." Lu Wentao replied with a playful grin. In truth, long before the martial exam, Song Qiuyun had already gained modest fame across Rongqing, the provincial capital, thanks to her striking beauty, statuesque grace, and formidable prowess. Meanwhile, Song Qiuyun, strolling alongside friends, suddenly paused mid-step. Her A-rank light-type natural ability, Dawnlight Radiance, not only granted her formidable offensive power, but also endowed her with extraordinary sensory acuity. It was precisely this heightened perception that allowed her to detect and evade zones teeming with perilous beasts during the martial exams. Just now, however, she felt a terrifying beast-like gaze fix upon her. Though devoid of malice, the stare carried immense oppressive weight, arriving swiftly, vanishing just as abruptly. Yet Song Qiuyun's keen awareness instantly traced its origin to a tall, broad-shouldered figure not far ahead. How could a mere human emanate such a bestial aura? Her delicate brows furrowed in quiet perplexity, until at last she dismissed it as a fleeting illusion. Still, Su Jingming's towering silhouette left a faint, lingering impression deep within her heart. The Thunder Martial Hall in Jiangxing served over 1 million residents. By contrast, the Thunder Martial Hall affiliated with Modu Esper University catered solely to its 10th strong faculty and student body. Yet astonishingly, this hall dwarfed even its Jiangxing counterpart in scale. Directly opposite stood the Bear Claw Martial Hall, a hulking 6 to 7-story edifice crouched like a slumbering leviathan. Truly remarkable. The university has refined its supporting infrastructure to near perfection. With a murmur of admiration, Su Jingming and Lu Wentao stepped through the Thunder Martial Hall's entrance. The first floor opened into a vast, airy lobby dominated by a central reception desk. Around its periphery stood plush sofas where trainees, having just finished their sessions, relaxed with drinks and idle chatter. "Welcome to Thunder Martial Hall. How may we assist you today?" A young woman in a crisp, short-skirted uniform greeted them warmly. "We'd like to reserve a training chamber equipped with a physical strength analyzer," Su Jingming replied. Though the hall offered free access to high school students, university students were required to pay membership fees. The annual fee matched Bear Claw's 100 Xia coins, yet Modu Esper University covered it for all enrolled students. Thus, every facility within the hall remained freely accessible to them. "Training chambers are located on the 3rd floor. Please follow me." The attendant flashed a radiant smile and led the way. Su Jingming and Lu Wentao fell into step behind her. Thunder Martial Hall extended such courteous service to every guest, whether accepted or declined. Since it was their first visit to Modu Esper University's martial facility, and unfamiliar with its layout, Su Jingming opted to accept her guidance. Ding dong, 3rd floor arrived. As the elevator doors parted with a chime, a broad sunlit hall unfolded before them. The hall bustled with activity. Though many patrons appeared strikingly unconventional, some wreathed in flickering flames, others towering 2 to 3 meters tall, still others bearing limbs transformed into bestial appendages. A cacophony of voices filled the air. At last, I've mastered the crank combat technique, solar flare. Mastery means nothing if you can't pierce my metallized skin. You're all trash. My triple-scale gigantification lets me slap you flat against the wall in one strike." They were clearly engaged in rigorous training. Acquaintances occasionally traded barbed banter, sparring verbally as fiercely as they did physically. "This is our public training hall, capable of accommodating 300 practitioners simultaneously. Constructed entirely from crade alloy interwoven with memory metal, it withstands even the most volatile Esper abilities and combat techniques without damage. Should the noise prove distracting, private training chambers are also available, the attendant added. Su Jingming nodded, unfazed. Such communal halls existed in Jiangxing too. The atmosphere here felt more invigorating, surrounded by peers pushing their limits. No one dared slack off. Many students with weaker self-discipline deliberately trained in these open spaces, and the spontaneous cheers erupting when a technique was perfected lent powerful validation and pride. The trade-off, however, was exposure. One's techniques and progress became visible to all. Very well, let's stay here. Su Jingming had originally intended to use a private chamber, but with his roommate beside him, he chose the communal hall instead. Certainly. This way, please. The attendant guided them forward. Nearly every student admitted to Modu Esper University possessed an ability, so as they wove through the hallways of raw energy pulsed from nearby practitioners testing their techniques. The very floor trembled beneath their feet. Lu Wentao grimaced, good grief. Do they compete over who can make the loudest racket? As a mental-type Esper, he lacked the capacity to generate such seismic force. Yet Su Jingming's attention had already been drawn to 5 massive pillars standing sentinel at the hall's center. Each pillar bore dense inscriptions, names cascading down in orderly columns followed by numerical scores. The top 3 names on every pillar blazed with golden radiance, rendered colossal and luminous. These are our fist strength challenge rankings, 5 tiers corresponding to Esper ranks 1 through 5. Would you two like to try? Break into the top 3,000 and earn 50 academic credits. The attendant beamed as she explained. Top 3,000 earns rewards. That sounds simple enough, Lu Wentao remarked, instantly intrigued. Given the university enrolled barely 4,000 students total. Just swipe your student ID card at the base of any pillar to begin. Note no abilities or combat techniques permitted, only raw physical force. Violation constitutes disqualification. All right, I'll give it a go. Wait here, Ming. Lu Wentao strode confidently toward the hall's center and swiped his ID card against the sensor embedded in the first pillar. Welcome student ID 203701256, Lu Wentao, commencing fist strength challenge. Let's hear your cheers, everyone. As if triggered by a switch, a booming announcer's voice echoed throughout the hall. Spotlights converged upon Lu Wentao, drawing every eye in the chamber instinctively toward him. Hey, someone's challenging the fist strength rank. Haha, looks like a freshman. Barely tier 1 mid-rank by his aura. Yeah, he's about to become entertainment. A chorus of amused murmurs rose from upperclassmen, watching with undisguised glee as Lu Wentao stood exposed at the hall's epicenter. Lu Wentao froze, stunned. He hadn't anticipated such theatrical fanfare. But retreat was impossible now. Taking a deep breath, he gathered every ounce of strength and launched a thunderous punch at the target pad. Thud! The pad groaned, shuddering violently back and forth. Lu Wentao exhaled slowly, a satisfied sigh. He felt confident, surely top 3,000 was within reach. Fist strength 476 kilograms. Excellent performance. The voice boomed triumphantly, then dipped into a subdued tone. Regrettably, your rank falls beyond the 100,000th position. 100,000th. Lu Wentao recoiled in disbelief. Modu Esper University had only 4,000 students. Then realization struck. The rankings included all alumni, not just current students. Founded over a century ago, the university admitted over 1,000 students annually, amassing more than 100,000 graduates in total. What a scam. No wonder they're all staring. They're waiting for the spectacle. Lu Wentao flushed crimson, scrambling off the platform in mortified haste. Beyond 100,000. Huh, I didn't score that low as a freshman. Look at that kid. Face redder than a monkey's rump. Definitely a freshman. Laughter rippled across the hall, buoyed by Lu Wentao's misadventure. Ming, you should give it a shot. You'll surely outperform me, he urged, desperate to share the embarrassment. Fine, I'll try too. Su Jingming agreed without hesitation. After all, assessing his own physical resilience, including fist strength, had been his primary purpose in coming here. Moreover, he wished to measure himself against the cumulative genius of every prodigy ever trained at Modu Esper University since its founding. Welcome student ID 203701204, Su Jingming, commencing fist strength challenge. Let's hear your cheers, everyone. The moment his ID swiped, the same resonant voice thundered anew. Huh, another challenger. Seems to be the first fellow's companion. TCH, his rank is even lower. Barely tier 1 lower rank. Tier 1 lower rank. Doubtful hill, even crack, 400 kilograms. Predictably, the crowd regarded Su Jingming with skeptical indifference. Yet Su Jingming remained utterly unperturbed. Drawing a slow, deep breath, he ignited his entire body's vital energy, every sinew coiling with latent power. His stance settled into perfect alignment, his waist rotated with controlled torque, channeling kinetic force up through his arm, until his fist exploded forward like a black arrow loosed from a bowstring, slamming into the target with devastating precision. Crockum! A deafening hammer blow detonation shook the hall, immediately followed by the announcer's electrified cry, "Fist strength 4589 kilograms. Peak strength. Congratulations, you've shattered the record. Punch force 4589 kilograms. Peak punch force. Congratulations, you've shattered the record." A resonant voice echoed throughout the hall, and simultaneously golden light erupted from the first pillar at the hall's center. Su Jingming's name blazed with sovereign radiance, hovering resplendently atop the rankings, as if descending from the heavens themselves. His sudden appearance sent ripples across the entire leaderboard. Every other name shimmered like ocean waves, shifting downward in rank one by one. Rank 1 Su Jingming. Punch force 4589 kgn. Rank 2 Luo Yang. Punch force 4321 kgn. Rank 3 Chen Dehai. Punch force 4122 kg. This unexpected spectacle instantly silenced those who had intended to mock Su Jingming, like ducks whose throats had been clamped shut. For a moment, the entire hall fell into an eerie, death-like hush. And the peak punch force record has been broken. Then a voice, origin unknown, rang out across the hall, jolting everyone back to awareness. And instantly, the crowd erupted into feverish discussion. Holy hell, actually broken. And over 4,500 kilograms. Is that even humanly possible? One punch would pulp me into paste. And you call him a freshman? Thunder Martial Arts Hall had stood since the founding of Modu Academy of Psychic Arts, its very foundations woven into the Academy's history. The 5 leaderboards on its 3rd floor alone archived punch force data from over 100,000 students. Each top 1,000 name once a trailblazer of their era. Indeed, the higher the rank, the more formidable the record. So much so that the previous record on the first pillar had held for over a decade. And now, at last, the peak punch force record for Tier 1 psychics had fallen once more. And it was shattered, not by a seasoned veteran, but by a mere Tier 1 lower-rank freshman. And how could such a feat fail to astound? Many swiftly raised their phones, capturing Su Jingming's silhouette at the hall's heart, a historic instant frozen in time. Others rushed to share the news with friends and professors alike. Some even posted it immediately on Modu Academy's student forum. And within the hall, whispers arose questioning whether Su Jingming had cheated, using psychic abilities or combat techniques. After all, pure physical force exceeding 4500 kilograms was truly staggering. Yet such doubts were swiftly dismissed by others. The punch force testing apparatus at the hall center was governed by EVA, the Academy's Level 1 artificial intelligence operating through a dedicated subunit. Any attempt at fraud would have invalidated the result instantly. No announcement would ever have been made. And, by the way, Su Jingming is only Tier 1 lower rank. He hasn't even reached Tier 1 peak yet. Does this mean the record may fall again? A voice rose unbidden from the crowd, igniting another wave of fervent speculation. Indeed, if he could achieve such power at Tier 1 lower rank, what might he unleash at Tier 1 mid-rank, or Tier 1 upper rank? Recall the previous 10 names inscribed upon the first pillar had all attained Tier 1 peak, their limits absolute, their ascension complete. Su Jingming, however, was utterly different. No one knew where his boundaries lay. And elsewhere, Lu Wentao stood stunned, speechless amid the clamor. He'd expected Su Jingming to embarrass himself on the platform, making his own modest score seem respectable by comparison. And instead, Su Jingming delivered a single blow that obliterated a record held by over 100,000 students. Now Lu Wentao's rank, somewhere beyond 10th, felt absurdly comical. And, brother, you're truly my blood brother. And staring up at Su Jingming descending from the platform, Lu Wentao surrendered utterly. In, brother Ming, I'm following you from now on. Wherever you go, I'll go too. In, no need to exaggerate. In, Su Jingming replied with a gentle smile, though inwardly, even he had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of that strike. He'd estimated no more than 3,500 kilograms. Yet reality surpassed expectation by over 1,000. And, so, the Thunder Tyrannosaurus technique truly resonates with me. Su Jingming nodded inwardly, then turned to the attendant nearby and, breaking the record comes with academic credit, correct? And the young woman, still dazed, blinked rapidly. Only when confronted with his strikingly handsome face did she snap back to awareness, her cheeks flushing as she stammered in, of course, 400 credits, for breaking the record. They should already be credited to your account. Su Jingming checked his phone. Sure enough, a notification confirmed the credit transfer. Combined with the 200 credit welcome gift from senior brother Lu Ming at Professor Yang's villa, and the 100 credit base stipend from the academy, his student account now held over 700 credits. Not bad. If I break another record later, will I earn more credits? And he tucked his phone away, eyes alight with anticipation. You receive credit only once per record, and the attendant clarified, her answer dampening his enthusiasm slightly. He sighed inwardly. He was far from Tier 1 peak. He would undoubtedly shatter multiple Tier 1 records in the near future. However, the remaining 4 pillars correspond respectively to Tiers 2 through 5. In breaking records on those carries identical rewards. A faint knowing smile touched Su Jingming's lips. He had already glimpsed a path to steady credit accumulation. And meanwhile senior students, now calmed, approached him one by one, faces bright with genuine warmth. Junior Su, is this your first visit to our martial hall? Come, I'll show you how to use the equipment. And, Junior Su, pleasure to meet you. I'm Wang Jia, a junior year student. You may call me Brother Jia. Junior, our club is recruiting. Why not consider joining? We've got plenty of lovely girls. Though the Punch Force leaderboard reflected only raw physical strength, not psychic potency or combat mastery, such extraordinary force implied excellence across all domains. Moreover, those who cracked the top 10 were rare prodigies, emerging only once every several years. Su Jingming hadn't merely entered the top 10, he had seized the throne outright. Students admitted to Modu Academy were no fools. Why hesitate to forge bonds with such a peerless junior, whose potential seemed boundless, while the opportunity remained? Su Jingming, however, felt his scalp prickle, and he wasted no time. Dragging Lu Wentao along, he fled the public training hall without delay. They secured a private training chamber to complete the remainder of his assessments. And what he did not know was that news of the shattered Tier 1 Punch Force record had already swept across campus like a tempest. And across Modu Academy, word spread, a new legend had arrived among this year's freshmen, Su Jingming. Over 4,500 kilograms. My junior brother's physical fortitude is terrifyingly exceptional. And inside a student villa, senior brother Lu Ming gazed at the forum post on his phone, murmuring in quiet awe. Years earlier, he himself had challenged the leaderboard as a Tier 1 upper-rank psychic, mastering the first layer of the Thunder Indestructible Body technique. Yet his punch force had plateaued at just over 3,500 kilograms, dwarfed utterly by Su Jingming's achievement. Qiu Yun, look quick. This guy's stunning. Nin, the library song Qiu Yun, absorbed in a manual of combat techniques, was softly interrupted by her roommate Qi Dongxia. A phone was thrust before her eyes, displaying a young man standing tall beneath a spotlight, a pillar blazing with golden radiance before him. Tall and broad-shouldered, his features were sharp and resolute, his eyes, clear black and white, held a subtle, chilling intensity. In him, Song Qiu Yun recognized him instantly. The same youth she'd sensed moments earlier on campus, emanating an aura eerily reminiscent of a savage beast. So his name is Su Jingming, and his strength appears formidable indeed. And this was a trending post on the Academy forum. As Song Qiu Yun finished reading, her beautiful eyes gleamed with quiet wonder, confirming her earlier intuition that feral resonance had been no illusion. But how did he cultivate such an aura? And her gaze lingered on the image, curiosity softening the edges of her expression. Su Jingming, so you've come to Moda too. In this time, I'll reclaim every honor stolen from me. Inside a villa, a young man glared bitterly at the photograph, his resentment palpable. And had it not been for Su Jingming, he would have claimed the title of Jiangnan province's top scholar, instead of becoming Ning'an City's laughingstock. Upon entering the private training room, Su Jingming conducted a series of strength tests focused on physical prowess. The results revealed that after acquiring the indestructible Thunder Body, his physical strength had undergone a terrifying enhancement. His skin's defensive power rivaled that of a grade alloy, achieving a state of being virtually impervious to blades and bullets. He attempted to create a wound on his skin only to find it healed within mere moments. With such formidable defensive capabilities and recovery speed, it truly lives up to being an scrayed body refinement technique. Su Jingming's eyes sparkled with excitement. With such a physique, as long as he didn't act recklessly, he would find it nearly impossible to face life-threatening danger. Moreover, he discovered that his height had increased from 186 meters to 189 meters. His weight had dramatically surged from 80 kilograms to 120 kilograms. However, his appearance had not changed much, only his bone density had increased and his muscles had become denser. If this were in my past life, this physical quality would undoubtedly be considered that of a little Superman. Su Jingming was quite satisfied with his current state. He also felt fortunate to have such a good teacher. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to achieve such significant improvements in just a few days. The strength tests are complete. I'll head to the library soon. Thanks to the scrayed privileges granted by the Magic City Ability University, all the books in the library were freely accessible to him. Su Jingming had long coveted the collection of the prestigious Magic City Ability University. After leaving the room, he found Lu Wentao from the adjacent training room and left the Thunder Martial Arts Hall together. Brother Ming, did you know? There are so many posts about you on the school forum right now, Lu Wentao said excitedly on the way. Moreover, quite a few people are clamoring to challenge you. Earlier, while in the training room aside from training, he had also scrolled through his phone during breaks and had naturally seen the posts on the school forum. Challenge me. Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. The martial arts atmosphere at Magic City Ability University is indeed quite strong. Of course, there was another possibility: these people wanted to step on him to build their own reputation. However, Su Jingming was not particularly interested in such battle invitations. Wentao, are you going to the combat technique library? At the crossroads, Su Jingming asked Lu Wentao. I just went yesterday, so I won't go today. All right, then you head back first. Su Jingming nodded, and after parting with Lu Wentao, headed straight towards the library. The Magic City Ability University's library has two buildings. One is the General Library, which houses historical and cultural books. The other is the Combat Technique Library, which contains numerous combat techniques and ability training methods from various disciplines. Su Jingming was going to the second library. As one of the most important places at Magic City Ability University, the Combat Technique Library was built to be grand and imposing. It stood like a small mountain, exuding a heavy sense of oppression. Moreover, the entire Combat Technique Library appeared somewhat illusory, akin to a mirage. It is said that the entire Combat Technique Library is under the control of one of our school's vice principals who possesses spatial abilities. It seems that this is indeed true. This was information Su Jingming had stumbled upon while querying the library information through Eva before. If anything were amiss, the entire Combat Technique Library would exist independently of this space. Without the appropriate means, even a 9th-tier martial saint would not be able to forcibly seize these precious original manuals. Beep. After swiping his student ID at the entrance, the tightly closed door opened, allowing Su Jingming to step inside. The first floor of the library was a vast hall. Inside the hall, there was only a front desk. Su Jingming approached the front desk, preparing to inquire about how to access the combat technique manuals. The female teacher behind the front desk stood up directly, a gentle smile on her face. Grade student, Su Jingming, welcome to the Combat Technique Library. How may I assist you? The female teacher was quite attractive, wearing black-rimmed glasses resembling a language teacher from a middle school. However, the aura she emitted indicated that she was at least a 4th-tier ability user. You know me? Su Jingming was somewhat surprised. Even though he had just broken the record, he couldn't be that famous, could he? Even this teacher in the library knew him. Students with grade privileges can freely browse all combat techniques in the library, as they are special privilege holders. Therefore, when you swiped your student ID at the entrance, I received a notification immediately. The female teacher wore a beautiful smile, her demeanor very friendly, even respectful. It seemed a bit far-fetched for a 4th-tier ability user to show respect to a 1st-tier ability user. But for the female teacher herself, this was not the case. After all, possessing grade privileges meant the individual had limitless potential. As long as they did not meet an unfortunate end, they were likely to become a master-level ability user in the future. Meanwhile, she who had merely reached the 4th tier had almost exhausted all her potential. Such a respectful attitude could also be seen as a form of goodwill. The previous admissions office director Zhang Chaoyang acted similarly, and so did this female teacher. So that's how it is. Su Jingming nodded in realization and then asked, I want to look at combat techniques related to lightning abilities. Which floor should I go to? Combat techniques below grade are in the public reading rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. As for combat techniques above grade, they are kept confidential due to their preciousness. You need to first make an online selection in the reading room on the 4th floor before you can access the manuals, the female teacher explained patiently. Then I will head straight to the reading room. Su Jingming nodded. Since he could access higher-level combat techniques, he certainly wouldn't bother with lower-level techniques. All right, room 403 on the 4th floor has been granted to you. You only need to swipe your student ID at the sensor at the entrance to enter, the female teacher said after a series of operations on the computer. Subsequently, Su Jingming was led by a nearby staff member to the 4th floor. Similar to the student dormitories from his past life, the reading rooms on the 4th floor were individual rooms. However, the decor was more exquisite, exuding a unique classical charm. Once on the 4th floor, after a short walk, room 403 appeared before Su Jingming. Beep. After swiping his student ID at the entrance sensor, the door opened in response. The room is equipped with an artificial intelligence named Eva. Feel free to ask her anything you need. After making your selection of combat techniques online and confirming it, we will deliver the original manuals to you. Additionally, due to the great value of grade and above combat technique manuals, please handle them with utmost care while browsing. The staff member reiterated the precautions before turning to leave. Su Jingming stepped into the room. The reading room was not very large, only about 20 square meters. In the center were tables and chairs with the familiar spherical shape of the artificial intelligence Eva projected right in the middle. Grade student Su Jingming, what combat technique do you need to look up? Eva responded, shaking her head. Lightning abilities, all combat techniques, above grade. Su Jingming was direct, stating his request without hesitation. Understood. The small sphere nodded humanely. Then on the adjacent holographic display, a long list of combat technique names appeared along with their corresponding descriptions. Heavenly Thunder Convergence SS grade, centered on lightning abilities, creates a stormy domain with a maximum diameter of 80 kilometers. Note this combat technique is limited to grade and above lightning ability users and can only be learned by those at 5th tier and above. Wrath of the Thunder God S grade strikes down thunder like divine punishment with immense power. Note this combat technique is limited to grade and above lightning ability users and can only be learned by those at 4th tier and above. Thunder Abyss S grade opens a thunderous abyss, sealing off a certain area with lightning. Note this combat technique is limited to grade and above lightning ability users and can only be learned by those at 4th tier and above. SS grade combat techniques and S grade techniques. Indeed, as expected of a top-tier university, the collection of combat technique manuals is so rich. Su Jingming's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, it's a pity that the SS grade and S grade combat techniques require terrifying amounts of ability to release. Even a low-tier ability user, if they drained all their abilities, would still be unable to release them even once. Even the relatively lower requirements grade combat techniques still necessitated reaching the 2nd or 3rd tier along with possessing above grade abilities to learn.